Chapter
Okay,
24,
so yeah, this
Entering
is
Planet Gar.
essentially the
In the
chapter where
Automatone,
Beowulf
before getting to
explains
the important stuff,
we
Nicole
get a lot of
contacts
the
Diane,
backstory,
letting him
which
know that
actually
if the
just come
Legion
in
is
handy a
about to head
couple of
into a
times. So yeah,
corner, then
definitely,
Diane would be a
definitely
great
not
help, but at the
backstory
same
for who
time aware
thinks.
that Diane is still diminishing
Yeah,
Xyantha's
let's see what
allies.
it's like.
As well as getting to know what Ozona is like, such as his experience and the abilities such as his telekinetic sword, telekinesis, lightning production, and force fields, his race is powerful to obtain such power. Hailwolf also takes the chance to explain how Hailwolf got mixed with Ozona in the first place. Hailwolf explains what race she is, one type of race that used to help the galaxy via combat. But this tradition was discontinued after finding out that Xyanthor is after those who continue to use combat. Ozona is alone, however, race-wise, and this is where Hailwolf explains what the Stonos are, beings who aid Ozona with taking over planets. This adds to Ozona's little empire, such as the massive chains that get launched to grab planets. Hailwolf, however, has sensed that some of the Stonos haven't been as fully into the cause as others, meaning if the Stonos attack, they would be worth killing. But the more hesitant ones only require a takedown. This is a race which wants to represent and aid a good leader, but seeing how restrictive Ozona can be, has made them more hesitant than ever. So many races like the Numians don't get themselves into fighting to keep their race alive. Hailwolf, however, tried to continue the old tradition by making her learn to combat herself, both in her normal form and mainly in her animalistic form. Sadly, she was caught, and this did gain attraction as Ikran spotted Hailwolf one day when he was on one of his planet spying tasks, and reported this to Xyanthor and then Ozona. Ozona considers linking the Numian's planet via a massive chain and considers getting rid of most of the race, but Hailwolf offers to be an assistant to Ozona instead to save the lives of the others. Knowing she might be better off the planet, thinking her race no longer wants her around. This may have been the case considering Ozona reveals himself in front of other Numians that the race is in trouble. And it was Hailwolf's fault considering her practice which had been going on for months. When the chain landed on the planet, the Stonos around gathered the Numians, using some rough force, no killing. The killing part was considered until Hailwolf offered herself to be an ally for Ozona. This makes Ozona spare the Numians, but nowadays they are kept a closer eye on by Ozona, the Stonos, and even other allies of Xyanthor. Ozona was mainly happy with his army and even Valor's as a right-hand ally. But getting another ally nearly made Ozona consider getting his legion of allies with mixed abilities. Once Ozona got hold of Hailwolf, gripping her via telekinesis, taking her via the chain and out of the planet. The rest of the Numians are then left alone but will have often visits from the Stonos and perhaps Ozona himself as he manages multiple planets. The Legion after hearing this thinks Hailwolf shouldn't have this mindset and that her race would want her back. The race may need protecting after all. Once you show that you are protecting others, it is often the easiest way to help others move on. While Hailwolf disagrees, she still thinks that the Legion seems okay so far. How they handle foes and seeing what the Legion is like when they are not fighting. This makes her drawn to them more, something which Zami reconsider how he presents himself. As Pod sees that sharing history is helping this situation regardless of what Nicole thinks. Pod shares about how he used to be led by a cruel leader, with which Hailwolf can empathize. They compare each other's experiences such as how Ozona was restrictive to what Hailwolf can do during her spare time. And Pod talks about how he has been pushed around all the time for when needing to get anything done. After asking more about Mechajor such as how Mechajor was very animalistic, especially towards those who were smarter than him, Hailwolf responds that Ozona is mainly sly. But Ozona has had moments of silence, making Hailwolf wonder if this grand being is putting on an image, and even Ozona threatens Hailwolf if she ends up staring at Ozona for his odd behavior. And so, after a chat, Hailwolf guides piloting Zami to go under the water. The Automatone can adapt to space as well as water, thanks to Zamis upgrades. And with the Automatone adapted to space, Zami and some specialists at the base created spacesuits for the Legion if they ever get to an uninhabitable planet. But like any other planet they end up in, they make sure that the air is good via holographic technology, but both that and Hailwolf state that it's safe to breathe. The vehicle goes into a cove. It is a recommended shortcut by Hailwolf so the Legion can get to Ozona via a sneakier route, but Hailwolf didn't know Ozona has another ability too. Ozona earlier sensed atmospheric activity. This is where Ozona sent Valors down to where the atmospheric activity took place, diving quickly into the water. Ozona is confident Valors will sort out another intruder while Ozona keeps an eye on the production of the new chain. He is waiting for his destination to invade the planet Sliff using his castle's holographic projections to keep an eye on all the planets he is ruling via camera feeds. Speaking of Valors, Hailwolf mentioned Valors to the Legion earlier, being shocked that another Morphil was around. This made Pod look back and see why Hailwolf was scared of him at first. This makes Pod consider that no other Morphil so far has been on the right path, bothering him more, but at least there is an alright start with Hailwolf. Due to how unpredictable the cove is, the Automaton is accidentally knocked into a top part of a cavern and is slowly going down. The Automaton is broken. How will they get out? Zami immediately knows that the ship needs fixing, but unfortunately, they all get cornered and wrapped in seaweed by Tengus, crab-like creatures which have more normal arms and legs compared to a normal crab. With everyone wrapped in seaweed, the Legion is all hanged upside down. Not even Hailwolf recognizes these. Even Nicole states to the Legion to stand down. It seems like a misunderstanding so far. There is no need to attack. The Tengus are creatures that used to own Ozona's planet. It was mostly water up until Ozona and his hired goons of Stonos got rid of the water and tried to wipe away the Tengus. Considering they once possessed something very valuable, and now there are some survivors, eating seaweed and running on 1 star as permanent heat. Most of them died when Ozona got his Stonos started to alter the planet, but most of the Tengus survived by going to the core of the planet. So deep in the water, the Stonos won't risk it. Tengus are far more adapted to the deep water compared to other creatures in the universe. The cavern they are in now is part of the core. From how the water travels around the planet, the water hardly enters this deep cove. The Legion, after hearing this later, does clarify that they want to take down Ozona, freeing anyone in his grasp. This makes the Tengus drawn to the Legion. Even seeing this without any fake ego around, the Tengus no longer see the Legion as a threat. And so, the seaweed is undone, and the Tengus will help fix the Automaton. Alongside eating and chatting, the Tengus do seem keen on everyone, except Pod. They know from legends what Morphils are like alongside a nearby neighbor making a bad impression. Pod could tell, and they aren't impressed. As this goes on, Pod leaves his trident aside, and one Tenga gets curious about it. And Pod once again gets defensive and snatches the trident away from the Tenga. The Tenga gets scared and the other Tengas start getting put off by Pod and then the rest of the Legion. The Tengas all gather and get the Legion to leave, with Pod squandering this potential connection. The Legion decides to leave them. Ozona is a priority. This leaves only the Legion to fix the Automaton alone, slowing down the progress, and the Tengus all run and hide away, making the Legion disappointed in Pod, and Pod shows a side to him that he thought was not around anymore. This does make the Legion angry towards Pod. He has shown a side to him that wasn't true, and Pod can only look at himself in shame. He cannot compare himself to Zami or Nicole. But when things couldn't get worse, Valors comes around, shocking everyone including Pod.
Yeah, sorry if I've repeated a point here, maybe there might have been an editing issue, but anyway, we'll just wait to see. Yeah, these PowerPoint recordings can be a bit off sometimes, but anyway, yeah, let's continue.
Tilda Chapter 24, Entering Planet Gar. In the Automaton, before getting to the important stuff, Nicole contacts Diane, letting him know that if the
I feel like that's a bit of a meta line, before the important stuff. Although in actuality, I think it's meant to, wonder what to do, once they arrive, or, even before then, because it's sensible to plan ahead of time. But it looks like Wolf's just going to explain other bits and bobs to which, yeah, I think that's sensible to do. Hang on. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, let's just continue.
Legion is about to head into a corner, then Diane would be a great help, but at the same time aware that Diane is still diminishing
Sorry about that. I keep yawning. Anyway, so yeah, this line I like as well because because the question brings up, why not bring Dion into this? And it's like, well, not only is there set up in the previous book with how Dion's trying to juggle all sorts already, and also with him if he's like needed around the Legion, because whilst it would be cool to help the Legion, to which he still does, but he only comes when they're at like a dead end, or where they're like a massive issues definitely needs resolving. Because when Ozona like tries to take over a planet, that's almost like probably the biggest event happening at that point. So and Dion is definitely most likely to get involved. So I really like Dion's role in this. Uh, yeah, just a lot of good details.
As allies. As well as getting to know what Ozona is like, such as his experience and the abilities such as his telekinetic sword, telekinesis, lightning production, and force fields, his race is powerful to obtain such power. Hailwolf also takes the chance.
Yes, good to acknowledge that, because if Sunfall was powerful to obtain all four types of force of energy, then what about all the other individuals? And there's definitely a couple of reasons. Although looking back, well, actually no, Torrid is just like really good with the power he has, but it just seemed. Oh my gosh, yeah. Hang on, yeah, Torrid's too singular, yeah, because it's all about the cubes, which is almost like this universe's version of molecules. But yeah, why didn't he play around with like sands and rock and even like goo or tar? Because I've made those earth abilities. Yeah, that's really odd. Yeah, gotcha. Why didn't I think of that? That makes book three even weaker, with that lack of exploration. Um, But yeah, so yeah, the Legion. Anyway, so the Legion just want to find a bit more about Ozona, and Airwolf's like, well, I think this is a rather good place to start. How I was first introduced. Yeah, and it explains more of her role, more of her position, and just some history, which I, I guess they were still keeping an eye. Thanks to Mike, they were still keeping an open mind of making sure she's not a backstabber or a traitor later on. But I think the Legion do find out that she's genuine, especially when Valos that Valis is like, or what are you doing? Or when the Hellwolf gets zapped too, that helps Hellwolf become more as part of the team, and not to mention when she's like, oh, I'd like to go to my planet, and the rest like, oh yeah, of course you do. So yeah, and I say I'll quickly say it now. It's also kind of interesting for Hellwolf to want to go back home after all of this, because really enough, it's only book one that doesn't have like the extra sidekick that goes in and out, because it just introduces the main group, and then book 2 and 3, has Hellwolf and Apasnos, they're just like extra additions that just go in and out for various reasons, and then book 5 also has Fracture 2, and despite being set up a book 3, the Titrans are arguably, the addition for book 4 then, but not to mention there's Mike and Dion more involved in the action as well, which forms a entirely other dynamic. But yeah, like imagine if Hellwolf or Pasnos, stayed in, with the Legion, that would really vary some of the some of the events going forward. In fact, I'll tell you what, why don't we explore a bit right now? I feel like there could be like a really cool video idea in itself. Um, so, um, yeah, so if, for instance, if Hellwolf stuck around, definitely would be more helpful during the Torrid situation. Yeah, I don't think Arvin would have might still made it, and a couple of other helping bits and bobs with the fighting, and she could also be like really on edge about her own world getting attacked. I could see that happening, because in the alternative, she would have been able to help her race, but for her not to do that, imagine if she wasn't, ready to go back to her own planet yet. So I stick to the Legion, which could have been like a very interesting alternative. But the reasons why she wants to go back home is definitely warranted. And um, Yeah, I can only think about the surface. Yeah, with Bosnos, however, with book four, yeah, just a lot of different fight situations. Maybe Bosnos is oh, actually no, he's a bit downtrodden, so I don't think he will be as lightning fast. And so maybe he might have been needing some more encouragement to keep going. Or what if he stayed with Pod actually? That could look different. Yeah, Pod could have won like the first fight and no need for an arena fight, and Bastos could have, if Pod was still forced to the arena, Bastos will probably still join in if he still liked the challenge. And Bastos could have helped against the Vranex more easily and but more help with just any other situation really. So yeah, it's just almost like a matter of numbers. But yeah, imagine if let's see if Herewolf and Abasnos both like
Tilda
everyone else
Chapter
did.
24,
Oh yeah,
Entering
how would
Planet Gar. In
yeah,
the
because we
awesomer
see
tone,
eventually in book
before
five
getting to the
how
important
Abasnos and
stuff,
Herewolf
Nicole
encountered
contacts
one another,
Diane,
but what about
letting him
Herewolf
know
and
that if the
Torrent?
Legion
That
is
could have
about to
been
head into a corner, then
kind of
Diane would be a
cool.
great
Or how
help, but
Herewolf
at the same time aware that
sees other
Diane is
Morphils
still
or
diminishing
Vranex or even
Xyanth's
the
allies.
Titrans. Yeah, because
As
she
well as
didn't get
getting to
to.
know what
Oh wait,
Ozona
no,
is like
she does
such as
meet
his
them till later, but
experience and
there's
the
not
abilities
much
such as
depth
his
in
telekinetic
depth
sword,
into it.
telekinesis, lightning
Anyway, yeah, like
production,
wow.
and force
But yeah,
fields,
I think
his
it's
race is powerful to obtain such power.
yeah, I think
Hailwolf
what I
also
wanted
takes the
to
chance
do
to
is like
explain how
instead of being
Hailwolf
like
got
all the
mixed with
Legion
Ozona in the first
growing
place.
exponentially over time,
Hailwolf
which it
explains what
somewhat
race
does,
she
but
is,
somewhat
one
doesn't,
type of
because
race
like I
that
said,
used to help the galaxy
the
via
members kind of
combat.
go
But this
in and
tradition
out.
was
But I wanted
discontinued
the
after
fifth
finding
book to
out
have
that
that
Xyanthor
excitement
is
of
after those
everyone
who
else that's
continue
been
to use
introduced already as
combat.
part of the Legion.
Ozona is
They're all
alone,
going to come
however,
together now,
race-wise,
so that
and this is
it's
where
saving that
Hailwolf
kind of
explains what the Stonos are,
exciting
beings who aid Ozona
feeling
with taking over
somewhat to
planets.
which
This adds to Ozona's little
yeah, I
empire,
think that
such as the
still
massive
just like really
chains that get
pays off. It's
launched to
just like
grab
putting them
planets. Hailwolf,
all the
however,
stories
has
together.
sensed that some of the Stonos
Anyway,
haven't
yeah,
been
let's
as
get
fully
going.
into the cause as others, meaning if the Stonos attack, they would be worth killing. But the more hesitant ones only require a takedown. This is a race which wants to represent and aid.
Yet another one. Okay. Yeah, I'm definitely simplifying that in the reboot, but they used to help too. Okay. Well, yeah, they do have a whole heap of their own unique abilities, and also whilst I'm not too keen on the Stonos design at first glance, but the Numians being almost like human, I like that. Yeah, as a choice because if they are going to become any other type of creature as the second form, then it just helps add more of a difference. Because if they were like too alien at a point where I'm this cool alien, but my second form is like a butterfly, I just felt like there's too much of a differentiation there. But if you have like someone that's more human-like and then become an animal with all sorts of abilities, then yeah, it is more exciting. And yes, each Numian would have like one animal form. Like crikey, if they had multiple, I think that would be a bit too contradictory. Even if I could experiment with it, but it would have to be like a one-off. A bit like Scabe the Titran in the sequel. He's the only Titran that could spawn plants from his body. Everyone else had to interact the ground to get to it. To which yeah, I still kind of like that now. Although what's weird is that every other ability each character has, they can spawn the power within the bodies, whereas the Titrans just have to, like, they require the environment. Yeah, I still like the limit, but I don't know. It just makes the plant ability a bit of a weird one-off. But never mind.
Good leader, but seeing how restrictive Ozona can be, has made them more hesitant than ever. So many races like the Numians.
Yeah, probably other alien races spread the word or they find out the information through traveling. It could be either way. But not to mention, I can imagine the end of the elemental war being like rather scary.
Don't get themselves into fighting to keep their race alive. Hailwolf, however, tried to continue the old tradition by making her learn to combat herself.
Alright, that's a weird intertwine of information that's just coming in between the backstory, but I suppose it helps later on. There you go, got a light on. Turn that down a bit. Okay, there you go. So yeah, continue combat to yeah, I don't know why Ozona is the last of his kind. Yeah, none of that's explained, not even in the book 3 flashback. Um, and although, yeah, for the Legion to get the answers of what the Stoners are like, to which, yeah, it's good to explain them too.
Both in her normal form and mainly in her animalistic form. Sadly, she was caught. And this
And yeah, just even more context. So yeah, the Legion are definitely know the basics here.
did gain attraction as Ikran spotted Hailwolf one day when he was on one of his planet spying tasks, and reported this to Xyanthor and then Ozona.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I just feel like the Legion should have like stuck to the no kill rule, because the rest of them get like spared anyway. So yeah, they like it in the story. Yeah, because even the Morphils have more of an excuse because how they're like generated and just as fake as Mechador is, but the other stoners are a bit more genuine because even the Nitrobots were artificial-ish too, despite the life force. So yeah, the stoners could have just been like a pass where, I don't know. I think it's just really wanting the characters to go follow on with the powers, perhaps. But I think they still could have done that, if they were quite a lot more um, um, a lot more punch, you could say. But I don't know. If I have to say this as well, as someone who has been reluctant to do these deeds for ages, yeah, I don't like that.
Ozona considers linking the Numians' planet via a massive chain and considers getting rid of most of the race, but Hailwolf offers
Alright, so the Legion may be learning new information, but to the audience this is repetitive.
to be an assistant to Ozona instead to save the lives of the others.
So I think that just expands more of how would I suppose if Airwolf hangs around these beings, actually what does she do in a daily routine? Does she hang around with those who aren't as keen as Ozona then? Like that, oh my gosh, that could have been interesting. Imagine if she had mates and they were like, oh yeah, because how would the stoners differ from one another? They don't wear any other different features. But yeah, imagine if werewolves like, some of them can actually be my friends, so you just don't go too hard on them, or if they're more hesitant, then most likely are my friends. So that could have created quite a very dynamic, but um, yeah, I don't know. It just feels overcomplicated. So we can just assume that Hellwolf's just been distant from all of them. So that I think is what's in this story. So yeah, let's get going.
Knowing she might be better off the planet, thinking her race no longer wants her around. This may have been the case
And yeah, this explains a bit more the world building. And not to mention, I'm at the moment I'm a bit mixed whether this was because you want to if Signfall's the big bad, what's his big grand motivation and to have I guess is trying to encourage world peace by um not allowing any combat whatsoever, to which okay, but whilst I am aiming for the universe to, like its martial arts and fighting and the use of powers, but there's not. Oh, actually, no. I think there's quite a lot of cultures, centered towards it, but I don't know. That's still up in the air, and not to mention, Zionfall's got the greatest amount of stakes by being like, oh, you're gonna take, get rid of these particular races because of how I know he's definitely did get rid of ones that could overthrow him, so okay. Although book 5, the reason he gets taken down is because of a varied alien team that eventually that used all 4 elements against them. But but not to mention, it was mainly thanks to Dion getting hold of the amulet and using it against him. So oh my gosh, it's almost like the Legion trying to buy some time, and they nearly, lose, if it wasn't for Dayon. So, oh gosh, that's my most climactic moment, potentially not written that well. Um, yeah, why didn't Timefall go for the most combat obsessed individuals? Because yeah, I think the elements could have sensed that, from your head. Yeah, they had to use the intentions in that. And um so yeah, some of the villains have far more understandable motivations, because Mechajaws is a bit skew-if by well, not skew-if, it's a bit more simpler by being just have the universe just made up of wildlife. No one's smart, and maybe it could have gone for a route of, how would do make humans, etc., like dumber. Because in the novel, there's actually like a pretty interesting point that if everything was just wildlife and no intelligent beings like humans, then there would be far less issues like, crime, no political issues, no economical issues, no overly destructive moments. Because, when you look at the animal kingdom, when they like fight each other or change the landscape, it's for a reason. But, us humans, etc., have done huge landscapes that's led to a whole heap of consequences that weren't, meant to happen. So Ecuador could have had like a pretty good case there, and maybe Ecuador probably could be like the best villain because of that point of view. Um, but I also like his owner's way of things, to overrule planets and be like, do enact any violence whatsoever. Like, granted, um, I suppose I think it just goes back to, why does, well, no, not go back to, this is another point. His owner should have been, like like an alien race, like very keen on peace and not into combat at all. Because even with the Ozona being like all like experiment with the Challenger before knowing how to definitively go after them, or continue experimenting with opponents, that Ozona is not necessarily the most violent individual. He kind of fights to defend almost like in every case. Yeah, because he doesn't actively hunt like Mechador or Orphean, etc. Um, so yeah, like if those big spells were expanded, yeah, like I think Ozuna could have been like really solid too. I remember Torres is almost all over the place, so we'll see how that goes. And Orpheans is amazingly straightforward, but I just feel like yeah, Zion Force could have needed a lot more improvement, but both Mechatol and Ozona have reasons and a bit more complexity to their villainy and their personality. Um, so yeah, yeah, for Zion Force motivation to be like, oh, don't fight, but also I'm going to get rid of some that might overthrow me. Yeah, I just feel like I could. What if I make Mechador the definitive villain in the reboot? He does have like close connection to Pod and that, so that's a thought. Sorry, I'm planning all the bits and bobs as I'm doing this, but anyway, yeah, I should continue with the backstory. So yeah, this is what. Okay, so also yeah, just reading this as well. So Ekron spotted a wolf one day. So I suppose Ekron, spies on vaguely. Um, let's see. Small peaceful planets, make sure everything was fine, but despite how Wolf just practicing, that was enough to send the planet off the rails. And also, what's the difference between Zyphor, overthrowing a planet or Mechador overthrowing it? Like Zyphor and Mechador, in retrospect, they should have communicated things far better. As Zyphor's like, oh, please don't just maintain the wildlife. Start going for the bit of a beings that were meant to be peaceful and were meant to stay. Like that is another story problem. But yeah, that's a bit rash. Like imagine like just one alien just like practicing fighting and that. She could just done it for defense against other alien races, but no, they decided to send Ozona and his army. But not to mention, how did what what's the difference between the planet's Ozona rules and what Zion 4 goes for? Why not all of them chained up by Ozona? Um, yeah, that's not been outlined properly. Um, Yeah, and squad and again. Yeah, I just felt like Airwolf had to show way more like powerful or threatening powers to um um so yeah, to clarify, yeah, because yeah, Airwolf's abilities aren't like groundbreaking, like physically groundbreaking. Um yeah, that just feels like an overreaction. Um Oh yeah, one of the planet's spying tasks. Okay, so that explains that too. And um, practicing in an animalistic form as well. Okay, but humans aren't the most powerful creatures. Like, granted, they are possess quite a lot of abilities, but there's probably way more powerful creatures, I think. So yeah, okay, let's move on.
Considering Ozona reveals himself in front of other Numians that the race
Also, old tradition. Yeah, I think that's another kind of a cool idea, like a race that used to help the galaxy only to be put on pause and one of them to try and continue it. Yeah, that definitely makes Hellwolf and her race stand out. Um, uh, it's just like a neat idea, and it just needs like a far better execution.
is in trouble. And it was Hailwolf's fault, considering her practice which had been going on.
Oh, try to practice in the normal form too. That's sensible, although that doesn't pay off. She'd never. Maybe the Legion could have taught her a couple of safety bits of bobs just in case she couldn't get into a Hay1 form in time. But I feel like she could get into her second form quite efficiently. And not to mention, Hailwolf, funny enough, is from a character I used to write stories about for, well, not ones you could see publicly, just ones going about in my head really. So I never written it down, etc. But she was like a character who also had like a sword. But I just remember thinking, I have the sword if you have the more powerful form. So she's improved a lot more. I would say.
For months. When the chain landed on the planet, the Stonos around gathered the Numians, using some rough force, no killing. The killing Tilda, such as his
Just trying to find out where it is. Now I'm back.
one day when he was on one of his planet spying tasks, and reported this to Xionthor and then Ozona. Ozona considers linking the new.
So does that mean Hailwolf knows who Xionthor is? Because if what's been explained comes from her, then she must be familiar with Xionthor. Yeah, because I wonder, what her race thinks of him, etc. Let's continue.
Numian's planet via a massive chain and considers getting rid of most of the race.
And then, that just goes back to what we've heard before, especially with the planet getting chained.
But Hailwolf offers to be an.
I just suddenly realised, the speech bubble below, so you can see how the Stonos are all across the land, point to the weapons, and Zona's there as well. There's even some suches in the sky as well. It's like a tiny speech bubble, but I could just about see the visuals.
Assistant to Ozona instead to save the lives of the others. Knowing she might be better off the planet.
Oh yeah, so that's where Hailwolf offers. So I think the planet would have been in much bigger trouble probably with her race getting extinct, but she offers herself as well because throughout there's hints of how she feels a bit let down and how she thinks that her own race won't want her back, but just adds to the insecurity and the history.
Thinking her race no longer wants her around. This may have been the case considering Ozona reveals himself in front of other Numians that the race is in trouble.
So I think this is almost like a warning thing where, don't do this something similar again. And I think looking back, just because Hailwolf practiced martial arts, therefore the whole planet gets overrun. Yeah, it's a bit extreme looking back. But I think this is one planet that Ozona's been overruling? No, just ruling in general, and although I reckon the demons haven't been much trouble, compared to the slashes from earlier.
And it was Hailwolf's fault considering her practice which had been going on for months. When the chain landed on.
While she's been doing it that long, so I think during the last couple of days, that's where Ekron then came to the planet then, and then found out what's been happening. Because I think Ekron must have been teleported from place to place to see if there's any potential threats going about. To which I think if Wolf had the form, to choose in the kind of form she did. Yeah, I think her P1 form would have been quite threatening to others. But that's the thing, it's almost as if no matter how dangerous she is, Ironfall just wants rid of them, to which it just goes back to some of these villain motivations are a bit extreme looking back.
On the planet, the Stonos around gathered the Numians, using some rough force, no killing.
Okay, so this is a bit more details for how the planet was overtaken.
Killing part was considered until Hailwolf offered herself to be an ally for
Oh
Ozona.
well, that was kind of lucky. So wait, hang on, so they're just going to get rid of the race without a second thought or second chance, not even a warning. It's a bit extreme, and it could even be contradictory because at first it's an impression that Ozona oversees these planets, whether if they do go too far, then go for the extinction method, perhaps. But yeah, I think I just spotted a proper contradiction there. Yeah, I don't know what to make of that. No.
This makes Ozona spare the Numians, but nowadays they are kept a closer eye on by Ozona, the Stonos, and even other allies of Xyanthor. Ozona was mainly happy with his
So multiple eyes seeing all of those planets. So I guess it goes to show that even if Ozona rules them, I think the others like Xyanthor try and get updated about all these bits and bobs.
army and even Valor's as a right-hand ally. But getting another ally nearly made Ozona consider getting his legion of allies with mixed abilities.
What I just talked about that earlier, didn't I? Or something. Yeah, what a missed opportunity. Although, he didn't make much progress after getting hold of Airwolf. And when did it happen? Probably like the events before the first book, like not too far before or something. I don't know. That part of the timeline hasn't been, discussed that much, but never mind. But then
Ozona got hold of Hailwolf, gripping her via telekinesis, taking her via the chain and out of the planet. The rest of the Numians are then left alone but will have often visits from the Stonos and perhaps Ozona himself
I
as he
thought the Stoners stayed around to keep an eye on things, but apparently not. I suppose it's still getting the planet in their own space. But I thought Ozona's rule was more restrictive and more evasive, but because you can't really keep things under control by just visiting back every now and again. That's a bit, I don't know what to make of that.
manages multiple planets. The Legion after hearing this thinks Hailwolf shouldn't have this mindset and that her race would want her back. The race may need protecting.
Based on what exactly? Sure, it's positive and the race may miss her. But not to mention, Airwolf, I reckon that the Nemeans were a nice little community, and Airwolf was just one of them who a lot of them looked fondly and maybe felt betrayed once, well, slightly once the land was put in danger. But like I said, I just don't know based on what information. It's just one of those instances where you just to, be oh, we'll keep an open mind despite the many bad things happening. I think the Legion would have to be better with the advice.
After all, once you show that you are protecting others, it is often the easiest way to help others move on. While Hailwolf disagrees,
that's a nice piece of advice, and I think someone like that would keep or get Hailwolf thinking, and first step into why she would like to come back once she has the confidence back. So that's something.
She still thinks that the Legion seems okay so far. How they handle foes and seeing what the
I think
Legion...
that should say seem okay so far, but we can see why, not being that hostile, they were only demanding questions earlier, but once the Legion okay, this is a threat that we all can sort out, I think Hellwolf's finding a place again almost. Because as evident by the end of this book, she didn't really see herself as part of the Legion, just more of an assistant.
is like when they are not fighting. This makes her drawn to them more, something which Zami reconsider how he presents himself. As Pod sees that sharing history is helping this situation
Um, oh yeah, so it looks like that backstory helps Miyazami reconsider his belief, or the current belief at that time. So yeah, that's definitely an example of no part of Zami's arc being progressed somewhat, but yeah, I felt like maybe it should have been expanded upon somewhere. But I think that's the thing with these steps with the arcs. Not every arc step has to be significant. Even just like a moment of witnessing an event or listening to something can then be like, oh, that is something new I've learned. It can just be as small as that. And I think that's something to go for. And but yeah, and the first thing we need to decide when they're not fighting. Yeah, so yeah, just although all Hairwolf did was explain the story, but if they are getting like some positivity afterwards, then I think that's where it was like, okay, yeah, they're not seeming too bad. So yeah, it's just like some decent stepping stones for introducing everyone to each other.
regardless of what Nicole thinks. Pod shares about how he used to be led
Oh, okay. So even Pod has a small steps too. Um, um, Sharing history is helping. Uh, yeah. I guess that goes back to earlier, but it just feels a bit like mushed or placed arbitrarily almost. Like I can see what I'm going for because it's just seeing how everyone responds to what Harold's been explaining. But yeah, I just feel like it should be written a bit more subtly. Um, it's just like you can tell that back then I was just placing these stepping stones. So to see it, I think I was just like making sure there's enough space between these moments and me thinking, oh, could work there. But I guess it still works as how everyone responds to this backstory.
by a cruel leader, with which Hailwolf can empathize. They compare each other's experience.
Um, yeah. Although I don't think well, Pod was already kind of open with sharing this history. Although that's not really the point. I think it's just seeing how it could be helpful to him in his own way, to which I'm still yet to figure out. But yeah, I think that's like a nice way for Pod and Hailwolf to connect. They've both been under similar circumstances, so yeah, I think that does help them connect. Yeah, especially with a couple of moments later.
Such as how Ozona was restrictive to what Hailwolf can do during her spare time. And Pod talks about how he has been
Oh
pushed around.
gosh, that explains a tiny bit of what Hailwolf has been like with his owner. So yeah, I don't think she's had the chance to have a lot of fun. Yeah, she's been doing deeds and like with um, yeah, resigned for being quite no, sorry, with Arizona being very encouraging and forceful for what Hailwolf can or can't do. So yeah, I think it does explore a bit more of this side of villainy.
All the time for when needing to get anything done. After asking more about Mechajor, such as how Mechajor was very animalistic, especially towards those who were smarter than him, Hailwolf
And
responds.
yeah, I think we're just learning a bit more about Mechajob before seeing later on, which does build up some more excitement. So him being described as animalistic, even to me, that's like, oh, quite looking forward to hearing a bit more about that. And especially those who are smarter than him. Oh yeah, even that hints something for later on as well. Um, so yeah, they're just describing what each other is like, and yeah, with the Legion learning a bit more about Ozone, I think that gives them a bit more preparation and see what it could be like.
Tilda Chapter 24, Entering Planet Gar. In the awesomer tone, before getting to the important stuff, Nicole contacts Diane, letting him know that if the Legion is
Ah, so even Howell's picked up on Ozona's when he's not putting up as much of a facade. So um, uh, yeah, okay. I think that does. I think that's because that's something I remember is that when Zami sees Ozona and seeing how he fourthly puts up a facade, and that makes Zami think twice, even more so. Like the most thought-provoking thought in this singular part of the story. So yeah, I think that's where that does get like a nice payoff later on. So yeah, because yeah, even if it's like a bit clunky and blatant in places, at least it is trying to go for this theme of what you want to admit and how much of a facade you want to put up with, and also talking about like restriction and freedom and that. So yeah, it's a good few themes explored.
To head into a corner, then Diane would be a great help, but at the same time aware that Diane is still diminished.
Oh, okay. So yeah, Ozona, in return, it's like don't try and look through me or else. So yeah, it makes anyone go on edge. It makes Ozona like quite unpredictable as well. And yeah, that it's good to have unpredictability because yeah, something I learned recently is that sometimes the most scariest villains are scary because of their unpredictability. Like because even if you are familiar of their motivations and behavior, but once they snap into anything that's like random in their way, but also like stick to their character, that's where it adds like a bit more of a shock value, or being like, oh my gosh, that was so scary what he suddenly did. So yeah.
Xayantha's allies, as well as getting to know what Ozona is like, such as his experience and the abilities such as
Guides piloting Zamu. No. That doesn't make sense. It should say more in terms of wording. It should say whilst while Sammy is piloting, how Wolf helps guide him. That's what it should say.
his telekinetic sword,
But
telekinesis.
regardless, yeah, this is where Hell Wolf becomes a useful part of this specific story. Knowing her route, and yeah, she knows about a Underwater Cove, and yeah, it is sadly a bit blatantly clarified about how the Atone can just go through water, similar to space, which is a bit of a stretch, but at least it's explained because, yeah, it's just something that's, fine if it's explained, then fair enough.
Lightning production and force fields, his race is powerful to
Oh,
obtain.
so while Sammy is already upgrading his technology, he's managed to upgrade the Atone in various ways too. So yeah, that's neat, and and it's been handy for this story too.
Such power. Hailwolf also takes the chance to explain how Hailwolf got mixed with Ozona in the first place. Hailwolf
Oh my gosh! Did I talk about spacesuits earlier? So they are a thing, but they've never been used. Maybe like whoever like read this thought, oh, they might be wearing spacesuits then, but yeah, there's never really had the chance. But although I feel like these spacesuits were probably treated like what they're called. Oh gosh. I completely forgot the name. The inflatable things, that you often have on planes or boats in case of an emergency. Yeah, it could be like quite equivalent, but if they're in dangerous space, they could be like, oh, quickly put the spacesuits on. Because there's not really been much case, well, never an opportunity where you have to go out into, space itself. It's mainly been Dion who's been traveling around, or Dios as have been renaming him as recently.
explains what race she is, one type of race that used to help the galaxy via
There should be no comma off the planet.
combat. But this tradition was discontinued.
They make sure that the air is good for. Oh yeah, so yeah, just make sure that their planets are fine, and somehow all of them are very similar in air and gravity, to which is a bit lame, but at least it's I guess it's like a consistent thing, and the focus is on towards more important things after all. But I should have been more creative.
Finding out that Xyanthor is after those who continue to use
yeah, especially if she's been on Earth. I don't think she really picked up on Earth's atmosphere, so therefore they must be very similar in atmosphere.
combat. Ozona is alone, however, race-wise, and this is where Hailwolf explains what the Stonos are.
Yeah, and because interestingly enough, Hailwolf didn't know about Ozona's air sensing. Because of course, Ozona wouldn't reveal anything like that because it's often unwise to just outline your abilities, because otherwise it makes your foes more familiar of you. But yeah, they think because yeah, why should I want to fly to Arizona completely out of the blue in the sky? Because I think that's where you are more at risk of being shot. But when they were trying to go through the canyon, at least that would have been like a bit of a shock value, even if you probably heard some noise. But could the also be silent? I don't know how it wrote that. But that was like a presidential ambush that was only foiled because of Wolf not knowing something in a reasonable way. So that part of the story I still quite like. And this initial plan, it's like a longer route, but more purpose behind it. And he's done kind of a whole heap of other bits and bobs too.
Beings who aid Ozona with taking over planets. This adds to Ozona's little empire, such as the massive chains that get launched to ground.
Yeah. So what I just said, it's just literally been outlined. So yeah, so Ozona can sense while keep track of his planet, which is kind of neat. So yeah, anyway, she sent Valis, and that's Valis is almost acted like a guard, because I think Ozona has to probably like stick around to keep an eye on the chain's productions, I suppose. Oh, and they also yet to invade the Snake Planet. But yeah, Valis being sent away, yeah, you could sort out whatever is going on down there, and so yeah, as X said.
Planets. Hailwolf, however, has sensed that some of the Stonos haven't been as fully
Oh,
into
but how would Ozona describe the maybe Ozona could be like, oh, go north. That's where I sense the activity. Because if someone just enters and tries to go through the land, then yeah. But yeah, not to mention how built is. Oh yeah, I think it's built all over. But I reckon yeah, Valis would still travel through the water anyway because it's quicker. But yeah, he must have explored the coast later on and seen if anyone was down there. And yeah, the assumption would have been right for showing us later on.
the cause as others, meaning if the Stonos attack, they would be worth killing. But the more
Another intruder. That reminds me, Valis didn't get involved with the Athasnos clash earlier. Maybe Valis was just having a look around just in case. But I feel like nobody could go past Ozona without him knowing. And so yeah, I wonder where he went to. Unless I completely forgot. But yeah, I felt like I forgot him briefly then. Yeah, because Valis could have helped fight alongside Ozona, but uh, but oh yeah, that reminds me. Yeah, because yeah, because I know Ozona likes to mess about with his opponents. But yeah, I think what's happening right now, I don't think that's really the time. Like I said, they're about to hop onto another planet.
hesitant ones only require a takedown. This is a race which wants to represent and aid a good leader, but
Um, oh yeah, that would just explain as well. And yeah, I think that I probably explained earlier. I'm not sure whether that's repeated twice. And and Hellwolf also admits from the get-go about Tavalla. So yeah, it's known of the danger, ahead of time. So yeah, that's sensible. But yeah, and of course, yeah, the leader's rightfully shocked that it's another Morphle. What it's going to be like when they've encountered Valis.
seeing how restrictive Ozona can be, has made them more hesitant than ever. So many races like the Numians don't get themselves into fighting to keep their race alive. Hailwolf, however, tried to continue the old tradition by making her learn to combat herself, both in her normal form and mainly.
Aha, yeah, that's like a moment of connecting the dots. And yeah, I don't think he says anything to Hellwolf, but I think he just has a moment of looking back. And I feel like you don't really have time to chat if Zambi was about beginning to travel through the water and then the cove and then end up crashing. So yeah.
In her animalistic form. Sadly, she was caught, and this did gain attraction as Ekron.
Oh yeah, that was yeah. So in this specific story, and I suppose in some of the grander parts, so yeah, it's Pod picking up about how his race is seen in a very like a very narrow manner, and so to hear about another one that's up to no good, yeah, I think that must be quite frustrating.
Spotted Hailwolf one day when he was on one of his planet spying tasks, and reported this.
That's a bit too blatant. Oh, it's not all right. Start with Hellwolf. I guess it's just simply outlining that their dynamic. There's no arguments as such. If anything, is like looking back and resolving a couple of things, which helps her build some kind of connection. One that doesn't necessarily pay off, but at least it's shown some kind of character interaction. Sometimes it is just nice to explore that.
To Xyanthor and then Ozona. Ozona considers linking the Numian's planet via a massive chain and considers getting rid of most of the race, but Hailwolf offers...
I think one backup idea was probably to go through the cove on foot, but no, I think they would have been able to fix it. Zami and his drawers full of stuff. I feel like it could improvise and fix something. And once again, it's a good example of a success coming at a cost. But like even if the Atone gets broken later on, at least it was not easy to go through the cove.
To be an assistant to Ozona instead to save the lives of the others. Knowing she might be better off the planet, thinking her race no longer wants her around.
Oh wow, I think they must have ambushed them quite quickly. But in my Instagram there's like a yellow and red crab-like character who is what the Tengas are. It carries over that, but as you'll see in the storybook, the Tengas were a lot more simplified in the design because they're missing the spikes and the extra legs as well.
This may have been the case considering Ozona reveals himself in front of other Numians that the race is in trouble. And it was Hailwolf's fault considering her practice which had been...
Oh yeah, so I don't know how all of them had the stroke to hang the wall upside down unless it's not too far up the ground, but that means like looping from the cavern, like the spikes or whatever, if it's described as a cave. But also, it was also like good to clarify that these Tengas are so hidden at point where Hailwolf never encountered them. I mean, like, whilst it hasn't been long that Hailwolf has been around Ozona, but like I said, it's good to clarify.
Going on for months. When the chain landed on the planet, the Stonos around gathered the Numians, using...
if they're just getting hanged upside down, I think the best you could do is negotiate, and and she probably saw that the Tengas were reacting in fear. And also with how the Tengas used to own this planet, who's stating that? Did the Tengas just randomly say, "Oh, we used to own this planet"? Like, if that's the case, then that should have been clarified a bit more. And sorry, just putting my light on. Which one do I? There you go. That's the light I like. But I think because they may be getting tied up, but I don't think much is happening afterwards. So I think that's where it's good to ask some questions first, clear the air to see what's going on.
Some rough force, no killing. The killing part was considered until Hailwolf offered herself to be an ally for Ozona. This makes Ozona spare the Numians.
Mostly water up. Meant to be full of water. I think that's what I was trying to say.
But nowhere days they are kept a closer eye on by Ozona.
So that's another bit of history. So here's the other thing as well. So in a interesting twist, so this is yet another planet that was overruled, and they try to get rid of the race, try and cover up the water. I don't know how you get rid of water considering water cycles exist, but just go to show that even Ozona's planet is a bit faked and almost like a physical embodiment of Haphazard almost. But like reading it back, it's quite satisfying when the water all comes about and breaking all of this custom land. And it looks like Stonos are very good at building too, I suppose, build on top of water on planets.
And even other allies of Xyanthor. Ozona was mainly happy with his army and even Valor's as a right...
Different specific. So that is referring to Pod's Trident because, let's see, because after the Elemental War, Dion and, what's his name again? Zemion, yes. So they knew about the Tengas being a friendly race, and to keep that particular element safe, they were like, there you go, help protect it, and through whatever hard material it was, they created the Trident using the element, and I think they only made it into a Trident. I don't know why actually, because they wouldn't be strong enough to maintain an element. So I'm a bit puzzled there. Wait, hang on, was the Trident also just randomly sent down later on? Oh, but also, yeah, Pod was designed in the first place to be adaptable to any one element, and yet over time, as Pod's been using the Trident often, yeah, that particular power slowly goes towards him. Yeah, it reminds me, what if scenarios, what if Pod was absorbing more so of another element instead? That could have been, a bit of a cool idea.
Right-hand ally. But getting another ally nearly made Ozona consider.
Oh yeah, they do have one star at disposal as well. Yeah, that comes up later. But yes, good to see how they were, they keep themselves warm. Yeah, I don't think the star has anything to do with the Trident's creation, but anyway.
Getting his legion of allies with mixed abilities. Once Ozona got hold of Hailwolf, gripping her
Oh
via
yeah, so that explains why these are like remaining ones. So yeah, they've gone far deep down, but even past water. Because yeah, but just to clarify, yeah, like even though it's like deep underwater, I think there's like gaps somewhere to which I can see how they might be possible, but I think I should have gone a bit more into detail. Maybe I could have invented like a gravity foundation that exists somewhere, like within the core as well. Living in a corner of a planet. That's kind of cool. So yeah. So Tenga's gone from the land down to the core. So yeah, I can see how they're well hidden enough or why they survived. And if they were seen uh, out of the way and hidden, because I don't think the Tingers did anything to reveal themselves. Because I think once they got rid of that trident and sent it away for reasons, I don't know how, because there's no spaceship and that. So I think that's probably another plot hole. But yeah, I think the Tingers just had to, wait around. Although to tangle the rest in, the lead and the seaweed, but maybe that just goes back to how they might have thought it was. Um, like some goons, like Valis, being, one that stands out, especially with the Tingers. I think they're shown to be familiar with Valis, maybe Valis was there when that particular planet's getting taken over, so yeah, that's the case, and fine, but yeah, I feel like should have been explained too.
telekinesis, taking her via the chain and out of the planet. The rest of
Oh,
the
yeah, imagine that. Oh, shall we just double check why it's swimming down in the water? Oh, it's so deep though. Alright, never mind. Yeah, we've got to breathe in water. Not really.
Numians are then left alone but will have often visits from the Stonos and
Okay, yeah, it's just like with various adaptations with various deep sea creatures like anglerfish.
perhaps Ozona himself as he manages multiple planets. The Legion after hearing this thinks Hailwolf
Oh, okay, so that's some explanation for why there's gaps of air, but never mind. But not to mention, I guess it could have been like a funner sequence to have the Legion be in diving suits instead. That could have been kind of cool, or maybe spacesuits could have come in handy there as they were underwater. Maybe the suits adapted for both space and water, a bit like the Atone, who knows?
shouldn't have this
Not
mindset
who
and
knows, it should have ended with, oh yeah, cool idea, I should have used that.
that her race would want her back. The race may need protecting after all. Once you show that you are protecting others,
Um, yeah, what should like clarify, when she states something like that. And whilst it could have been like a trick, but I think the Legion are probably sincere enough, and if the Legion, on fighting back and showing no signs of it, especially with Nicole's instructions to the rest, then yeah, I think I can see why the Tingers are willing to be trusted.
it is often the easiest way to help others move on. While Hailwolf disagrees, she still thinks that the Legion seems
Although going back to facades again, I think it's trying to reinforce that theme, but yeah, so I guess you just go show that if you like truly show off your emotions and without put up any facades, then that's where you can be read easier in a way which is honest and actually parts of communication better. So yeah, I think that's the point of it, even if if the subtlety is not quite there.
okay so far. How they handle foes and seeing what the Legion is like when they are not fighting. This makes her drawn to them more, something which Zami reconsider how he presents himself. As Pod
Oh, okay. But yeah, that does become a bit of a pattern, not only in this but the following book as well. And I think one or two afterwards, I'm not sure. But so yeah, yeah, I can see, yeah, it's because of Alice, creating like a negative light on of Morphils. So yeah, let's see. power expand on this.
Is that sharing history is helping this situation regard. Tilda chapter. There is no need to. This will help fix the awesome.
Okay, just catching myself up. Oh yeah, okay.
Tone. Alongside eating and chatting, the Tengus do seem keen on everyone, except Pod. They know from legends what morphils are.
Yeah, when I was looking back, so legends, that's quite a strong term, isn't it? Yeah, because legends are, stories that may or may not have happened, but still go about. So, although I guess that still matches the definition. But yeah, regardless, this just adds more about yeah, this is like our first indicator of what the more full society, I suppose, was is like, and what kind of impression it makes on everyone.
Like alongside a nearby neighbor making a bad impression, Pod could tell, and they aren't impressed. As this goes on, Pod leaves his.
So yeah, Pod understands the situation. So yeah, he's understood. He understands how well, why he could be disliked at first. And okay, yeah, puts Trident aside. Yeah, I suppose he wanted his own space, and also have the. Yeah, why did he leave the Trident alone actually?
Trident aside, and one Tanger gets curious about it. And Pod once again gets defensive and
Oh, I see. Okay. But yeah, I think when putting it down, I don't think it was far from me. He probably had like a little wander about, maybe still his own space, and one Tenga sneaked about. I think that's probably the reason.
snatches the Trident away from the Tanger. The Tanger gets.
And yeah, once again, Pod seems to be defensive. Although there was a difference between being defensive with Arvin and being then defensive with Trident. But yeah, I can still see why, and it's like a valuable tool to him. And yeah, if these Tengas have been giving him funny looks, then I don't see why. I think Pod's in like a more negative mindset at a point where, the defensive nature of him gets the better of him.
Scared, and the other Tangers start getting put off by Pod, and then the rest of the.
Probably should say more put off. But Pod definitely has enough presence if he manages to scare others.
The Legion. The Tangers all gather and.
Oh yeah, so this it makes the Tingers not as keen yet. It's a bit not only quick but simplified, but just because Pod act up, that means that the Tingers now have a more negative view of the Legion, which is, like I said, a bit too simplistic. Because I think that what I was trying to go for is to create like a miniature low point before Ballas comes along, and therefore the Tingers being saved gets in the Legion's favour again. Some bits of bobs could have been better.
And get the Legion to leave, with Pod squandering this potential connection. The Legion decides to leave them.
What connection? Because I think God damn it! I think I've forgot to write how the Tingers could have possibly helped fix the tone and therefore making it quicker to leave. But without the Tingers, Legion are going to have to do that all by themselves, and because it's not like the Tingers are going to join the fight, but at least they get on, and it's also the first time the Legion get friendly with a alien race, without the need for battle, even despite the ambush. So I think that's what I was trying to go for. But they know that the Legion need to prioritise Ozona, so yeah.
Ozona is a priority. This leaves only the Legion to fix the Automaton alone, slowing down the progress, and the Tengus all run and hide away, making the Legion disappointed in Pod, and Pod shows us.
All run and hide? Oh, okay. So, because I thought one Dingo got scared and then the others got put off, and they go like, oh, or whatever, and then, but they all ran away. That's a bit. And then I feel like they should like clash a bit, and probably should ask why Morphel is with them in the first place. I feel like should have more of a argument, perhaps. That would have delayed the progress anyway. I felt like that could have been better. But yeah, the leader being spotted in Pod, yeah, I felt like that's yeah, that must really stink for Pod.
Side to him that he thought was not around anymore. This does make the Legion angry towards Pod. He has shown a side to him that
aside from him, that's not he thought was not around anymore. So yeah, it's a bit like yeah, because in book 4 he reverts to his older ways, with how animalistic he was, and although that wasn't so much the case then, it's still being reactive and aggressive, like very suddenly, and yeah, with Pod like really keen to move on. I think that's yeah, evidence of just that's more reason why it feels a bit bad, and with not getting along with Legion as much, yeah, which yeah, it's almost like a case of the Legion not being like totally connected at this point.
wasn't true, and Pod can only look at himself in shame. He cannot compare himself to Zami.
Oh, and that goes back to Haphazard, etc. And yeah, it's trying to go for a different angle of the theme of I guess it's like a self-acceptance kind of theme, but just like a different angle, because it's talking about facades and how to represent yourself and that. So yeah, it's that kind of theme. But yeah, it's a very common theme, for our stories, but it's one that like I said, yeah, it's my own twist on it, which yeah, felt to make it stand out. And yeah, Valis has come about, and yeah, so despite being mentioned before to the Legion, yeah, it would still be a shock to still see him.
Or Nicole. But when things couldn't get worse, Valers comes around.
Oh yeah, like Zami and Nicole have all sorts of their own differences. Yeah, Pod is yeah, like a specimen of his own. So yeah, although I'm a bit lost why I wrote that. I suppose it just goes to show how alone he feels.
Shocking everyone, including Pod.
Okay, and that's the end of that chapter. Alright, so yeah, on to the next chapter where Ozona overtakes the planet, and yeah, the land here is a bit simplified, and yeah, the blue around that grey is meant to be a levitated platform done by Ozona, and yeah, I feel like it's almost too much detail, but I guess I like the lift, the both the sausages and the I thought I said sausages, no, the sausages and the snake shaking.
Tilda chapter 25,
how
invading the
cornered
latest
they are.
planet. On the planet
And
Sliff
yeah,
live the
the
Dui,
name I
basically
gave the
beings like snakes but
yeah,
with
I
arms,
thought
a world which is
I
full
tried
of
to go for
sports, warm weather, wide
yeah, how would
seas
you
and
describe
buildings
it?
with small gaps to them.
DUE?
Their normal day,
I'm
however,
not
is
sure,
about
but
to
yeah,
get badly disrupted.
I don't like
A
that name.
massive chain is coming from the sky,
But
hitting
anyway,
into the
so yeah,
ocean,
Steve,
which
how
is no
this
problem
planet's
thanks to the
invaded.
Roxy serpents and that the Stonos can swim, puzzling many of the Dui there. As the chain lands, it all plays out in similar ways as explained.
DUI? I guess that could still work as a name, but I don't know. It's very. I feel like I'm gonna forget it in the next couple of minutes.
By Hailwolf. Stonos start rushing there on foot or via the.
Oh yeah, that sounds nice. So yeah, you do get a couple of basics for what this world is like and how it somewhat stands out. Although looking back, it sounds a bit too similar to Nahash to it some places. Hence why in the reboot, it's going to be yeah, it just goes back to the singular alien planet idea.
Roxy serpents. Ozona also comes along as he uses
Seas is meant to be SEA. Oops.
telekinesis to hover from place to place, hovering on a piece of debris. However, unlike past cases, the number of reluctant Stonos has increased, with more starting to see Ozona's plans as too.
Yeah. So yeah, we already know about the chain, so we definitely get the routine and the gist and how it all comes by, and yeah, how the evasion works. Now, even if you get that hint in the flashback, it just goes to show that that routine hasn't changed, other than getting yet another planet, and I almost feel like it's yeah, because I guess what you sometimes can see is like the flashback of how things work, and then seeing that routine again. Although I wonder what this one will actually add. I guess it adds to the stakes a bit, and also keeps Ozona preoccupied. But yeah, I'm not sure if this isn't like the best choice.
Too far or too horrid. More races are losing their free will, and extra measures have to be performed if these snake beings start to get into martial arts, which they have tried to.
And I guess it also shows that no matter what kind of planet or race has to be controlled by Ozona. So I guess it just, that no matter the variation, it can be still overruled. So it's almost like, no planet is safe. That means that Earth could easily be taken over if they're not careful.
Be secretive about to hopefully defend others or themselves, considering.
Oh, yeah, not to mention, I think, because I think it's explained later on about how these snake beings probably engage in combat, therefore they have to have a cap on. But yeah, it just goes back to how the motivations of the villains don't always make sense. And I guess what Ozona could have been like is, someone who goes for, calmer planets and making sure they remain calm by overruling them like a miniature empire. But maybe that's what should have been the case, because the statues already feel like powerful beings, with the temporary invincibility and that. So it's just a couple of things that don't always line up, like a tad contradictory.
How many planets are still getting harmed? These DUI like to watch planets via enhanced telescopes, and often the fighting can be noticeable enough even from a.
Okay, so that's another change of status quo, and I guess that they do have to get on, because I don't think Ozona would like anyone backstabbing him.
Distance. It was one of Xantha's allies who had been spying from one planet to the next, seeing if other races had attempted to act as fighting vigilantes just like the Legion and many other beings.
I've already discussed how it's a bit, I've already covered that aspect. Although I feel like sure, it's restrictive, but horrid, that's a bit of a strong word to describe it. And like I said, the stoners aren't, or Ozona's not like completely following every move of everyone, so it's not as restrictive as it's described.
And it's those who get reported to Xanthor and then the race gets attacked. Ozona, however, mainly rules over races that were once peaceful or at.
Try to be secretive to hopefully defend us. What does that line mean? They try to be secretive. So this. Also, I think I just got the wrong name. So sorry. The Suchers are the giant creatures in the following book. These are the Stonos, and was it them talking secretive amongst themselves and also trying to help the residents try and defend them? I got to go back a bit actually, just to get into. Oh no, so it is so the snakes were the ones to talk about defending themselves, and I think that probably made Ozona go for this planet next. But defending itself isn't like a bad thing, so it is just getting a bit unfair at this point.
Which they have tried to be secretive about to hopefully defend others or themselves, considering how many planets are still getting harmed.
And I think looking back, I think that line does add to more how nearly every planet could be unsafe, which that really adds to the stakes.
These DUI like to watch planets via enhanced telescopes, and often the fighting can be noticeable enough even from a distance.
So they like watch other planets and other races engage in martial arts. Is that is that what's implying? Almost like the snakes getting inspired, and then okay, so I guess that explains why they're getting a bit targeted. So so it turns out they want an all peaceful race. If they're like I said, trying to train it for combat in order to defend themselves. But I don't know, learning how to defend yourself is still peaceful. It's not aggressive, and it's certainly not going to threaten Steinfeld much, because Steinfeld's often the aggressor. I guess the telescope idea is kind of cool, but although how would they discovered to engage in that behaviour? Is it Ekron being a spy again?
It was one of Xantha's allies who had been spying from one.
Oh, okay. Ekron or whoever else. Okay.
Planet to the next, seeing if other races had attempted to act as fighting vigilantes just like the Legion and many other beings, and it's those
yeah, I guess trying to keep an eye on everything. But yeah, we already discussed that. Yeah, once again, villain motivation's not being fully refined.
who get reported to Xyanthor and then the race gets attacked. Ozona, however, mainly rules.
And I guess time for state, so definitely go for that planet then. And I guess Ozona makes some of his own choices unless he does sometimes talk with Xyanthor, because Ozona is almost like a league of his own, but I suppose he does talk with Xyanthor every now and again, about the state of the galaxy.
Over races that were once peaceful or at least not too concerning, but these DUI have tried to
Oh, okay, so that part is clarified, yeah, as I was explaining myself. I feel like the Slashies kind of contradict that because they're a much more powerful race and ones that are far more fearsome. Only races. So yeah, I guess that's like a cool idea, so for one often peaceful race to try and learn martial arts. Like, granted, they are like snakes of arms, but they can improvise and gain some ideas and etc. So yeah, it's like very brief, and these snakes just simply get added to yet another planet that is overruled. Yeah, because whilst in the storybook, I think it's about 8 planets, which is quite a lot considering my guide was that's like 16 planets or something. Yeah, so it's not a lot. So yeah, this last Jew's Helm's planet was being targeted. The Tengus is already overruled, and now the Snake planet. So there's about 5 or 4. And so yeah, I guess I think I've got expanded upon how Ozona keeps an eye on the more peaceful planets just in case they don't go too far, and researching of the martial arts on the Snake's end. Yeah, I think both of them could have been expanded upon because they sound like 2 pretty cool ideas.
Research the many forms of martial arts coming from many alien races. But what not many races do not know, however, is that it was Xyanthor's race which had originated most forms of martial arts, and they have been spread.
Oh yeah, that was interesting detail. I'm not as keen on that nowadays because because from my updated lore, or it's the similar lore regardless of whether it's this or the reboot. But yeah, it's the elements themselves that created this race to be more protective. But yeah, it's not only being strong, but it looks like they've got martial arts already in their genes. Already knowing how to fight without much training. So other races got inspired by that race to study martial arts from them. So I feel like it makes more sense for other planets to have their own form of martial arts, and it could be the Naravast that nicks the ideas from them. So I could see that making more sense because it'll be like extremely tricky to like learn martial arts from an aggressive force, and let alone trying to study from Xyanthor alone. He's hidden. It's not like many would have written stories about him or what his fighting style is like. So yeah, that aspect it's cool at first, but it doesn't really make sense looking back.
Around via other races, which does not make Xyanthor happy. Even some powerful entities who used to exist.
Yeah, although martial arts is far more less threatening compared to powers, for instance, and I guess because I do like to try and mix both martial arts with supernatural abilities. But yeah, I just felt like martial arts is because the Xyanthor requires a lot of power to be taken down, so I just feel like the martial arts side of things is
Chapter 24,
not much
entering
to worry
Planet
about,
Gar.
really.
In the awesome words of the fighting getting to the important
Because it would have
stuff,
been one
Nicole
thing if
contacts
Xyanthor was
Diane,
like a really
letting
good
him know
fighter
that if the
and
Legion is
used all
about to head
vulnerable
into a
and he's making sure
corner,
every
then
martial arts
Diane
is
would be a
learned. But I know
great
he's
help.
already
But at the same
super
time aware
strong
that
too,
Diane is
so
still
yeah, just has to
diminishing
do how he has.
Xyanthor's
You
allies.
shouldn't really worry about
As
it.
well as getting to know what Ozona is like, how they saw
Even
experience
some
and the
powerful
abilities such
entities.
as his telekinetic sword,
Okay,
telekinesis,
what
lightning
be? I just felt
production,
like that was
and
just
force
random
fields,
lines up in
his
the
race
air.
is
Yeah, which
powerful to
powerful
obtain
entities?
such power. Ianthus race
Hailwolf
fight
also
before
takes the
and how
chance to
impressive they
explain
seem.
how
I think
Hailwolf
lines like
got
that
mixed with
made me think,
Ozona
oh,
in
you
the
know,
first
well,
place.
I'll be expanding
Hailwolf
a lot
explains
more
what race she
ideas,
is,
but
one type of race
but
that
as you
used to
know,
help
you
the
know, a lot of
galaxy
these
via
kept on.
combat.
You know, it's like when
But
I
this
thought
tradition
it
was
going to be like a huge
discontinued
galaxy
after
full of
finding
worlds,
out that
but you
Xyanthor
know,
is
Earth
after those
reality,
who
not only
continue
was
to
it a
use
small
combat.
set of planets at first,
Ozona
but
is
then
alone, however,
you know,
race-wise,
the
and
reboots
this is
just going
where
to have
Hailwolf
Earth
explains what the
being
Stonos
planets
are,
and then a
beings
couple
who
of other
aid
things, you know,
Ozona with
to
taking over
help
planets. This adds
simplify
to
it.
Ozona's
I
little
might
empire,
still,
such as the
you know,
massive
consider
chains
lot
that
of the
get
planet
launched to
ideas,
grab
but you
planets.
know, I think it just goes
Hailwolf,
back
however,
to,
has sensed that some of the Stonos haven't been as
maybe I
fully
could
into
still
the
go for
cause
the
as
idea,
others,
maybe
meaning
each
if the
planet could be
Stonos
like a
attack,
country
they would be worth
equivalent, and
killing.
now they're all
But the more
have like
hesitant
a
ones
meeting
only
point.
require a
So yeah, by
takedown.
making the
This is a
worlds
race which
like
wants
far
to
smaller, I
represent
feel
and aid a
like
good leader, but
that could
seeing
make
how
it
restrictive
easier and
Ozona can
maybe
be,
far more
has made them
accessible
more
ways
hesitant
for
than ever.
planets to
So many
transport one
races like the
another, with whether
Numians
it's
don't get
spaceships or
themselves into
maybe like
fighting
a
to keep
space
their race
transit. That could be
alive.
kind of cool.
Hailwolf, however, tried to continue the old tradition by
So yeah,
making her learn to
I better
combat
have a think
herself,
about that
both
actually.
in her normal
Adding
form
to
and
why only
mainly
he
in
wants
her
to possess the
animalistic
knowledge of
form.
fighting.
Sadly, she was caught, and this did gain attraction as Ekron spotted Hailwolf one day
If
when he
some
was
have
on
been
one of his
around
planet
100 years
spying
ago,
tasks,
maybe,
and
but
reported
that's
this to
quite a
Xyanthor and then
stretch. I mean,
Ozona.
Xyanthor has probably
Ozona
been in the
considers
for
linking the
ages, and
Numian's planet
I
via
know
a
that
massive
battery's still
chain and
alive, but
considers getting rid of
he's in a
most of the
cloak,
race.
so
But Hailwolf
yeah, that
offers
doesn't
to be an
work either.
assistant to Ozona instead to save the lives of the
So
others.
adding
Knowing
why
she might be
wants,
better off the
why
planet,
only he
thinking her
wants to
race no
possess the
longer wants
knowledge
her
of
around.
fighting.
This may have been the case considering
Oh
Ozona
gosh,
reveals himself in
it's
front of
just
other
more villain
Numians
stuff
that the
which
race
is
is in
just not
trouble.
adding up
And it was
properly. So he
Hailwolf's
just wants to
fault,
be
considering
the
her
only one with
practice,
martial
which
arts,
had been
and that's
going
it.
on
Well,
for
good luck
months.
with that, because
When
everyone
the
else
chain
wants to
landed on
learn
the
it.
planet, the Stonos
Whether
around
you like it
gathered the
or not, so
Numians,
yeah,
using
that's
some
just
rough
so odd.
force, no killing. The killing
Regardless
part
of
was
his
considered
doings,
until Hailwolf offered herself to
the
be an
more
ally for
hostile I was, the
Ozona.
more.
This makes
Okay, so we've
Ozona
got a
spare the
variation
Numians,
of the
but
type of the
nowhere
Stoner.
days they
So
are
there's
kept a
some really
closer eye
into
on by
the
Ozona, the
calls and some
Stonos, and
aren't.
even other allies of
Regardless,
Xyanthor. Most
Ozona
Stonos
was
fight
mainly
the
happy
DUI,
with his
which are more
army,
hostile,
and even
while the
Valor's
more
as a
defective
right-hand
Stonos.
ally.
But
Only
getting
help
another
gather the
ally
DUI
nearly
in
made
one
Ozona
spot for
consider
Ozona
getting
to
his
speak to
legion
them
of
all
allies
about the
with
new
mixed
way that
abilities.
Oh yeah, I think that's like
Once
a way
Ozona
of
got hold of
performing
Hailwolf,
progress
gripping
whilst
her
not being
via
too aggressive. You know,
telekinesis,
just
taking her via
probably
the chain
simply
and out
put
of
the
the
weapons and
planet.
say, oh, no,
The
stay
rest of
there,
the
because you know,
Numians
just
are
gather
then
them
left
all at one
alone, but
spot,
will
and then
have often
for
visits from the
Ozona
Stonos and
to
perhaps Ozona
give them all a
himself
heads
as he
up what
manages
their
multiple
new status quo
planets.
is going to
The
be.
Legion, after hearing this, thinks
I feel
Hailwolf
like
shouldn't have this
because it's
mindset and that her
overthrowing,
race would
should
want her
explain
back.
how
The
it
race may
decreases
need
each
protecting
culture of the
after all.
planet. You know, that could be
Once
a
you
really
show that you
interesting
are
part to
protecting
discuss
others,
about,
it is
but
often the
I know
easiest
that
way to
Legion
help
are like the
others
main
move on.
focus, but you know,
While
I think
Hailwolf disagrees,
things
she
like that
still
should be
thinks that the
addressed.
Legion seems okay so
So
far.
yeah.
How they
They will be
handle
living their
foes
lives.
and seeing what the
With a
Legion
new
is like
addition
when
of
they are
having
not
some
Stonos who watch
this
the
makes her
planet
drawn
just
to
so
them
they can
more,
see if a
something
planet
which
is running
Zami
reconsider
Okay,
how he
cool.
presents
That
himself.
Stoneos are doing
As
that, although
Pod
I just feel
sees
like
that
that's not the
sharing
case
history
in
is
the other
helping this
planets, unless I
situation regardless of what
forgot, to
Nicole
which,
thinks. Pod
yeah,
shares
I just
about
really
how
hope
he
that
used to be led
Stoneos
by a
are on
cruel
some
leader,
planets and
with which
aren't
Hailwolf can
on others.
empathize.
Yeah, because
They
that'll
compare
be
each other's
contradictory.
experiences, such
Peacefully
as how
or not.
Ozona was restrictive
Ozona
to what
hovers.
Hailwolf can do
Some
during her spare
DUI
time.
try and fight him
And
up
Pod
close,
talks
but
about
he
how he
either
has been
zaps the
pushed
DUI
around all the
minorly,
time for
uses
when
his
needing
force
to get
fields to
anything
defend
done.
himself.
After
Okay, so
asking
is
more
that
about
when
Mechajor, such as how Mechajor was
I thought,
very animalistic,
did all of them not
especially
go
towards
over in
those who
one
were
spot
smarter
yet,
than him,
and Ozona already
Hailwolf
tried
responds
to,
that Ozona is
talk
mainly
down on
sly.
them?
But
Not
Ozona has
already,
had moments of
despite the
silence,
scramblings still
making Hailwolf wonder if
happening.
this grand being is putting on an image,
Okay.
and even Ozona threatens Hailwolf if she ends up staring at
But
Ozona
yeah,
for
looks
his odd
like some
behavior.
snakes tried to fight
And
him, but
so,
of course,
after a
Ozona
chat,
just needs, one of
Hailwolf
his
guides
abilities
piloting
to
Zami
either
to go under the
quickly take them
water.
down or
The
defend
Automaton can
himself
adapt to space as well as water,
yeah, just
thanks
really
to Zamis
emphasising more,
upgrades.
you know,
And
power,
with the
you know,
awesome
nodes and
Atone
presidents
adapted
can
to
go
space,
through to Ozona
Zami
that
and some
easily.
specialists
or
at the
uses
base created
telekinesis
to move any
for the
DUI
Legion
if they ever get to
These
an uninhabitable
DUI have
planet.
no weapons and
But
no
like
proper
any other
abilities
planet,
aside
they
from
end up
slithering
in,
quickly,
they make
and
sure
they can
that the
punch
air is
quickly.
good via holographic
But what they can
technology.
do has nothing
but
on
both that
Ozona
and
or the
Hailwolf
state that it's safe to breathe.
Yeah,
The
that's
vehicle goes into
what
a
I can
cove.
see.
It is a recommended
That
shortcut by
writing, that
Hailwolf
looks
so the
very
Legion can get to
complicated.
Ozona
Anyway,
via a sneakier route. But
yeah, because I
Hailwolf
think
didn't know Ozona has
yeah, with
another
all of my
ability
any
too.
races, I do try and
Ozona
find that way
earlier
to
sensed
stand out,
atmospheric
'cause I think the snake
activity.
creatures,
This is
you
where
know,
Ozona
already
sent
stand
Valors
out,
down to
but,
where
you know,
the
to have
atmospheric activity took place,
the ability
diving
to
quickly
punch
into the
quickly, you know,
water.
that's
Ozona is confident
something that's kind
Valors
of
will
cool,
sort
and
out
you know, the
another
slithering
intruder
already
while Ozona
gives
keeps an
them
eye on the
advantage over
production of the
something.
new
Not to
chain.
mention, you know,
He is
snakes
waiting for
can,
his destination
you
to
know,
invade
wrap
the
around
planet
themselves around
Slith
the
using his
face. Although I feel
castle's
like maybe
holographic
snakes as
projections
long
to keep an eye on
as,
all the planets he
I
is
don't know,
ruling
probably
via
half
camera
a
feeds.
python instead of
Speaking of
probably a
Valors,
python. Maybe I could
Hailwolf
make them
mentioned Valors to the Legion
Pythons and
earlier,
give them
being shocked that another Morphil
like
was
a
around. This made Pod look back
what's
and
like
see why
the
Hailwolf was
process when
scared of him at
pythons wrap
first.
around their
This
prey?
makes
What's that
Pod
called?
consider that no other Morphil so
I
far
forgot.
has been on the right path, bothering him
Stoner.
more, but at least there is an alright start with Hailwolf.
No.
Due to how unpredictable the cove is,
basic fighting
the
skills,
Automaton
but they
is
can use their
accidentally
maces
knocked
to
into a
gush
top
air,
part of a
winning a
cavern
lot of
and is
fights.
slowly going down.
All the DUI have now gathered on a spot.
How will they get out?
Zami
Zami immediately knows that the ship needs fixing, but unfortunately, they all get cornered and wrapped in seaweed by Tengus, crab-like creatures which have more normal arms and legs compared to a normal crab. With everyone wrapped in seaweed, the Legion is all hanged upside down. Not even Hailwolf to have his speech about how his planet is now his alongside others to stand down, scaring the DUI, like a misunderstanding. But as long as they behave, there is no need to attack. The Tengus are creatures that used to own Ozona's planet. It was mostly water up until Ozona and his hired goons of Stonos got rid of the water and tried to wipe away the Tengus. Considering they once possessed something very valuable, and now there are some survivors, eating seaweed and running on 1 star as permanent heat. Most of them died when Ozona got his Stonos started which can be the tensest feeling ever. Most of the Tengus with another planet by going to the core to play politics with on his own. So deep in the water, the Stonos won't risk it. Tengus are far more adapted to the deep water compared to other creatures in the universe. The cavern they are in now is part of the core. From how the water travels around the planet, the water hardly enters this deep cove. The Legion, after hearing this later, does clarify that they want to take down Ozona, freeing anyone in his grasp. This makes the Tengus drawn to the Legion. Even seeing this without any fake ego around, the Tengus no longer see the Legion as a threat. And so, the seaweed is undone, and the Tengus will help fix the Automaton. Alongside eating and chatting, the Tengus do seem keen on everyone, and so Ozona and most of the Stonos from legends what Morphils are like alongside a nearby neighbour making a bad impression. Pod could tell, and they aren't impressed. As this goes on, Pod leaves his trident aside, and one Tenga gets curious about it. And Pod once again gets defensive and snatches the trident away from the Tenga. The Tenga gets scared, and the other Tengas start getting put off by Pod, and then the rest of the Legion. The 9th one to be precise. The Tengas all gather and get the Legion to leave, with Pod squandering this potential connection. The Legion decides to leave them. Ozona is a priority. This leaves only the Legion to fix the Automaton alone, slowing down the progress, and the Tengus all run and hide away, making the Legion disappointed in Pod, and Pod shows a side to him that he thought was not around anymore. This does make the Legion angry towards Pod. He has shown a side to him that wasn't true, and Pod can only look at himself in shame. He cannot compare himself to Zami or Nicole. But when things couldn't get worse, Valors comes around, shocking everyone including Pod.
It just makes you wonder what the other planets were. It's just like in the end of my second lengthy animation, which the book had tried to adapt this of. There was these, 4 planets on the screen. I just remember thinking, which ones were they? And not to mention, I remember that interesting idea where there was going to be no more Zynfall's goons at all at the end of book 2, which I could see that happening because book 3 has its own problems, and book 4 already had Megajaw, so I could see that's an adaptation kind of working. But of course, these normal versions are a bit more complex with what it's trying to juggle.
Nice. Ozona has been doing this since a certain event took place. The chains and transporting do take a while after all, not to mention...
Oh, so that means Ozona's been taking over planets since after that, okay. Because he managed to get hold of the power of the Falls, from that point on, didn't he? I think that's what happened, and I guess Zynfall and Ozona would have been in contact, just wondering what to do. And also 9 planets in 100 years, well, soon to be 10. I can see that happening, especially when you can't move planets through light speed. So I think that's why it's taken that long. To which I feel like that's realistic somewhat. The planets would have to move, quickly enough. But no, I just felt like that's reasonable statistic. 10 equals 100. I can play the math. If anything, that's hang on. So 10 planets in 100 years. That is 1 planet every 10 years, almost. Ozona is about to he's just ruled this snake one just now, and he was about to get hold of Earth, and and then the previous one was presumably the Numians. So yeah, it looks like there's some massive gaps in between, but it could be like dependent on like the distance of each planet.
Going for certain planets after seeing what they are like. While Ozona has
Okay, so I've answered some of my own questions.
finished invading this land, not only does Mollog remind Ozona via
So I guess it's just overlooking some of the planets here, they're far not worthy to, because I feel like Ozona could do this with all of them, because what makes more planet more peaceful than the other, and are some planets too complicated for him to overthrow? Well, I don't see that being a problem, because Ozone is like one of the most powerful beings around. So yeah, I feel like there's no filter. He'll just probably go for every planet. But what if like Ozone ends up ruling all the planets? I feel like that would overcomplicate between like Megadraw's way of things and Zionfall's way of things. Although no, it's just I feel like Ozone probably helps become like a proper good miniature ruler, and Zionfall just does the stuff with the elements here. I think that's like a difference, because I feel like Zionfall is more like a like a godly entity that creates, whilst Ozona is a bit more of a ruling type of power. So I think that's what the kind of angle I'm going for.
a communication spell that Zionthor would like to see him soon, but Mollog states to Ozona that Hailwolf might have died, got captured.
Remind. Okay, so it's like case setting was set up earlier. Not set up earlier, but a meeting was yet to happen. So I feel like remind was probably not the right word. Anyway. Oh yes, and yeah, with that following line. So yeah, Mollog is the one with the book there for with the teleported devices, and if there's no activity coming from Hellwolf, because she wrecked her wrist device, then so yeah, it's unknown what Hellwolf is like. So someone got captured or something else because the teleport device is broken. Oh yes, so yeah, plenty of variations that could happen. So yeah, I guess they'll wait and see.
Or something else because her teleporting device has broken. This puzzles Ozona, but he will make his way to Earth anyway, even with less of an idea for where the Earth could be, but he at least has a whole army to help with that. He nearly asks Mollog, but Mollog leaves the
Okay. I said that reminds me, so I think one reason why it's taken a lot longer to find certain planets, or I think it's just slowly going from one to the next, and with Earth, without the precise coordinates, it's just almost going in any direction almost, which I can somewhat see happening. But once they do find the coordinates, I suppose they go quicker. But I felt like light speed would be a thing. That means that all the planets and the chains would all have to go in light speed simultaneously. Because yeah, gosh, imagine that's like imagine I don't know, like in Star Wars. Like imagine if one spaceship is like chained up with other ships, and well, they all have to hyperdrive at the same time. That would be really complicated and would require like good time. And go if one ship goes into light speed, then the others just get dragged along the way, which doesn't sound very practical. So yeah, but at least will help. Yeah, just continue.
Paul. And Zyantha's goons are busier now. They need to keep Zyantha's reputation up.
Okay, so that's a bit rude of Mollog, to do that. To Ozona be like, oh, could you help locate it? Tell me where it is. But Ozona knows where it's gone, so why not? Oh my gosh, so yeah, if I know like Orphean's ships and that were destroyed, but did they not like track its location and then carry it over? Considering how important Earth is, why not gather like the important coordinates, like from the get go, like even before the Nichibolical battle. So yeah, it looks like Ozona's on his own. I guess it's like a bit of a distance between Ozona and Mollog, etc. Because even Ozona and Zionfall, they don't get on the best, but even then, they all have the same similar goals. Oh, okay, so yeah, I think that's why Mollog had to leave so quickly. yeah, I think he only called just to provide some updates, but then I reckon he's like, oh, you know, better get going. So yeah, I can see that happening, yeah, because yeah, with no Orpheum, yeah, I feel like they're weakest forces, and as you'll later see, probably in the next chapter or so, yeah, Dion is managed to decrease Zynvol's flows quite a bit, you know, the Nitrobots are done. But yeah, with the Nitrobots everywhere then, if that's what caught a lot of Dion's attention at first, unless the wood used to be scattered and now they're on like one singular ship, you know, as book one happened. Yeah, I can see that happening. Anyway, let's go on to the next page. Alright, so this is the battle against Thalos. You know what's happening here. So Zami's trying to zap, Arvin's on Valis' leg, and Nicole is assisting Hellwolf on the left, you know, with first aid, and Ice is trapped in the Tenga. So yeah, this is like a good visual.
Tilda chapter 26 Valors. As the Legion tries and fix the awesome Atone by replacing parts of the engine, thanks to keeping spare engine.
Okay, so they do keep spare engine parts. Okay, so yeah, that's sensible. Yeah, they're having to do it on their own because of what happened with the Tengas earlier.
Parts. Something starts coming out of one of the water tunnels, another Morphil gushes out of it, shocking everyone. As they...
Oh, I felt like... but Valis already left the cove and shocked everyone. So are we just going back to that point in time, like an episode? You know, like a TV episode. Check. It's yeah, I think it's almost like Valis left the cove twice, making no sense. So okay, that's a bit. Yeah, oops.
See Valors. Hailwolf.
And also looking back, yeah, not. Oh yeah, I think yeah, Valis is wearing, you know, I think the novel describes what Valis is wearing, you know, a lot better compared to what I'd drawn, and just like a normal shirt and jeans, which it did look like that in the storybook, but yeah, it doesn't look very pleasant. And I'm also not too keen on the kind of grey. It's almost like too light. It's not a very fearsome grey, really. So yeah, I think that's what made me not as invested in Valis compared to like any other characters. So yeah.
Talks about how that is Valors, Ozona's Morphil. Valors is seen.
Yeah, she already mentioned him earlier, didn't she? And so I guess it's quickly clarifying that you know, it is him. To which yeah, fair enough.
Coming towards the Legion and the awesome Atone. He even sees the Tengus from afar, shocking him.
Yeah, the Legion and the vehicle are next to one another.
As he thought all the Tengus were gone, he took part in their slaughter after all. And so Valor.
Oh, okay, so yeah, Valus must have been there for quite a while, you know, especially if this is like the first planet they come across, but once again, I don't know how Valus ended up being like the only Morphil on his own. Like, did he come with Ozona after the certain event, you could say, or did he come afterwards? You know, what did Mechador think about, you know, just another loose Morphil all around? Oh, yeah, just suddenly noticed Valus has got the trident, but not to mention Pod, you know, is mixing up with the ground color, isn't he? You know, in the thumbnail of this video, I suppose, or this chapter.
Causes some madness. He recognizes the Legion from past descriptions. The likes of him and Ozona have been told via exchanges from Xyanthor and his other allies in the past.
Okay, so Valus must have been around quite often and probably listening to their calls as well, to which, yeah, that could be fair enough. You know, it's like the Goom getting updated. I wonder what Valus thinks of the, you know, when Ozona, you know, gets into phases. Yeah, that part hasn't been accounted for, but never mind. But anyway, so Valus knows about the Legion, and yeah, reason why he recognises the Legion.
Asked what this Legion looks like. He also sees that Hailwolf has turned her back on Ozona, making him angry, and keen to go for her as his main.
I don't think they were really mates, but you know, I suppose you know, like a traitor of Ozona is enough to rattle his feathers, I suppose. Not literal feathers, he doesn't have any, but yeah, I can see how he would be antagonistic that way.
Target. Valors then confronts the Legion, Plus, after seeing a glimpse of Pod's trident power, even after seeing a Morphil
Oh yeah, so yeah, I think remember is that Dallas is going to try and go for Hale Wolf Ferg, considering he's who he recognises the most. But yeah, I wonder what kind of glimpse of power Pod's trident had. Did it act up on its own again, or did Pod like move it in a certain way? Yeah, it seems to happen at random times. Yeah, with times that are probably a bit inconsistent. Maybe it's like a way of like the power trying to get out, but that's not been written. But yeah, Valastrin tries to go for the trident, and I remember the interesting bit later on that when Valastrin tries to use the trident, it hurts him because Pod has an adaptation which Valas is lacking, because it's an element after all, even if Morphals are quite powerful creatures. So yeah, maybe if Valas is probably more aggressive in his fighter style, to manage to get hold of the trident as well.
Which he thinks is on the wrong side, Valas fights off the Legion and gets hold of the trident from Pod. And Valas manages to put all the Tengus into a single ice block. The Legion continues to be
I think that's like some hints of what possibilities can be done with their trident, and if you remember, it's like almost what you think, therefore it will happen when you use that power. So if Valas is, wait, does that mean he knew what the trident was all about? Like, did he see the Tengus try and make it and see that it does have that element, or did the Valas guess that the trident did do element things, and unless it was just like a random power which Dallas somehow just managed to pick up, whether it's like ice or water, and single ice block Legion. So I don't know Dallas's knowledge of the elements. I would imagine it's like some bits and bobs, but the elements aren't like a priority, especially when Ozona already has one and it does well enough for him. So yeah, I felt like that should be clarified.
Puzzled after the ice wall that stopped Hailwolf, never knowing the trident could do these things. Pod, despite knowing about these minor qualities.
So I felt, oh my gosh, I think that's probably another missed opportunity. Maybe the Legion should have been like, what is the power that the trident has? We should look into this. I felt like that could have been, like either a better intro or acknowledged at the start of the story at least, even more so. Should have tried to experiment with it. Oh yeah, especially as it's been ages since the Orpheum stuff. So yeah, I just felt like it's just like a bit of a missed opportunity. But now they're shocked with the trident. Yeah, they definitely wouldn't want to get it off Valas now.
Of the trident is also shocked. Now Valas is going to try and fight the Legion, swinging the trident, making the Legion.
Wait, who got shocked? Oh, I see. So yeah, So Pod is. I suppose you would be surprised because the ice wall is one thing. The activity parts were little, but for to do that on that scale, yeah, I could see how it could be still surprising.
Pod, despite knowing about these minor qualities of the trident, is also shocked. Now Valas is going to try and fight the Legion, swinging the trident.
What's Pod's knowledge of the elements? I know that the others don't know much about the elements, but what about Pod's? Especially if he knew the life force was like a powerful thing. Did he not think, the trident could have had that, or at least shares, the similarities? Yeah, I think that's not been accounted for.
Making the Legion avoid a wave of fire by ducking, the trident can produce fire.
Fire ice naughty, yeah, so that's all clarified. So yeah, with Valas with that power, and he's going to get having a go with it. It somehow doesn't get to him until later. He doesn't get hurt by it, so he must have some resistance before the trident, does enough, or has had enough perhaps. So yeah, Valas is quite intimidated with this trident.
Fire too. Nicole and Zami remain distant while Pod, Hailwolf, and Arvin fight Valas up close. As another Morphil who has been misled. Pod.
So there's some kind of strategies with Zoe and Nicole being more long range, and I feel like going up close to, well, if your abilities are close range, then yeah, it is probably wise to go for him. You can have like better chances of disarming him, and Zoe and Nicole can just fire at him whenever it's a good time.
Pod is eager to keep Valors alive and try and get him to turn. Pod tries.
Oh yeah, now that's an interesting moment. I feel like it should have been explored a bit more, but yeah, because maybe Pod is like, if I could be better, then so could he, and yeah, to have a try during this battle, yeah, it is quite a good moment. Although what also confused me later on is that it's Nicole who takes down Valis by, what was it, a grenade to the face or something, as if that hurts a Morphil, to which I know that Pod's maybe stronger, maybe Mechador too, but does that mean like these other Morphils are slightly weaker, to which, yeah, I could see that happening. Yeah, if that's the case, I just thought they were slightly stronger in against explosions to their face and that. So yeah. But yeah, for Pod to try that, yeah, I think it does really add to like a sense of finding himself in that. But what's also kind of weird is that it goes from trying to get on with the Legion to being disturbed by the Tengas, but then the Tengas like, "Oh, Pod, you're cool. Here's some tips from the Trident," and then Pod likes them, or then knock it back about how the humans didn't like him. So Pod's like considering to be like more on his own with them, which I guess is like foreshadowed for later about how he probably would want to be on his own. But that means leaving Arvin too, who he gets on with, and that relationship between them hasn't, or friendship rather, is not really been expanded upon. So yeah. But anyway, so let's see what Pod tries to do with Alice.
Tries to keep Valors intact, preventing Valors from using the Trident, and he manages to unlock more of the Trident's power due to being familiar with energy-absorbing devices,
Due to being familiar with energy-absorbing devices, especially Ozona. Oh, okay, so maybe Ozona was like, this particular device can absorb, one of the elements, so maybe Valus. Although, I wonder how the Trident actually absorbed the element. I feel like I think it's like within, like, is it almost like contained within Trident, like a hollow thing, and then it just gets summoned whenever? I think that's the case, yeah, because I feel, because when it breaks and it leaks, in the fourth book, so I think that's the case. But yeah, so Valus tries to keep using the element power, and he's not letting Pod get in his way. Yeah, because I don't think it works in the end. I think Pod's just like a special case. He is like a one-off type of Morphil after all. So yeah, because Pod, I think at first thinks that he's got it, and
Tilda chapter 26 Valors. As the Legion tries and fix the Automaton by replacing parts of the engine, thanks to keeping spare engine parts, something starts coming out of one of the water tunnels. Another Morphil gushes out of it, shocking everyone. As they see Valors, Hailwolf talks about how that is Valors, Ozona's Morphil. Valors is seen coming towards the Legion and the Automaton. He even sees the Tengus from afar, shocking him as he thought all the Tengus were gone. He took part in their slaughter after all.
Okay, so now it hurts him, which doesn't quite make sense. I feel like it should have hurt him from the get-go, considering how powerful it is. So, yeah, I think with the mention of mindset, Shevin just goes back to, once you possess that power, it's then, connects with your head and just wondering what to do with it. So I think that's what I'm trying to go for.
And so Valors causes some madness. He recognizes the Legion from past descriptions. The likes of him and Ozona have been told via...
Yeah, I can see how that might be, quite distracting and distressing when he's like trying to battle them all.
...exchanges from Xyanthor and his other allies in the past what this Legion looks like. He also sees that Hailwolf has turned her back on Ozona, making him angry.
Oh yeah, I think the Morphils have a thing with biting, which Mechador, often does. So, that's how Hailwolf got hurt. To which, yeah, I can see how that could be kind of handy, especially if Hailwolf is got one of his arms at one point.
And keen to go for her as his main target. Valors then confronts the Legion. Plus after...
yeah, I can see that being consistent. Yeah, would the clothes be torn as well? Most likely. Yeah, because I think it's both the clothes and and her overall body, going along with the second form.
Seeing a glimpse of Pod's trident power, even after seeing a Morphil which he thinks is on the wrong side.
Oh yeah, I guess that definitely adds some tension. So yeah, it's just like down to 3 fighters left, and even the Tengers can't help out. They're all been frozen, especially when there's not been many of them.
Valers fights off the Legion and gets hold of the trident from Pod. And Valers manages to put all the Tengus into a single ice block.
So Helwolf is still well protected, considering who Valers is trying to go for. So that's it's nice progression in the battle.
Legion continues to be puzzled after the ice wall that stopped Hailwolf, never knowing the trident could do these things. Pod, despite knowing about
restrain as in arm-wise or leg-wise, I feel like it's a bit broad, but no, maybe it's the lot.
These minor qualities of the trident is also shocked. Now Valers is going to try and fight the Legion, swinging the trident, making...
Okay, yeah, so Arthur definitely knows how to use his abilities well. I feel like he's a bit more in the background in this particular story. Maybe the third book could be accidentally meta about how he's being left out, but yeah, it's like a silly theory.
The Legion avoid a wave of fire by ducking, the trident can produce fire too. Nicole and Zan...
Arvin's daughter tried. Okay, so yeah, I think with Arvin struggling against Valor, she had to try and help the Tengers. Yeah, I think, although Valor still needs help to be restrained and fought against, considering he's a Morphil, that's quite tricky, but I suppose, know what kind of state the Tengers could be in, so to try and save them, it could be a cool idea. And, know if the Tengers, have like the seaweed thing, or if they're combat ready in any way, then yeah, adding numbers up, I guess, could help. So yeah, looks like Arvin tried to use 1 or 2 ways to try and break the ice.
Army remain distant while Pod, Hailwolf and Arvin fight Valers up close. As another Morphil who has been misled, Pod is eager to keep Valers alive and try and get him to turn. Pod...
with the dangerous weapon put aside, so yeah, I think Pod's using like defensive methods only to stop Valers from attacking. I think that's what it says right there, how that all goes.
Tries to keep Valers intact, preventing Valers from using the trident, and he manages to unlock more of the trident's power due to being familiar.
By not hurting Valers, that would help with the situation, because if you like trying to throw punches at someone constantly and it's getting countered, and if you're not getting any aggression back, then I can see how that would almost like wear yourself out almost.
With energy absorbing devices, especially as Ozona bears one. Knowing devices like these require a certain...
I guess that makes Valers like kind of scheming to trick Pod, so it's almost like picking up what Pod's weakness is, and already getting a glimpse that Pod is or being like, snap out of your phase. But I feel like with Valers, not being as animalistic, it makes him, smarter. Therefore, knowing where he stands or where he thinks he should stand, by representing that Ozona and that.
Mindset. Valers ends up dropping the trident after.
Oh yeah, that was a thing that's even further expanded in the 5th book, even the 4th one as well, because even if when Pod did lose the trident's ability, he still had the power within him, almost like his body somewhat absorbed the power, and able to continue that way. And even Seinfeld has to think where even when he lost the amulet, he was still able to perform element-based abilities, just from the body itself, and that's something that Vata had the understanding of and therefore passed on to Seinfeld. But yeah, what's happened here is that it's almost as if the power and the burning is just within Dallas's hand, and he managed to form a blade with the remaining power left. So that's Valers managed to improvise quite well there. A bit of a stretch, but at least it's something, and also a type of power rule which does get expanded upon. And I think this probably only works with probably more powerful beings, with Morphils than Seinfeld. Yeah, I can see that being the case.
Trying to use it again.
Oh yeah, the mouth, of course. So yeah, I think it's definitely getting the inside. So yeah, I can see why Valers would be no more.
Mildly burnt him once, and it did so again, making his hand both freeze and burn.
What if Dallas didn't open his mouth unless Nicole just managed to shoot his face and managed to get inside his mouth, something like that, or maybe like threw his nose into his mouth? That'll be gross, wouldn't it? But yeah, you never know. Dallas might have yelled as he nearly got hold of Pod. But would Pod be harmed by ice? Possibly, because I think Pod does have some vulnerability, but I think he can take a lot of damage. I think that's the kind of kind of build that he has. And yeah, look, it looks like Nicole has probably finished assisting Hellwolf, and managed to have taking the chance for a good shot, and not to mention seeing the blade that was formed as well. Yeah, as said above. So yeah.
Angering him further. Even at a point where Hailwolf tried to stop Valers from attacking by...
I think the blade is explained later on because it made Pod go like, why did you do this? But, I think it was explained to him, and Pod is still in an odd mindset. And yeah, and the Tengus are happy and they're free and they've been saved as well. So yeah, and with no more Valers too. Who I think the Tengus would probably have a grudge against, actually, considering they would have been around, and if they have a negative view of him as well. Yeah, I feel like that should have been acknowledged.
Keeping one of his arms towards the ground, Valers ends up flipping Hailwolf upwards, biting one of her back legs and then throwing Hailwolf, making Hailwolf go back.
Oh, of course. Yeah, that's another rule. I'm not sure I mentioned this before, but yeah, I made it so that, for instance, if a powerful, a character, summoned fire that was, that had like an ongoing effect because of the mindset of whoever produced that fire. But if the life is lost, then the power goes too. So that's the rule I'm going for, because yeah, I feel like it'll be complicated if a power continues to work on its own when it's been cast by someone. So yeah, I think it's a bit of a muddled line what I wrote, but at least you kind of get the point.
Back to her original form where her leg shares.
That also means that Darwin probably really struggled to break the ice as well. Yeah, must be really thick in that.
The same injury. Nicole goes to Hailwolf.
Thick with an E. Sorry, I'm not sure I made that joke before.
Hailwolf to aid her, making Zami act as the primary long-range fighter. With Hailwolf as Valers' primary target, the others prevent Valers from...
To cheer him up, we should explain that Pod nearly went and Nicole just saved his life, potentially. I'm not sure. But yeah, never mind. I wonder what the cheering up is about, but I don't think it really works considering what Pod is like later on.
Doing any other harm against Hailwolf. Arvin too struggles to restrain Valers using his tentacles.
Oh yeah, and then that kind of adds to, when Dion is like, when you're the only one of your kind doing good things and you do like these really good actions, and that's how you can stand out. So, yeah, it's a nice, good setup for later, and with the Tingers being a bit of a fan of him, and I guess the Tingers well done, but will probably still give you space, especially as I'm trying to cheer him up in that, because I can see how the Morpho would really disappoint him. He's just ashamed of the race he used to be a part of.
Spawned from.
Although, did Pod even remember Valles back in the old days? Was that a thing? Although, wait, hang on, was Pod around before or after the Element battle? I felt like it's after, and maybe Valles could have been far older, perhaps. We could probably see that happening. Probably could be cool, but even then.
His back using his evolution.
And not to mention, so if Alice managed to become smarter and less animalistic, just like Pod, so yeah, it does happen with all the morphals anyway. But I think it's just depending how they react and whether they want to still stay with Mechadraw or not. Because Mechadraw makes his own morphals, with a machine, almost like a asexual kind of way. As in the one word, what plants do, when they asexually produce. But no, it's a device, so it's not the asexual process. It's because they don't come from Mechadraw. Yeah, it's like I said, it's a machine that is created. Oh gosh, my own law. Am I right?
Based abilities. Even Valers swings himself to land on Arvin, hurting Arvin, but Arvin uses his other tentacles.
Oh, nice. Well, I don't like how I've written. Oh, they've had a nice moment, because it's just a bit too blatant again. But It's on topical almost, kind of adding to why Nicole is good at first aid. And sorry, I've just stalled on something. But yeah, I'm not sure why Nicole was being secretive about that, but I think she's probably like the kind of person who probably prefers to stick to the what's going on, especially with what happens now will help her legacy later on. But yeah, she wanted to work at hospital. Okay. Although, why did she then want to be a soldier? Did she change her mind about that later on, or was that like a backup choice? I feel like that should have been expanded upon, but I kind of like the interest in first aid, is kind of tied to that skill she has, which became very useful here. So yeah, it's a nice way for Nicole and Harold to bond. I'm not sure how many moments they got together. Did they like kind of fall out later on? But actually, no, I think they do have one more nice moment at the end of the book. So yeah, once again, it just helps build a couple more dynamics. Even if they're small, it's still exploring how characters interact with one another.
From his temporary evolution to soften his landing. Due to Vala's acting in an animalistic way, Arvin is told to try and help break the Tengus from the ice. Arvin can break the ice using his temporarily evolved claws, nearly breaking the Tengus free.
Oh, okay. So there's almost like a contradiction. Although I think Pod could be overthinking this, and it's like he should positively think that Nicole started to become a bit more looser. But it's almost like a jealousy thing. Because he doesn't have anything against Hailwolf. Like, sure, he would be in a bit of a negative mindset at the moment, but to have that kind of thought is a bit. I think is going a bit too far. And I guess what the story could be trying to go for subtextually is maybe Pod felt a bit offended when Cole's like, no, I'm not going to tell you anything, because he thought he probably made yet another genuine connection, because he's been getting on with the team from time to time. So I think that's the angle it's trying to go for. But sometimes when you have just met someone recently and there's like a like a moment where you can just get talking. Yeah, sometimes it can be normal for you to bond with someone new, quite quickly. When you sometimes can admit that in front of a stranger, as opposed to whilst you're scared to admit something in front of someone you already know. Like sometimes those kind of mindsets, can exist.
The rest of the fight plays out as Pod uses his martial arts without the trident, trying to calm Vala's down, countering every.
Oh, I see. Yes. Yeah. So it's it's definitely definitive that Hailwolf had no backstabbing intentions. For us to go for her like that. So yeah, Hailwolf is definitely 100% good. Oh, what's happened? So I think something just happened. Oh gosh. I wonder what was going on down there. Yeah. Anyway, we'll continue.
Punch thrown at him without hurting Vala's back, trying to explain that he cannot act like this anymore.
Helps defeat. Oh yeah. Solid. Even if it was nice fingers. Even though Hailwolf was always nice to the Tengus she just met. Oh yeah, I think with Hailwolf, being nice to the Tengus, yeah, I think that was like another minor step of, Hailwolf could be legit and is, being honest and, no two-faced kind of mindset going on. So yeah, it's just even more evidence. So yeah, it's just nice to confirm.
Even Pod tells Zami to stop trying to stun Valas. Near the edge, Valas tricks Pod into falling for Pod's words. But Valas.
Okay. Okay, because I can see Zami's mindset, but Pod. Someone is a good step for Oh, I'm a bit confused. What does the rest say?
Valers manages to use his frozen hand to form a blade. Nicole sees.
Oh yeah, I think Pod isn't as keen as Nicole at the moment because of Bella's having to go. But I think it should be clarified that once again maybe Pod did see the ice dagger, and therefore, I think he should be like slightly thankful but also disappointed. But it just feels like Pod's a bit narrow-minded. But why would he disagree that revealing new history won't do good for Nicole? I'm a bit confused on that.
This and then fires her grenade launcher in Valers's mouth, killing him, and he.
Yeah, I'm just gonna put a pin on that. So I'm just going to okay, yeah, I've got it. Yeah, it's a. We'll just turn the page.
Tilda chapter 20. Countering every work at a hospital is revealing part she was in the trust with her more.
Alright, so just updating myself once again. Let's go.
Solid, even though Hailwolf was always nice to the Tengus she just met. Zami still thinks that Nicole revealing her history with someone is a good step for Nicole, but Pod still disagrees. Whilst Pod is somber about Nicole and Valers, this is where the Legion also wonders about Pod's trident's abilities. Pod unenthusiastically said that it has.
Okay, so yeah, I think sometimes when odd things happen to something you're familiar with, I think sometimes you see they don't know what to do about it. Yeah, although if with that ice barrier that stopped Howolf earlier, it's almost like what's going on? Sorry. Yeah, it's almost like so yeah, as if the power starts to leave the weapon a bit more. I think that would. I think there was moments where some eyebrows were raised. But yeah, I think a part of Pod is not either not too fuss about it or definitely distracted by other thoughts at the time. So I think that's why he's a bit unenthusiastic about that. Not to mention, he's someone who's not like the biggest fan of power. Like even if he learns more how to use it, he knows to use it sensibly at first anyway.
It happened before, but not to this degree. But thanks to Valers reaching into it, this could mean Pod can do more than swing a trident around.
Okay, so the Valus probably unlocked it more, or maybe Valus showing how to use it more so made Pod think of a couple of ideas how to use it better.
The Tengus offer tips, and the Legion is more excited with more power on their side.
Yeah, I think that could have been sort of expanded upon, having more abilities means more solving situations, but yeah, maybe Pod could have responded by being like, oh, the power of itself isn't just a good thing. It can have like repercussions, or if not used sensibly. And maybe Pod could have felt a bit used that he's used just for the extra power, to which that could have been expanded upon. So yeah, at least it's just showing how they initially responded to it.
The Legion was focused on arresting Hailwolf earlier, hence why they asked now, whilst everything is calm despite.
Yeah, I think that's almost like trying to write a justification for why this kind of conversation is happening now. To which I can see why it's just recovering after a battle, and I think you needed to fix the attempt quickly. Yeah, so they're already onto it. Yeah, they're not sitting around you. They are keeping moving. Yeah, I just hope they've rested and eaten, etc. I'm sure they have. Something that we can infer, from the previous book. Whilst everyone was calm despite needing to fix the tone. Yeah, I think we made it to the end of this one.
Needing to fix the awesome tone quickly.
Alright, okay. So yeah, Tengus are fine, everyone's sort of happy except Pod. There's trident stuff and they tend to get fixed. So that's what's happening there. Although, looks like we've got back to Dion, and let's see what he's up to.
Tilda Chapter 27, The Return of Dion. Dion is in the world of the Noozles, simply called Noozelland. The Noozles
Not a fan of naming it like that. It just sounds very lame and cartoony nowadays. I think what I was trying to go for is, like for instance, the Land of the Veronics, which is in book 4. That sounds far better because it's like a bit of mystery, and even Veronica itself could sound like quite a scary word, and that'll be in New Zealand. Yeah, it just sounds like a theme park. Yeah, like even if the creatures are endearing and make up most of that planet, yeah, it's kind of like. But regardless, it's where Dion's at.
are small dark.
And you can somewhat see the setting. It's a bit over detailed.
Tilda Chapter 27, The Return of Dion. Dion is in the world of the Noozles, simply called Noozelland. The Noozles are small dark blue creatures with trunks and dragon wings. Dion has been going from one Xyanthor goon to the next, really shrinking the alliance. Dion is now up against Kyborgi, someone who can turn into a ball and can move around very quickly. He can even turn speed into a former of energy that can be blasted and even able to spin around objects to throw any debris around the area. Dion, while making sure no debris hits the Noozles alongside other wildlife. But despite getting hit by the super speed-like energy, Dion defeats yet another ally of Xyanthor. But Dion sees that the Legion is about to go to Ozona.
Okay, so at least we know what the Noozles are like. Yeah, just nice. Somewhat friendly creatures. Yeah, and they're almost like elephants, but without legs and not smaller and have wings and tails. And I think to expand more about Kyborgi, I think I really struggled what else you can do with a character that can go to ball and bounce about. Because I know that some characters have more abilities than most, but at least there's a bit more you can do with them.
And so Dion is trying to decide between Xyanthor goons alongside.
I think that we somewhat knew from earlier, but yeah, I guess it's more emphasised here, and we can see an example of a Dion and sort of like Kyborgi here. Although New Zealand at this point is like quite a peaceful planet. I wonder what Kyborgi is doing here. Is he drawing Dion here and hoping to have a go against him? Well, good luck with that, because I feel like the Niche Bots have some of the better, rounds with Dion, and even Dion's beat the lots. So yeah, maybe the lead. Maybe I don't know. Yeah, I think Xyanthor would be very encouraging to try and keep Dion either occupied or hopefully defeated one day.
Other issues like earthquakes and crimes across other worlds. Dion also thought that by making his way to the Legion might have an upper hand against Ozona, already seeing how powerful he is.
It sounds interesting, like a speed type of energy, although it's a bit up in the air and abstract, because something I've been thinking about recently is that, what is the point of, E type of energy, because, lightning zaps, fire burns, acid, I think acid is more like a rotting thing, especially when lava probably could melt something. I can see that being the case. And then yes, gooey, sticky, ice freezes, rock is, like the hard material. Crystal I've made as like more of a reflective material, so to bounce off that. It's just having a bit more of a purpose, because there's nothing wrong with having multiple types of spells or abilities that do all sorts of burning, zapping, pushing, etc. But it's just trying to be more selective and, like I said, just a bit more of a purpose. I think funny enough, one inspiration is that if you remember Plants vs Zombies, Garden Warfare, each type of weapon or ability is not only very distinct, but each projectile has, a purpose and function, whether it's close or long range. So, that's like the variation I like to go for, but whilst also varied, but have a lid on and not too similar to each other.
Dion has been waiting to take Ozona for a long time, not as active as other villains.
Okay, so that's quite a good few abilities that Kyborgi has, but it doesn't quite grab my interest as much. Not to mention, I think Borgi's the kind of character he's getting cut, because if I accidentally created another character who can go into a ball, but he not only seems more interesting, but even looks more interesting. Because I guess Borgi does have a kind of a cool design. You know, he looks like he would have been like circular with shorter arms and legs, but I think who I envisioned didn't quite translate as well as I thought into this 8-bit look. But anyway, let's go back to the story.
But Ozona is still not good news. His empire of restriction must end.
Other wildlife? I wonder what else does that. I think I think there's those giant wolverine creatures I made up, plus chameleon-like aliens. So there is that, I suppose, if accounting for the guide I've made. Well, that's outdated, but yet to be updated. So I think that's what it's going for. But yeah, it's good that Dion, is not only, defeating the enemy, but also, defending the residents when needed.
Someday. As well as diminishing Xiantha's forces, Dion has allied with a machine-generating race to form multiple...
How? I'm not sure, but it looks like the energy did hinder Dion a couple of times. I can see how Dion could be quite tricky to grasp and get hold of, with the energy and the speed, but Dion's quick too, so yeah, that wasn't very precise. Never mind.
Satellites to place on many, if not all, planets for Dion to keep tabs on multiple planets, able to help planets that are devoid of technology. This race is Mechanams, rat-like but...
Oh yeah, so whilst it could have been expanded upon and could even be an interesting debate, but regardless, you do see what kind of choices Dion has to make, and yeah, because I think Dion would be familiar with Ozona enough with the senses, perhaps. Although I think Dion would have only met Ozona once in that battle, and 100 years ago. And but yeah, Ozona didn't have the power then. He might have still been quite reactive though, and Dion could have seen what Ozona was like when Zemian managed to fight most of the main villains all at once, which is sounds awesome. Oh yeah, I can't wait to read that part already. I think that flashback is probably one of the bigger highlights of book 3 because it does add a lot. But yeah, like if Ozona is powerful, like regardless, then yeah, I think that's why Dion's like, I could go to Legion to help them out. And yeah, so what I was just thinking about is that like Ozona, whilst though being a overruling threat,
Chapter 26, Valors.
I think it's just
as
more
the
of a
Legion tries and fix the awesome Atone by replacing parts of the engine, thanks to keeping spare engine parts, something starts coming out of one of the water tunnels, another morphal gushes out of it, shocking everyone. As they see Valors, Hailwolf talks about how that is Valors, Ozona's morphil. Valors is seen coming towards the Legion and the awesome Atone. He even sees the Tengus from afar, shocking him as he thought all the Tengus were gone. He took part in their slaughter after all. And so Valors causes some madness. He recognizes the Legion from past descriptions. The likes of him and Ozona have been told via exchanges from Xianthor and his other allies in the past what this Legion looks like. He also sees that Hailwolf has turned her back on Ozona, making him angry, and keen to go for her as his main target. Valors then confronts the Legion, plus after seeing a glimpse of Pod's trident power, even after seeing a morphil which he thinks is on the wrong side, Valors fights off the Legion and gets hold of the trident from Pod, and Valors manages to put all the Tengus into a single ice block. The Legion continues to be puzzled after the ice wall that stopped Hailwolf, never knowing the trident could do these things. Pod, despite knowing about these minor qualities of the trident, is also shocked. Now Valors is going to try and fight the Legion, swinging the trident, making the Legion avoid a wave of fire by ducking. The trident can produce fire too. Nicole and Zami remain distant while Pod, Hailwolf, and Arvin fight Valors up close. As another with massive flexible hands and wearing a lot of flammable to keep Valors alive and try and get him to turn. Pod tries to keep Valors intact, preventing Valors from using the trident, and he manages
yeah,
to unlock
residents
more
which
of the
are
Trident's
probably
power due
at
to
the
being
most
familiar
kind of
with
danger
energy-absorbing
at the
devices,
time.
especially as Ozona bears one.
So yeah,
Knowing
it's definitely
devices
handy
like
to
these
sort that
require a
out
certain
once the
mindset.
Legion, definitely
Valers ends
capable
up dropping the
of
trident after
taking
trying
down
to
the
use it
foe,
again.
which has
It
already
mildly
proven with
burnt him
Orpheon.
once, and it did
Yeah, I
so
think
again,
Dion probably
making his
comes out
hand both freeze and burn,
in
angering him
this Ozona
further.
fight
Even at a
to
point
similar
where
to the
Hailwolf tried to
Orpheon one,
stop
but I
Valers from
suppose we'll
attacking by keeping one of his
wait and
arms
see.
towards the ground, protection
Valers
around
ends
them,
up flipping
and working in
Hailwolf
large
upwards,
numbers
biting
enables
one
them
of
to
her
make
back
all
legs
sorts
and
of
then throwing
machinery for many
Hailwolf,
races,
making
Hailwolf
I
go
might
back
have
to her original form where her leg shares the same
lead to have
injury.
an upper hand
Nicole
against.
goes to Hailwolf to aid
Okay,
her,
so yeah, I
making
think that's
Zami act as the
confirmed with
primary
more
long-range
ways going for
fighter.
Ozona.
With
But they
Hailwolf
do
as
try and
Valers'
stay under the
primary
radar
target,
just in
the
case they
others
are a
prevent
threat against
Valers from
Zionthor.
doing any other
No one
harm
knows how
against
to avoid
Hailwolf.
And that kind of goes back to
Arvin
what I
too
explained
struggles
earlier,
to
so I
restrain
think that
Valers,
little
using
line
his tentacles
helps.
spawned from his
Could
back,
be
using
expanded
his
upon,
evolution-based
even though it's a bit
abilities.
more detailed
Even
when
Valers
just
swings
talking
himself
about
to land on Arvin,
Xayantha's
hurting
list
Arvin.
nowadays.
But Arvin
After
uses his
all,
other
he needs
tentacles
any
from his
recording
temporary
technology
evolution
to
to
help
soften his
identify
landing.
threats more
Due to
specifically,
Valers acting in
but
an
he can only
animalistic
play.
way,
Oh
Arvin
yeah,
is told to try and
are
help break
these
the Tengus from the ice.
the
Arvin can break
comics?
the ice using his temporarily
I'm not
evolved
sure.
claws,
And
nearly
I'm
breaking the Tengus
not
free.
gonna lie,
The rest of the
because I remember
fight plays
thinking in my
out as
head, oh,
Pod
so
uses his martial
if the
arts without the
future of the
trident,
story is going to have
trying to calm Valers
interact with
down,
Dion more with
countering
these
every punch
satellites
thrown
and
at him
multiple
without
planets,
hurting Valers'
especially
back,
as
trying to
explained
explain that
here,
he
the
cannot act
void
like this
technology
anymore.
kind of
Even Pod
planets.
tells Zami to
I
stop
remember
trying to
thinking, oh
stun
yeah, well,
Valers.
you could have
Near
Dion
the edge,
make the satellites,
Valers
but I remember
tricks Pod
thinking,
into
oh,
falling for Pod's
Sammy would be
words.
too busy to
But
make
Valers manages to
Dion's not
use
the
his frozen
machine-making
hand to
type,
form
so
a
I just hadn't
blade.
really came up
Nicole
with a
sees
race,
this and
which
then fires her grenade
seems cool
launcher
at
in Valers'
first, but
mouth,
I really
killing him,
struggled
and he
to
falls disappointing and shocking Pod. The Tengus are
let
pleased and are free now
illustrate
the
them
ice is
and
gone, after all. Whoever casts
continue to
any
get
ability
inspired.
goes
And not to
alongside the
mention, I
effects
then
of their
came up with
abilities,
another
and no dead
alien
being
race
can
that
continue
might
anything
generate vehicles,
supernatural.
and
The Tengus are very
it
pleased
didn't
with the
quite
Legion,
grab my
however,
interest. But
while
not to
Pod is
mention,
accepted
I
more
think
so.
it's me
He
not
is
being
still
the
sad
biggest
about
fan
the
of
Legion's actions to get rid of
mechanical
another
machinery.
Morphil that has
Maybe
suffered.
this fictional
Even
universe
Zami
probably
goes to chat
suits
with Pod to try and cheer him
the
up,
lack of that, because they're
especially
close
now
to
the Tengus seem
yes,
to be into
Sammy
Pod
is
despite
a
being a
mechanic
Morphil
type, but not
himself.
only is
Even
that
Nicole, as
presented
she
in
aids
a
Hailwolf, both do have a nice
intentionally
moment.
basic way,
And
the early
Nicole for
books,
once
but
admits a part
Sammy
of her history on
has
how
a
she wanted
power
to work
which
at a
makes
hospital,
machine
and those skills she
generating
still has
yes, far
despite
more
never working in a
fictional, but
hospital.
yet far
Pod
more
does overhear
interesting.
this, and wonders about Nicole in a
So yeah, I
slightly
think because that's
negative
where the
way.
reboot is
She is
good to
revealing part of her
steer
history in
away from
front of a
that.
stranger.
But
Not one of her
regardless,
closest
with
friends.
Dion, working
Finally,
with an alien
Hailwolf
race to
helps
create
defeat
satellites
Valers
to
with full
help with
intention. This further confirms how
spotting
much
more
Hailwolf is
dangers
against the
and so
faction she
forth.
was
In fact, it's
enslaved
not just
to,
satellites
making the
useful to
trust with
him.
her
I
more
think these are the
solid,
same
even though
satellites that
Hailwolf
probably
was
get
always
expanded
nice to the
upon
Tengus she just
to
met.
contact the Legion as
Zami
well,
still
unless I'm
thinks that
wrong.
Nicole revealing her history with someone is a good step for Nicole,
And
but Pod still disagrees.
um,
Whilst Pod is somber about
oh, but
Nicole
yeah,
and
it is nice
Valers,
to be able to
this is
work with
where the
one
Legion
of
also
any races
wonders
that
about
way,
Pod's
just to
trident's
go show
abilities.
that
Pod
they seems
unenthusiastically
more
said that
accepting
it
of
has
the
happened
help he
before but
needs,
not to
with
this degree.
who you
But
can
thanks to Valers
go
reaching into
route
it,
for
this could mean
alliances with. I'm
Pod can do
surprised
more
that
than
I thought
swing
the
a
others haven't
trident
gone for them,
around.
but maybe
The Tengus offer tips, and the
work with
Legion is
whatever
more
this alien
excited with
race
more
is.
power on their side. The Legion was focused on arresting Hailwolf earlier, hence why they asked now, whilst everything is calm despite needing to fix the Automatone quickly.
Yeah, probably just hidden. Sorry, just kept stalling because I just haven't loads of thoughts all at once. So yeah, cool moment, and yeah, it's definitely like a good foreshadowing seed for the following book. But anyways, let's get going.
Those satellites in his spare time, which there is little of.
All if not multiple. I feel like there's a bit too many planets. Like, yeah, a bit chunky with the word in. Oh no, it's not the conics. It's the yeah. I remember the rat-like race. So yeah, I've got the race the wrong way around. But yeah, I think them two already being too similar in their functions already. Yeah, downside. Yeah, because oh yeah, I was also trying to say is that both this Mechanums, funny name, and the conics in the third book, I believe. Yeah, they were just a race I just came up with on the spot because it was just quickly trying to find out a reason and a way for A to B to be achieved. But I do wish back then I came up with far more interesting alien designs. Like, granted, some I liked at first when first drawing them, such as my storybooks, and carry them over and update them slightly. But there are just some that I just think, yeah, are not interested at all. I wouldn't know how to work with them. I think because that's the benefit of a good character design. Because sometimes if someone created a very cool new fictional alien, you could think, oh, I really like the way it's designed. Let's see how we can play off from it. But if the design and the function is not interesting enough, that makes you think, oh yeah, I want to know how to play out. So it just depends how we respond to things.
Chapter 27, The Return of Dian. Dian is in the world of the Noozles, simply called Noozelland. The Noozles are...
Yeah, it sounds kind of cool, large numbers, and flammable protection, massive hands. Yeah, they sound like a very mechanical race, but yeah, I think it just goes back to some of my points.
Small dark blue creatures with trunks and dragon wings.
I think moments like that also help explore like the universe a bit, what other races and their functions are like. But like I said,
Dian has been going from one Xyanthor goon to the next. Really?
Okay, so that explains another thought I've had. So okay, how is this anti-radar technology? Are they in a more barren planet? I don't know. That's the thing. Even in book 4, like there was the Morpher world, or the second one they stay in, it's apparently like more hidden. And although there wasn't really a reason why, but on the other hand, yeah, they didn't quite get hold of proper planet located technology until book 3. So yeah,
shrinking the alliance. Dian is now up against Kyborgi, someone who can turn into a ball.
Seinfeld's list. He has a list of goons to stick or twist, you could say.
And can move around very quickly. He can even turn speed into a former of energy that can be...
But he can only place their satellites in spare time, to which there is little love. Ah, yes, so yeah, I think that's where there's some obstacles in the way which slowed down this. Whilst this satellite idea we can assume is recent, I think it'll be tricky to do from time to time. But in book 3, there is like a calm before the storm almost, because all is left is Ironform, Mechadron, the Morphils, the 5 main goons, and plus Liverock and his customized army. And I guess we'll count Torrid as an additional threat too. But yeah, that's far lower compared to, like, whilst it isn't specified how many races Xynthor has made alliance with, I guess you can assume it's quite big. And so yeah, I think that just adds to why this satellite idea is quite slow production now, but I think they would have been far more scattered quicker in yeah, with more spare time. And yeah, I think that was sent to chair just helps specify what kind of technology Dion identifies and how it goes about from place to place. Just capturing a snippet of elsewhere. I guess it's a bit like modern security nowadays, where there's motion sensors and it creates an alert. That's the kind of idea we're going for with how Dion locates threats and that. Right, next chapter. Alright, so we'll come back to the subplot. It's about to get resolved very quickly, to which could be seen as questionable, but I think the reason this subplot, that first you could say, was resolved quickly is because it then becomes in time with the low point, to which I think it's fine looking back. They do. I think this does have quite a lot of details, so I'll see how I resolve it. I'm quite curious.
Chapter 28, Mike and the Mystery. Back at the base, Mike...
Not to mention, I feel like this is like the quickest case ever to be solved in this story anyway.
And his servicemen start to see some progress with who released the footage, and Mike considers going through a spare laptop in the base near the medical room. It is Retron's. And it turns out he hired...
he hired some editors. That's, oh my god, that just made me like cringe a bit. Like, imagine in like higher up in like the Earth's own Earth's defense, and you're like trying to present footage in a way which like scares the public intentionally, to spread false information, or at least like a false facade, to which I guess adds to the bit of a theming in this book. Yeah, we are spot on the pattern, aren't we? but, but then it'll be like, oh, we need to hire some editors from Fiverr or something. Yeah, yeah, it is extremely like cheesy and cringy from time to time. But it's just Retron being a video editor like makes it worse. In fact, why not just simply post the imagery? I guess the reason I
Tilda chapter 28, Mike and the Mystery. Back at the base, Mike and his servicemen start to see some progress with who released the footage, and Mike considers going through a spare laptop in the base near the medical room. It is Retron's. And it turns out he hired some editors alongside his vision to craft his propaganda. After finding this out, Mike goes to confront Retron. Retron has been looking more into the history of the Legion, which is part of Mike's private files. Retron does feel off when he sees that Mike does have Retron's laptop, and Mike also sees that Retron is to reveal even more about the Legion members, releasing their various and controversial history. Mike managed to get hold of Retron's laptop by going through his room's security. Mike tries to threaten Retron with what Retron is trying to do, reporting this to the president, but Retron tries to threaten Mike by stating that the Legion has been troubled at a point where the president would want to know. Mike can now get on to other aspects, stop the serviceman's current footage releasing task, and go and find more backing so he can tell off Retron to the president in a way that
how many editors?
Powers Retron's excuse. Mike already knows why Retron would do something like this. Retron is eager for his glory days.
Okay, so that's where Retron's located. Is he at the leader's building or in another IT room? I'm not sure. The geography of the space isn't fully refined, not the whole of it.
Struggling to accept.
Even this image down here looks like the same room you identify threats in, to which is that Retron? Is that? And yeah, because even both here, they look like they're both interacting with the laptop, and I like how Retron has a light blue laptop as this. You would be allowed to have light blue as the colour. It should be like black or grey at least.
That the Legion can counter more threats than anyone else.
Oh yeah, so that goes back to how when he was talking pod earlier, and I think that was the other thing. For no reason to hire editors, I think Retron has sent the information over, and to create a false. Is it still going? Yeah, like a false facade. By presenting all of that negative information, about the Legion, whilst showing all of their footage, it makes the Legion seem scary, as they take down multiple crimes across Earth. Although here's the thing: so if hiring editors, what are these editors like? Because that's like sharing high security information. Because I know that is, people. I don't know, like creating a army advert is one thing, but army adverts just simply promote a role. They don't share any secret information like that. That is just really daft of Retron to do, to spread classified information. I just feel like he should have done it himself, or maybe he could have had another serviceman that likes editing, but I should have clarified that, because it does sound like he jumped onto Fiverr and he was like, oh no, here's some private information, I'll share it around. Like, that is awful. That's like Retron's worst moments right here. Yeah, why did he do that? Anyway, we'll continue from the top here.
Tilda chapter 29. Tilda Canyon. The chain's progress is nearly done, but it cannot launch without coordinates, and Ozona starts to think that Hailwolf is either dead or abandoned the mission. Private files. Even Mollog, after using the communication spell, believes that Mike does have Retron has gotten rid of her teleporting device, as his magic book cannot state her current location. Ozona also tries to use the communication spell to chat with Valors, but there is no response. Mike also sees that Retron is to reveal even more about the Legion members, such as feats. Now Ozona will pay attention to the air around the planet to hopefully catch them before they could ambush him.
So it looks like
after chatting with Mollog via the communication spell, Ozona is then to have a quick chat with Xyanthor. Using the communication spell once again, both of them ask how each other are and what their status quo is like, but on the other hand, Xyanthor asks for Ozona's power, one of the types of energy that Xyanthor requires. Ozona refuses because Xyanthor could lose it if he isn't careful. So Ozona
And
recommends Xyanthor focus on
and also
finding the other
Retron
forms of
then
energy
manages
first
to
before finishing it off with Ozona's power.
release more of the
Ozona
information
is not the
once the
vicious
Legion
monster
are out
without
the
this
way,
power.
which
He
you'll
would
find
make
out
him
later
seem
on.
weak and more.
And I guess
Xyanthor
it
for
goes to
now
question, why
understands
not,
this and tries to be patient.
yeah,
Considering
'cause I don't think
Ozona is
you
very
would be
old,
able to delete
Xyanthor believes he won't have to wait
important
long.
files like
Both of
that,
them do get
especially
on
when
despite
I don't
Ozona
think
having a form of
backups are
energy
very
that doesn't make
likely.
the
I guess it
friendship as
depends
solid
how
as it should
secret
be,
information
not as good
works.
as it was before.
But
Back
also
to the
looks
Legion,
like what's
the
revealed is
Automatone
already
is
out
now
there, so
fixed
isn't no
thanks to
point
the Tengus.
deleting
The Tengus were asked
the
to join,
original
but they decline and do trust the Legion to help not only against
original
Ozona but other planets too, and so the Legion is
I
off.
don't know how to
Both groups
describe it.
wonder when they'll see each other again, history, and both
Mike
think it
managed
won't
to
be
get hold
until a
of very
veteran's
long time,
laptop by going
perhaps
through
when
his
all the madness
It's
is done.
only
The
Pod and
Tengus
Nicole
helped with
that
the engine
has
earlier by
that,
passing the parts
Xavi
one by one,
only
whilst
has
the Legion
like
kept the other parts
tidbits,
up to fix the
you're
engine,
like
which was
highly
deeper in the
pretended to
ship.
be human, I
Before the
suppose. And
Legion
Arvin has
leaves,
nothing.
the Tengus provide a
And
good cheer for the
and
Legion.
of course
This
there's no
certainly makes
Hell
Zami
5
happy,
but
especially
it
as one
feels like a
Tenga shows
bit
intrigue in
more like,
Zami's
imagine
true
if
personality,
all four of
wondering
them
more
had
about
to have,
him, and this encourages Zami to be
like,
more of himself. On
controversial
top of that,
histories, not
as the
just Pod and
Trident has shown
Nicole.
signs of the power mixing
Having
fire,
all four of
ice,
that
and
would have
water,
really
the
solved
Tengus
the
provide some
impact,
quick
and even though
tips,
Retro
while the
could
power
have
is now
stayed a
out.
step
The
further and go
Tengus
against it,
explain that the
like maybe
Trident
the
will help
President too,
direct the energy,
because
as the energy
both
will
of them
somewhat
used to be
connect with his
armament,
mind
but
after
they
some
will have to
concentration. Pod starts
make
to see some
tough calls
progress,
every now and
able to
again, and
control
Retron could
small
have
parts
presented
of
that
water
worse
within
than
the
it actually
cove,
was.
but the Tengus say that if he wants
But
to
anyway, let's
produce
get
more
going.
power, it requires more concentration and threaten Retron with what
Pod will
Retron is
perform
trying to
some
do,
while on their way
reporting
to
this to the
Ozona
President
inside the
but Retron
Automatone.
The Legion is then guided by Hailwolf to
But
go
yeah,
through the
maybe Mike
canyon,
was
and Hailwolf
like too
remains
busy
as a
going
good
through all that
guide when the trip
information,
gets harder,
and hence why
staying
he
in the
hasn't
low and hidden
reported
ground to which they
yet.
think Ozona won't see them
But
coming.
anyway, still looks like
However,
Mike is standing
after a
some
good
ground.
few quick moments with the stating that the Legion has been troubled at a point how the President would want probably better to settle with now get on to humans.
Okay,
Nicole
so
strongly disagrees with this, stating that Pod can
I
have
don't know
another
if
chance with
Retron
humans, they just need to be
managed to
convinced in the right
outmatch
way.
Mike. I can see why
But
he's
Pod
going
wonders
forward.
how she
Retron
can
being
provide
like, oh,
advice
look
if
what
Nicole is so
all of them have
secretive.
been doing.
What
Give the
does she
President more
understand about
questions,
convincing
especially with the
anyone
public
of
going to
anything?
interfere. So I think
But this
that's
exchange
what
is
he's trying to
also
go
cut
for.
short
But
as the Legion looks
Mike
behind
is still
them
right
and sees that the
Retron did
Stonos have arrived
release
on
some
their
very
Roxy Serpents.
you know,
Managing to
information
find
that's
the
meant to be
Legion as
secure.
Ozona updates them
Because I
that
think the
Ozona
Legion would
sensed
have
the
to be
craft
more
exiting
vague, probably
via one of the
thinking,
secret coves
or
that leads to the
maybe the
underground.
Legion would have been
Despite
less
the trouble among some of
involved
the
with
Legion
Earth and
members, they
gone out
start to focus
travelling
on
in
the task at
space.
hand while also
That's
keeping
not
in mind
reported
how
tomorrow, by the
hectic the
way, because
canyon
the
is.
Legion being absent from
Zami
Earth
pilots,
did
Arvin has the top
cause
turret, Nicole has the right turret and
some
Hailwolf has the left
controversy.
turret. Nicole was about to
And
order Pod to act as the outside vehicle
so
protector,
yeah,
to which Pod exits the vehicle before Nicole finishes the
but
order,
yeah, I think
showing how
probably
distant
I
Pod
think
and
both
Nicole
could
have
have. I
been.
think
And so
some
thanks to
refinement
the
would
Tengus
probably be
advice,
needed, to
Pod
make sure
attempts
Mike
to
and
have a
Retron
go with
had,
the Trident while
equal
primarily
standing,
using his
considering
physical
how
skills
experienced
like
both of them
swimming
are.
through the
To
river
other
and bouncing
aspects.
on any of the
Stop
rocky
the
structures
servicemen's
throughout the
current
canyon.
footage releasing
12
task
Stonos
and go
are
and
chasing
find
them,
more backing so
and
he
only
can tell
3
off
have been
Retron
shot
to the
down by the
President in a
turrets,
way that
Nicole
overpowers
and
Retron's
Arvin are good
excuse.
shots thanks to their
Mike already
experience,
knows.
but Hailwolf is struggling. Up until there is one
Yeah, it looks like
Stono who
they've
tries to
stopped
bump into the
talking.
Automatone from the side.
To which
But
I can see that
Hailwolf then
happening.
fires her
And
turret with
yeah, of
decent
course,
aiming and
making
manages
servicemen
to
stop,
shoot both the
because we find out
Stono
who
and
it
the
is,
Roxy
that's
Serpent,
something.
making
And
Hailwolf
I think
pleased with
Mike is
herself,
just
and
probably
even
going to make
Nicole
the task
compliments her.
his own.
Meanwhile, Zami flies from one
Unless he's
rocky
telling
area to the
the
next,
servicemen to find more
skidding the
backing
water,
against
turning
Retron, unless
upside
Mike's like,
down
oh, we
and
found the
performing
person, but
occasional
I'm
speed
not going to tell
boosts
you
to
who it
avoid
is. We'll
any
just
falling
find
structures
more
which the Stonos
more
cause using
evidence
her
of the
projectiles.
activity, to
This makes
which
Zami
I
pleased
don't
with
think that would
himself,
work.
considering
So
this
yeah,
is some of
this
the trickiest
needs a
piloting
lot
he
of
ever had to
improvements.
perform. And this gives Zami time to reflect on
So
who
I could
he is.
tell
He
off
is
to
already good,
Retron to the
and one good
president. That
about him
sounds
is that
like
he is
a
a good pilot,
like
and everyone
childish
trusts
drama
Zami's
there.
piloting,
Tell
making
off.
him even happier.
It's so
Even
light.
Zami at one point
Yeah,
makes the
although what's a better word
Automatone go
than tell off?
sideways
Oh,
so
like
that Nicole and
report.
Arvin can shoot
Yeah,
multiple
that
Stonos
probably
at
shouldn't have been the
once.
word.
Finally, Eventually, Pod manages to use the trident. He produces fire to one nearby Stono and Roxy Serpent, and he uses water to give himself a speed boost upwards to catch up with the awesome Atone. He even throws an ice block towards one other Stono and Roxy Serpent, and then Pod freezes the final Stono and Roxy Serpent using the power of ice is eager for his glory days. They have all made it. Struggling, the canyon dogfight starts to calm down, and the fighting also ends, and Zami opens the back of the vehicle so that Pod jumps back on. Both he and the others seem to like these new abilities. Pod is excited to learn about them, even practicing with the power again once he sits down, wondering how to fight Ozona later. But due to the argument earlier,
Actually
everyone
doesn't
stays
really
quiet despite sharing how they are
put
all
the
pleased
facade
now they have
here,
made
you know,
it.
to,
The fight is over,
you know, as a way
and
to probably
Ozona is
add to
nearly at their
the
doorstep,
theming. Like
making
what I
everyone worn
could have
out and
done is
nervous.
you
And
could
so
have made those
Ozona feels the
intentions
Legion
more
coming via the incoming
like
breezes of the
subtle,
air
only to
going through
be
his hands,
more
and so he
blatant, and
uses
then
his
go back and
telekinesis
forward,
to drag the
really
awesome
showing
Atone
how, you
quickly
know,
to him
bottom
and yanks
facade
out the
can be like
Legion all too.
misleading. So just showing like
Afterwards,
more of the
he
negatives
controls
of it.
gravity to keep the
Yeah, I think that
Legion
would be,
against the
like I said, it would
ground
have
and
added
in
to their
front of
theming,
Ozona.
and
Surrounded by
yeah.
stonos
that
the
their weapons
Legion
up,
can counter
as well
more
as the
threats than
awesome
Well, not to
Atone which
mention, you know, if you're
somersaulted
not,
across the land.
because I think
All are worried and scared,
I think
especially
another thing to
Hailwolf,
that's
and so
probably
now
would
the
have been
Legion is in
worth
front of Ozona.
exploring is that
Ozona
for
threatens
not being
Zamislav for the
very
location.
subtle
As
about
Ozona
his
threatens the
intentions.
Legion.
I
As
guess
said by
he should
Hailwolf
have been, you
earlier,
know, to
Ozona
because
also has an
it
alter
makes
ego that
him
is often
sound
overlapped by
a
another.
little bit
When
childish by
Ozona
being like,
presents
oh, you don't
himself
want
as
to
a
be the
godly
ultimate
being,
hero again.
Ozona deep down is scared to
It's
lose his power. So Nicole taunts Ozona
it
about
should have
how
been done
Ozona's
with
reign
a
will be
bit more
cut short.
nuance, you know, such
Ozona
as
tries not to overreact,
you know, maybe he could
trying
have
to
had
stay
like an
calm,
outburst
trying
of,
to
you know,
hide his true self
his
despite nearly
intentions
everyone
whilst
seeing
like
through him, making the likes of Zami
shouting
see
or
how
like breaking
puzzling it can
down.
be
You
to
know,
have
could
an
have had
alter
like
ego
a
and how
mic
it can
that, you
mess
know,
with
after
anyone's
being so
image.
reserved for
This
so
makes
long,
Zami realize he
that
can
could
no
have
longer
actually
present
then
himself
made
as
Retro a bit
threatening
more
to
layered.
anyone, even making
Um,
him regret
so
confronting his
yeah.
bully
than anyone
earlier.
else.
And Ozona's
Mike
overlapping
tries to make
personality
Retron
is
see
still
that
enough
Retron
to send chills down the spines of all of them,
Yeah, I think
even scaring a
that's
few
something
Stonos
Retron's
too as he
struggling to
demands the
adjust to
location
is
of
that
Earth.
you know, it can't be
Sadly, Hailwolf
everyone,
ends up giving
and
it away once Zami
with the
gets
Legion
zapped by
having the
Ozona
variety
after
of
Zami is
abilities they
dragged
do
closer to
and what they
Ozona
gain
via
more of.
telekinesis.
It just
Hailwolf,
makes
after
Retro
being
a
a
bit
reluctant
left
killer
out.
for some time,
I
doesn't
suppose
want
something
anyone
else
else to die in her
I didn't
hands,
get to explore
something
is
which
that
she
instead of
whispers to the others,
just
but they
Nitro,
are
you
not
know, being
impressed.
the
Happy
ultimate
with the
source to
location,
make her far
Ozona
more
promises to
powerful, you
spare
know,
them
why not
earlier, only to
research and
gaslight
try and
them by
gather
zapping them all,
other
to
alien
kill them,
abilities? That
even
sounds like a really
considering adding
cool
debris and pressure to
reboot
finish them off,
idea.
but Diane comes
You know, try and
quickly,
get
just in
humans to
time.
have, you know,
The
like their
Legion,
ways of
despite
producing
being
ice and
zapped, tries to
fire or
escape from
temporary
Ozona despite
invincibility.
being
You
in
know, that could
pain,
have
and
been
some of the Stonos
really cool,
preoccupied with
and it could have
Diane's
created
power,
questions
especially with the
about,
spraying machine guns
you
and
know, how
missiles.
similar are
The
humans
Legion
to
runs and
aliens,
runs to where the
can they
awesome Atone
truly
is.
replicate
Some of
these
the other
abilities? Can
Stonos
humans
try and
really
follow them
take on
whilst
the likes of
firing.
Design 4
Diane
and
continued to
threats?
fire his
Like,
missiles and lasers around the
yeah, that could have
area,
been so much more
firing at the
interesting.
surrounding Stonos, and Ozona had to block the fire using his force field ability. As Zami is zapped the most, he struggles to move the most. So Hailwolf goes into her Haywan form and begins to carry Zami on her back. The Legion continues to run, and Diane starts to fight Ozona. The Stonos, however, the ones trying to attack, are taken down by the Legion whether up close or from a distance or by Diane's long-range attacks. In some cases, Diane knocks some Stonos via speed boosts alongside his body weight. The Stonos that are conflicted, however, leave the fight, aiming to hide, and due to how busy everyone else is, they don't see the bailing Stonos. Diane does get shot a couple of times, getting to his systems, and the Legion is also getting fired at too, with Nicole, Arvin and Pod using their long-range attacks to fire back at the Stonos to give themselves more space. Even some continued to jump in front of the Legion, only to get whacked out of the way once their attacks were countered, such as Pod swinging his trident. Nicole also uses her riot shield to push some Stonos aside, and even Hailwolf claws any Stonos nearby whilst keeping Zami on her back. In the end, the Legion does make it. And thanks to the awesome Atone's strong armor, it was repainted whilst containing some melted netro. This is something which Diane has been fine with. Most of the Earth has done this with all sorts of items as advised by Diane himself, a word which has spread throughout the public. Something which the president helped facilitate. While the awesome Atone zooms off, disappointing Ozona, Ozona keeps his full focus on Diane, even when the flooding starts to round up, filling the whole lower area, and keeping the Stonos away. Over time, Diane has been consistently firing at Ozona while also trying to speed boosts towards Ozona. At first, Ozona keeps up his force field, but due to his age and how tough Diane is, Ozona not only struggles but he starts to get worn out. Ozona started with his simpler tricks, keeping his shield up, trying to lead Diane's speed boosts into various vertical surfaces, and even using his telekinesis to throw various debris at Diane. Ozona also knows not to use his sword here. He knows it cannot overcome Netro, it is only made up of a simple metal from his race. But as Diane has put his weight to a maximum, this makes the debris do very little as Ozona gathers all of this debris from the spare environment. Most of it is a custom sandstone after all done up by the Stonos to cover the world of water. Ozona is running out of options. And now Ozona uses his most powerful trick, which will wear him out the most, producing lightning from both his hands and the sky, even thanks to some metallic structures around the castle. This enables Ozona to multiply the lightning and come from various directions, zapping Diane to no end. Diane knows he cannot go on, and so before shutting down too severely, he decides to shut himself off while also seeing most of his abilities have gone. He kneels, all still, with no movement whatsoever. As the Stonos try to fire at the Legion using the pump blasts from their maces. One of them hits Pod's legs, which makes him fall over as the Legion starts to make it to the Automaton. Nicole then tries to help get Pod up. Hailwolf gets Zami into the Automaton and Arvin gets the Automaton into drone mode. Pod demands that if they are to escape quickly then he will offer to leave himself behind, and he even has an idea to flood the area around them as he concentrates the use of the trident, defending himself and letting the Legion get going, shocking Ozona, but he keeps his focus on Diane, who also kept firing at the Stonos that were hindering the Legion as well as fighting Ozona. The Legion did have to carry Zami because he not only took the most damage from Ozona's lightning but something strange starts to happen to him, no explanation. But the Automaton via drone mode does start to leave the ground as Pod floods the area, allowing him to escape and fend off any Stonos, but in a way which hinders them and not kills them, as the water gushes from the ground and the surroundings. With Diane defeated, Ozona carries Diane via telekinesis and drops him, falling into the water which had been added no thanks to Pod's flooding. Pod whilst swimming even sees Diane's body float downwards and so grabs hold of it, knowing where to go next. Chapter 28, Mike and the Mystery. Back at the base, Mike and his servicemen start to see some progress with who released the footage, and Mike considers going through a spare laptop in the base near the medical room. It is Retron's. And it turns out he hired some editors alongside his vision to craft his propaganda. After finding this out, Mike goes to confront Retron. Retron has been looking more into the history of the Legion, which is part of Mike's private files. Retron does feel off when he sees that Mike does have Retron's laptop, and Mike also sees that Retron is to reveal even more about the Legion members, releasing their various and controversial history. Mike managed to get hold of Retron's laptop by going through his room's security. Mike tries to threaten Retron with what Retron is trying to do, reporting this to the president, but Retron tries to threaten Mike by stating that the Legion has been troubled at a point where the president would want to know. Mike can now get on to other aspects. Stop the serviceman's current footage releasing task, and go and find more backing so he can tell off Retron to the president in a way that overpowers Retron's excuse. Mike already knows why Retron would do something like this. Retron is eager for his glory days. Struggling to accept that the Legion can counter more threats than anyone else. Mike tries to make Retron see that Retron's perspective is flawed, but Retron doesn't get hindered. He thinks he knows what is best for the Earth, and the Legion is not that. Especially if it's causing the public to be concerned. While Mike leaves Retron, Retron then has a look at the Legion building after sitting for some time, making sure Mike is heading that way, and so he goes there for a neat surprise for the Legion. Chapter 28, Mike and the Mystery. Back at the base. For his glory days. Struggling to accept that the Legion can counter more threats than anyone else. Mike tries to make Retron see that Retron's perspective is flawed, but Retron doesn't get hindered.
And oftentimes where someone's fixed on a certain perspective, I think that's where Mike is like, maybe, reconsider the viewpoint of Retron's like, nah, not budging. Because what that does make him budge in the end is him losing to Nicole and, with the assistance of others against him in the 5th book. And then it was like some reassurance from the president afterwards. So it's him actually losing to the Legion, and everything else was a massive low point on planet Earth then. And the president, I forgot how he reassured Retron, but I remember really liking that moment. And once the president was in danger, I think that's where Retron does his best to protect him, which does help him out. I think looking back, I was struggling to think whether that was like the right decision, but I like it enough to make me say yes. Like, granted, Retron has been, extremely villainous, and maybe not. We consider what he did to the Legion as well as what he did to Mike, and maybe if I did write in about how, how he made those errors, then um, um, yeah, yeah. Or I think what also could have been better is that maybe Retron just never budges all this time, and once he tries to go for Zone 4, he then leaves, and maybe he then sees his perspective then. So yeah, I think that would have probably been act as like good improvements. Maybe what the president could have done is, like expose Retron a bit, but yeah, you have to be careful with how much you make, how vulnerable you make villainous characters. Like even if Retron's not the most villainous character, but he's still did some drastic things nonetheless.
Thinks he knows what is best for the Earth, and the Legion is not that. Especially if it's causing the
Yeah, I think I might say talked about what the pros and cons between the Legion helping Earth, etc. I think that could have been more in debate. Maybe there's definitely snippets throughout, especially with the in book 4 where there's the debate between the Legion and the Nitro defenses, the new Earth ones. So yeah, there's bits and bobs, but yeah, probably should have been expanded more. Probably in here too. It could be like one of those starter points to make you think, oh yeah, well, is the Legion truly good for this Earth? But actually, no. Considering the conflict at the moment, yeah, definitely need to expand upon.
public to be concerned. While Mike leaves Retron, Retron then has a look at the Legion building after sitting for some time.
It's causing public, especially if it's causing public to be concerned. EA, hang on, let's need to go back up to this. Where's it gone? And the Legion's
not that. Especially if it's causing the public to be concerned.
Oh, I see. So Retron probably used that as like a way to, even if the public at first weren't so keen on the idea, so it's the Retron trying to gain the public's favour that way, to which doesn't exactly work. And it could have got belittled by the public, it's like an improvement to add the humiliation, but I guess he was let off with it was just a warning, and you can't really make warnings like public news. So yeah.
While Mike leaves Retron, Retron then has a look at the Legion building after sitting.
Yeah, I think Mike is probably fed up. He could have had, Mike, maybe giving Retron like an ultimatum, or say to Retron, or if you do this, then fine, but it might not go your way depending on how it goes. Because I think if it wasn't for the Ozona stuff, then the Legion and probably would have had to leave Earth or 31 to the Earth's favour eventually by narrowing down a lot of dangerous crime or other events. Yeah, that would have been like the alternative, but now I think Ozona appearing and causing trouble is almost like fast tracks that, which yeah.
For some time, making sure Mike is heading that way, and so he goes there for a neat surprise for the Legion.
Neat surprise, not. We'll wait and see about that. That reminds me, because if you're wondering about that neat surprise, it's a trap basically, and yeah, so it looks like Retron knows how to scheme from time to time. Yeah, he's definitely a schemer in some way. Anyway, so now we're on to the canyon scene, and I think part of it is where the meet Ozona too. So yeah, quite an exciting chapter. Let's see what happens.
Chapter 29, The Canyon. The chain's progress is nearly done, but it cannot launch without coordinates, and Ozona starts.
I guess that explains a bit more for how this whole chain coordinates thing works, which is a bit up in the air, but at least we've got some idea in a like a surface level kind of way.
To think that Hailwolf is either dead or abandoned the mission.
That is that was addressed earlier, wasn't it? that doesn't really. I guess it's almost like a quick reminder, considering that Ozona and Helmwolf are about to meet, but I don't think that's the way to go.
Even Mollog, after using the communication spell, believes that Hailwolf has gotten rid of her
Hang on, all of this is repeated information. I am so sorry. I'm normally been, rather good at this because, but I read, because when I come back to resume the reading, or in my case, I've had the text to speech, which helps me a lot more. And I guess I didn't take these videos properly either. I think I must have thought, read the novels again and again. There's times already, so yeah, I was just focusing on getting the texting and the audio right, which isn't like a wise thing to go for. So yeah, I do apologise for that. But yeah, I can't believe I must have live phased out a couple of times, whilst some speaking was happening, which is a real shame. But never mind.
Teleporting device, as his magic book cannot state her current location. Ozona also tries to use the communication spell to chat.
Maybe all of that. Maybe I was trying to write that they come back to it, but I don't know if the connection is dead, then it's done. And with no response from Valis, that accounts for Ozona almost pretty much being on his own. In terms of either him or the Stone Nose.
With Valas, but there is no response. Thinking that a clan like the Legion would perform such as feat now
I think I should have written because if a communication spell is almost like a phone answering kind of process, which I've explained in the book 1 commentaries, well, one of them. I reckon that the spell like goes dead if you try and communicate with someone who's not around anymore. I think that's how I would have written it, but it's not the case here.
Ozona will pay
not written here, I was trying to say.
Attention to the air around the planet to hopefully catch them before they could ambush him. After chatting with Mollog via the communication.
It looks like he gets ambushed at loads of times, so so it just goes to show that he's still nice and aware, and he still remembers the ship coming through, and if it's a massive ship, then it's a lot of air being pushed through in that, so
communication spell. Ozona is then to have a quick chat with Xyanthor. Using the communication spell once again. Both of them ask how
they just go on and off the spell to move on from one place to the next. I can see that being the case.
Each other are and what their status quo is like, but on the other hand,
that's nice. So it looks like there's a bit more. Because I think mates is a bit strong, but I guess just make sure what each other is like.
Xyanthor asks for Ozona's power, one of the types of energy that Xyanthor requires.
So it was like, I'm fine, and everything else is going okay. We've got this and Xyanthor being like, well, about the energy. I think that's probably what the conversation is like in a simplified way. So, yeah.
Ozona refuses because Xyanthor could lose it if.
What I also found interesting is that without knowing what the elements are, so Xyanthor, it was shown to be after the life force, and once the access to it, has become a bit limited, which I think should have been addressed, but oh well. But Xyanthor's like, oh, Zony, maybe can I have yours? So you can infer all sorts, like Xyanthor just trying to get any powerful form of energy, or if he's on a collectathon. So so to have either thought in the head at this point, I'm not sure what else the reader will take from it, if never reading these before, but I can imagine it's quite exciting, because considering I've got some elements of powerful Xyanthor is and how much presence he has, it just makes you wonder
if he isn't careful. So Ozona recommends Xyanthor focus
on. I like that awareness, because I remember thinking, if Ozona, it is to have the power until the end of the story, how do I make that to be the case whilst accounting for Xyanthor, and I think that's like a sensible idea, because when in book 5 where he does try and collect all the energy, and if he does lose the amulet midway, or just generally lose to a fight, when he's incompleted with his energy, Yeah, and whilst that is extremely unlikely and took a lot to take him down, as evident in book 5. Sorry, I'm stalling. Not in book 5. Oh yeah, so yeah, it's just not losing it midway, because yeah, if Signfall loses the energy midway, then Ozona won't be very pleased, because he does rely on it a lot. So yeah, Ozona has an idea to be like, I'd only collect the others first, and maybe I'll give you mine, because in that way it would all be complete then, and already in much better hands when it's all when it all comes together. When you're far more powerful then. And so yeah, it's like both reasonable, and I can it's just generally sensible. Like, I guess just thinking back to it now, maybe Ozona could have had like more personal character, or like character-based reasons for why he wants to keep it. Well, he has been a tad possessive and shows it off, I suppose, from time to time. Because also in book 3, he's been really keen to have it, but yeah, I feel like that could have been expanded upon. But even then, I still really like the reasoning. Yeah, because the what if scenario could have been that Signfall probably goes for his owner and tries to nick the energy that way, to which would fast track the whole thing. But Signfall, I probably won't want to risk that, because he did get hurt when nearly losing to Mechador in the 4th book. I wouldn't say nearly losing, because Mechador had to run off because there was no chance, despite having a good hit against Signfall, compared to Signfall completely get to do Mechador. Oh, nearly forgot. So yeah, this is the canyon, and everyone's in the ship. Pod's outside. He's controlling some water whilst midair, which is kind of amusing. And all of the stoners are riding on the serpents, and I think Arvin's on top just for a turret or just have a watch. Either way, I think it was a screenshot of the second animation, because that was the only time the background was moving, which was a pretty cool moment of detail. Probably the best scene in that animation, but yeah, I still prefer the first animation. It had that it was nice in its simplicity. But anyway, let's continue.
On finding the other forms of energy first before finishing it off with Ozona's power. Ozona.
Yeah, because Sanford would know what the green one is. That's been updated, but it looks like yeah, somehow her motor has been hidden for ages, and I guess it meant that where Torrid was setting a lot of the time, but hang on, he wasn't there all the time. Definitely not. He's absent from it right now. So has it? Oh my gosh, he must have protected it from afar. That's quite a feat. You would have your sensors all over that planet, make sure it's like well defended. And was it not ever like reported to Signfall by being like, there's blocks in the way, Signfall maybe could be heavier to move through it, and I don't think there's anyone living there. So that could have, oh gosh, I think that sounds like a big one. And a more vibrant, at least. I guess Valis could have like passed the information on quickly to Ozona, like, oh, that's another miss. That should have been counted for, to explain why nobody gets it then. Yeah, I guess Valis was trying like to focus on the fight, maybe that's why he didn't explain, but even then. And so yeah, I guess the trident being hidden is almost like the most reasonably hidden, that's the one with the mystery. So it's only half of the elements being mysterious, to which I guess it's fine. It's a much shorter story than we can all expect. So moments like that just help quicken it, instead of having moments where Signfall's like, oh no, where's all 4? I wonder where they've gone. And maybe in the reboot I could make that more mysterious, but regardless, we'll continue.
Is not the vicious monster without this power. He would make him seem weak and more. Zion Thor for now understands this and
weak and more. I think just other things alongside weak. I think that's what I was trying to write. But yeah, it looks like that power helps Ozona maintain that facade, to which I think comes back in later on, where Ozona does show some vulnerability once does lose the power and the will to fight. So hang on, I think that is a character reason actually. So yeah, so and that's something that has been connecting to previous and following dots. So yeah, cool.
Tries to be patient. Considering Ozona is very old.
Yeah, if they get on well enough, we're considering how the conversation started. Yeah, I can see how it might be a tad frustrating, but he still can go, still have his goons get the others. Oh, sorry, have his goons get the others. That's what I'm trying to say. So yeah, and I think it also just helps make Sign 4 experienced and wise enough to think, yes, I can probably wait for that one. And it might have been the first time he asked, perhaps, because with if it started taking 100 years, like maybe he expected to take this long, but I don't know, would he be a bit more urgent, perhaps? Although sometimes by making villains more urgent, it just means that it could seem as a tad immature, being like, no, I want it now. But yeah, it looks like Zornforce just letting Bozona have it, and not have it till later. If there is like a chance to get the other ones, because Ozona's power is at least in safe hands, at least. So yeah.
Xionthor believes he won't have to wait long. Both of them do get on despite Ozona having a form of energy that doesn't.
Well, that's a plus for Xionthor, I suppose. Not that much of a wait, but you never know. If Xionthor and his goons hurry up, then maybe Ozona could give it in time, or maybe if the wait ends up being too long, then Xionthor could have Forza first. Yeah, Forza being the name of the energy Ozona currently has.
Make the friendship as solid as it should be, not as good as it was before. Back to the Legion, the Automatone is now fixed thanks.
Okay. That's solid. So yeah, I guess not like the best friendship, but because if it was said that he tried to be patient, I think that it indicates a sense of a tad annoyance, but at the same time, like once again, there's still other ways through.
To the Tengus were asked to join, but they decline and do trust the Legion to help not only against Ozona but other planets too, and so.
Yeah, I think I mentioned the what if scenario. What if the Tengus did join the Legion? But I think they have a vaguely okay reasons why they didn't join. But at least they fixed the tone.
The Legion is off. Both groups wonder when they'll see each other again.
Trust the Legion. Yeah, so she will get rid of Alice, who was not easy. So, yeah.
And both think it won't be until a very long time, perhaps when all the madness is done.
Oh yeah, that's a interesting line. So when the madness is done, so I guess at first that could have meant he's only been finished off, but at the same time, it probably would mean Zone 4 and the lot. Yeah, because the Tengus could have been like a cool reunion with the Legion, and the Tengus could have acted like they go back up and maybe make Joel, took all of their lies due to what he calls. So yeah, the Sharon didn't get back to them. I know they were like hidden in a cove, but even then, they had the satellite, and they're probably adapted to the water far better than the others. Well, it's most of the planet's water, so yeah, unless the coves really did the job, as they were getting broken. Maybe until a very long time. So yeah, it's like a realistic thought.
The Tengus helped with the engine earlier by passing the parts one by one, whilst the Legion kept the other parts up to fix the engine, which was deeper in.
And yeah, I think that indicates why the Tengus were helpful. But if it's just like a couple of parts to swap, well, no, it was more of a. If the atone hits a rock, then I can see that being quite damaging. You'll need to replace all sorts and like stretch the front to make sure it's like ready to be off.
In the ship, before the Legion leaves, the Tengus provide a good cheer for the Legion. This certainly makes Zami happy, especially as one Tenga shows.
That should be the Legion leave before the Legion leave. Yeah.
There's intrigue in Zami's true personality, wondering more about him, and this encourages Zami to be more of himself.
Oh yeah, and that yeah, sort of a mini arc step that Montenga if Zami shows his true self off, then yeah, it's nice. Although it does make you wonder what his true facade is, and we have had indicators of his personality with only having to go with a facade a couple of times, but yeah, I think that could have been expanded upon. Like what else was there? I guess the ship was cool, but what else was that made the true Izami impressive and likable to everyone? But anyway.
Self. On top of that, as the Trident has shown signs of the power mixing fire.
I'm wondering more about him. Yeah, I guess it just goes back to this interest Sammy has or what he's been through, but it's not exactly written, so it's a bit up in the air.
Ice and water. The Tengus provide some quick tips while the power is now out. The Tengus explain that the Trident will help direct the energy, as the energy will somewhat connect with his mind.
Yeah, I think the Tingers did explain how they were the ones that created the Trident, and whilst I don't think they wanted to admit that it's an eternal element because they believe you've got to have a move on. So, but passing these tips, that's definitely worth your time because it can help with Ozona later on. And knowing that Pod would be wise with the power, he was trying his best to calm Ballast down instead of actively being an aggressor. Yeah, it's good for Pod to listen to, like the true experts of the weapon. And suddenly thought I could have had one massive Tengu who was the one with the trident first, like a bigger one. Taking on the entire power of an element. Yeah, that would be impressive. Because I suddenly thought I could have had the moment of the Legion could be like, why didn't the Tengu say this to Bob before? But there's not really a reason why the secrets kept hidden. But yeah, I think my inference is that they needed to get going to sort out Azona.
After some concentration, Pod starts to see some progress, able to control small parts of water within the cove.
Yeah, it just expands how the power works. Yeah, I've explained that.
But the Tengus say that if he wants to produce more power, it requires more concentration and practice. Pod will perform some while on their way to Ozona inside the awesome Atone.
Yeah, I think a lot of that is very generic and stereotypical considering the many fantasy shows we've seen. But I think elements connecting to your head almost feel like that's kind of a neat idea, and whatever you think will come about almost just with the kind of power you got. But yeah, more power means more concentration. Yeah, that's like an important part. Considering what kind of feats the other characters pull off. But it's the more impressive feats that require more concentration, therefore are less likely to be used, or used a lot less. Just like I said, you'll probably have to be like an extra, more thought when performing more powerful feats. When performing more powerful feats, yeah, that's what I'm trying to say.
The Legion is then guided by Hailwolf to go through the canyon, and Hailwolf remains.
Yeah, you would have to make it subtle because you could have, I think he would have done it subtle ways. Otherwise, Ozona would have might have noticed, if Potter tries to do, some wacky things to the river whilst in the Atone still. And not to mention, like Hailwolf does get the blame for not knowing about the air sensing, but the Stoners attack of the Legion could have also acted like a indicator for Ozona knowing that they were coming. So I just suddenly thought that could have been accounted for. But with Hailwolf, with the Legion getting completely caught off guard, maybe there was some time between that battle and then Ozona, but I should have written either way or either reason.
As a good guide when the trip gets harder, staying in the low and hidden ground to which they.
And Hailwolf remains as just helps with the directions. Yeah, continues to do so, and because she must have been around this planet for a long time, and possibly would be like a smaller planet too. So yeah, it's just nice to keep her useful.
They think Ozona won't see them coming. However, After a good few quick moments with the Tengus, Pod goes on a
Yeah, that sounds sensible. Yeah.
rant about how the Tengus are probably better to settle with compared to humans. Nicole strongly disagrees with this, stating
Is rant the right word? Yeah. So let me just move something. There you go. Yeah, I'm just not sure if it's like the right word. Because yeah, Pod is not the kind of like randomly explosive thing. Because if anything, I can see him as being the more kind of personality where he like overthinks or reconsiders a lot. So yeah, this made me question. But anyway, this side, oh yeah, I think I've touched on it a bit before about yeah, I have, yeah, yeah, thinking the Tengus would have been better to stay with, considering humans don't get a bit more narrow-minded, and then it somehow goes back to Nicole not wanting to admit anything, which is yeah, I think that seems to be probably I want to say one of the more flawed parts of the story, because it just had me just thinking, why did I write that earlier?
that Pod can have another chance with humans, they just need to be convinced.
And Pod would have spent some. Oh, I know he's been around Nicole and Mike, and yeah, I feel like he's been with humans for a lot longer. But after the Tengas being a bit more harsh towards him due to actually knowing some of the history, and then being nice into him, yeah, it just feels far fetched. It's a good idea at first, but should have been expanded upon. But you couldn't really have the Tengas. Maybe the Legion could have stayed there overnight, perhaps. And maybe that could have been the case. Actually, although it would be risky to hide in the planet because they don't know if. Although Hellwolf do give a heads up about Valis, but you never know. So it could have hired someone else to be like, "Oh, hang on, where's Valis? What was the air activity earlier? They better not be sleeping in my planet. I'll go and fetch someone." That could have happened. So. Yeah, I think it feels like more effective despite the short amount of time. Then I think this is where Pod's mindset could have been, better executed.
In the right way. But Pod wonders how she can provide advice if Nicole is so secretive. What does she understand about
Which is true. Yeah.
convincing anyone of anything? But this exchange is also cut short.
And yeah, even humans were easy to be convinced, showing that in the face of danger, they're then saved by these oddities, and so yeah, uh, and but yeah, like I say, it goes back to this thing to see how it's executed here.
As the Legion looks behind them and sees that the Stonos have arrived on their Roxy Serpents. Managing to find the Legion as Ozona updates them that Ozona sensed
so it's just like touched upon, so maybe it could have been like briefly explained only for this Stonos to make their way. And unless it's stated later on, I don't quite remember a line where Ozona's like, "Oh, I'll send the serpents because Valis isn't responding." To which, yeah, that's a bit of a miss. Although I guess you could have inferred it because these could have been all around the planet with nearby serpents anyway. Chasing down any intruders. That could have been a thing to infer.
Tilda
But yeah,
chapter
just once again
29, The Canyon. The chain's progress is nearly done, but it cannot launch without coordinates, and Ozona starts to think that Hailwolf is either dead or abandoned.
Since then. Oh, okay, so yeah, so Ozona at one point did, or very shortly, but not long ago. Yeah, it would have been not long ago because yeah, these serpents would have been fast to catch up with the Atone. Probably going about 60 or more miles per hour through the canyon because you can't go too far because you don't know how bendy canyons can get. But yeah, at least you have a reason how all of this came to be, and fairly reasonable reasons.
The mission. Even Mollog, after using the communication spell, believes that Hailwolf has gotten rid of her teleport.
Okay, and that explains more on how the Legion, got out the ground as well, whilst not being airborne. So, yeah, just another good detail.
Porting device as his magic book.
I think that's also worth mentioning that I think one thing I did well is they kind of dug through where everyone else is at. Yeah, I feel like that's been quite consistent throughout the 5 books.
Cannot state her current location. Ozona also tries to use the communication spell to chat with.
Um, oh yeah, yeah, that sounds like a lot to multitask. Although no, just have one of them pilot and the rest do some fighting. Yeah, despite the trouble. Yeah, so the stoners are just going to be treated as like an annoyance when they do have the primary target, because they could encounter Ozona at any moment. Although there isn't like an indication, but well, there is that castle nearby. But how, as we've seen, hasn't mentioned the castle. Should there wasn't the right moment of, once we get to that point, that's where we'll most likely encounter Ozona because of the of the castle. And not to mention, with the strong telekinesis, which Wolford mentioned, didn't Nicole, etc., think, oh, let's find a way to zap him or shoot at him before he grabs us. Now, that could have been something. Although maybe Ozona did grab them earlier anyway because of their sensing.
Valors, but there is no response. Thinking that a clan like the Legion would
And yeah, just noting where everyone is at and what they're about to do, which is good.
Forms such as feet. Now Ozona will pay attention to the air around the planet to hopefully catch them before they could ambush him. After chatting with Mollug via the communication spell, Ozona is then to have a quick chat with.
They're showing how distant line is far too blatant, and it's I don't really buy the disagreeing. It could have been like, I feel like if it was just about how Dengers could have been like more open-minded compared to humans, that they think of many more things. Exits the vehicle. But yeah, looks like Pod's already onto the protecting. So yeah, it's like yeah, Pod already knows what to do, but just not caring to listen to Nicole, because when you know what to do, you still want to listen to what your leader says. It's just like let's see, when you're working in I don't know, like a food place, like even if you know where to serve, people will still say, oh, you can serve this, because it's polite to hear instructions like that. So, but yeah, for Bond not to do that, yeah, I think it's trying to establish them to not getting on.
Communication spell once again. Both of them ask how each other are and what their status quo is like, but on the other hand,
there you go. Probably, I really hope. Well, actually, no, it isn't the only time Pod gets to swim, but this is definitely one of the more primary cases. The river must be deep and wide enough to interact with, and yeah. So with the physical skills, it just goes to show that Pod likes to stick to familiarity kind of bits and bobs and use his powers occasionally. To which yeah, although it's always going to be a mix between martial arts and being active and using power as well. So yeah.
Xionthor asks for Ozona's power.
And yeah, so as well as the skills, it's just showing how to interact in the environment as well, which is good. So, because unless the fighting choreography is interesting, I normally dislike when battlefields or an area fighting is just flat land. No. When you have like an extra worry of what land you're in and what obstacles you can use around you, that's where it gets far more interesting. Yeah, because there's a lot of films I watch where they have this massive flat arena, and sometimes there's like an occasional cool bits and bobs that happens, and there's enough progression too. But if it's just all flat and empty, then there's not much for you to interact with.
One of the types of energy that Xionthor requires. Ozona refuses because Xionthor could lose it.
Okay, so yeah, I think it helped to make it easy for everyone by the number of them, and it's a low number, but it's a low number because it's getting the tone towards Ozona anyway, to which I think is stated later on. I really hope, because that's an important detail, because at first you're like, well, hang on, why not send more, but it's only a little bit here. Because if Ozona doesn't know who these intruders are, they don't want to completely use up all of the stoners all at once, especially when some are trying to finish off the chain as well, to which that's still in effect unless there's just the coordinates left. I've got other way. So yeah, so 3 are down, that's 9 left.
If he isn't careful. So Ozona recommends Xionthor focus on finding the other forms of energy first.
I guess it creates a question, why not have Hellwolf act as like another, form, to jump about onto the others, to which Yeah, I could have done. I think I must have been thinking, for Pod to have his own moment to shine with the new power he has. And I guess how trying to be on the turret, keeps her safe and prevents the stoners from being like quite hang on. It was that because sometimes turret users are hard to see when within vehicles, assuming that's how it's designed. And but yeah, because Nicole how it's just seeing what she's like with a weapon, and I think it'll be a good experience because if you're in space, for instance, you can't go jumping around then. So yeah, it's like a good start, but it doesn't really pay off. I think that's the problem, even if it's interesting exploration.
Before finishing it off with Ozona's power. Ozona is not the vicious monster without this power, he would make him seem weak and more. Zion Thor for now understands.
Yeah. I was just thinking about because were they? Oh yeah, I think yeah, because Airwolf said definitely go for the aggressive Stonos. Although look, I think the Rocket Serpents are. I think they only activate when you go onto them, so they're not living creatures as such. I don't think I've really written it as like that. I hope I've expanded on it though, but I thought I think that's the idea I went for because yeah, never really written them as sentimental creatures.
This and tries to be patient. Considering Ozona.
Yeah, which is nice. Yeah, it adds a bit more between. Yeah, like Nicole and Airwolf, they're pretty cool as a duo at this point, and yeah, for the complimenting. So yeah, Nicole's continuing to treat others, like mates almost, and yeah, it would give them some encouragement too.
Is very old. Zion Thor believes he won't have to wait long.
Yeah, really testing Sammy's piloting.
Both of them do get on despite Ozona having a form of energy that doesn't make the friendship as solid as it should be, not as good as it.
Of course. Oh, okay. See, even more relation to the environment. Yeah, I'm continuing to surprise myself. But yeah, it's yeah, because another thing about this story is that sometimes things like when going through a canyon, all of it will be very repetitive. So it is just explaining from one section to the next with how does Pod do this? How do the others do this in the ship? And what was the journey like in the canyon overall? So it just helps put it in pieces because otherwise you'll get a story where you're like, for instance, Pod jumps at the O-tone, the O-tone's about to do a bend, and then after the bend, Pod is doing, he takes down 2 stoners at once, and the others are still firing, but then Zamir then goes under an arch that was nearly about to fall, and so full stop. But yeah, that's how complicated it would have been, and yeah, I think about a lot of stories are written like that anyway. But if my novels were intended to be a bit more simpler on yeah, because I don't think it only just helps me. It just like I said, it could help others who prefer, wondering what certain moments were like in sections like that. Those are just descriptions of what it's like overall, but it does get more descriptive when it needs more description or when there's like a bigger moment happening. That's where I can write in, like mix in what's happening simultaneously, and when what requires more explanation instead of surface level explanation.
It was before. Back to the Legion, the Automaton is now fixed thanks to the Tengus. The Tengus were asked to join, but they decline and do trust the.
Yeah, and I think that's probably. Oh, I know there is the third book. So as I can remember. Yeah, but yeah, book 5 is different. Well, yeah, when they get ambushed. But yeah, it is like a really impressive feat. What I will say is that being being a good pilot is nothing to do with facades, but I guess you could say that some skills are already a part of your true self. So when you're happy and seeing the skills, be explored and useful in that way, then that's where you can be more pleased with yourself. So yeah, I can imagine it's tricky for Sammy, and I guess it would have been explained, but it is just nice to be a bit happy with himself.
Legion to help not only against Ozona but other planets too, and so the Legion is.
Oh yeah, yeah, a miss punctuation there, and yeah, must have reflected really quickly considering he's already piloting.
Off. Both groups wonder when they'll see each other.
He is already good, and yeah, repetitive.
Again. And both think it won't be until a very long time.
Yeah, I think they probably trust us piloting from the get-go. So, yeah, I think it's just something like it's probably like one of those moments where you're like, well, they do trust me as like the pilot. So, yeah, there you go. I'm even more into Glee. So, yeah, sorry, that wasn't English. Sorry.
Perhaps when all the madness is done. The Tengus helped with the engine earlier.
This is where the mixing comes into play. Like what one specific moment happens, and it's a significant moment. So, yeah, I can see that being interesting. Let's see how the Atone and the Taurus complement.
By passing the parts one by one whilst the Legion kept the other parts up to fix the engine which was deeper in the ship. Before the Legion leaves. The
Oh yeah, so earlier he was just talking about his physical feats, which we're all familiar of. Well, even if it's a different environment, can probably infer it from time to time. Although he wasn't very bouncy, maybe with the tank, but we can see how truly bouncy what is. He's not just a heavyweight. He can jump about when needed. Podgy's his trident. Yeah, so now it's get exploration of his power.
Tengus provide a good cheer for the Legion. This certainly makes Zami happy, especially as one Tenga shows intrigue in Zami's true personality, wondering more.
Oh yeah, yeah. I thought it meant him jumping back on, but no, I think he probably slowed himself down to try and slow the stoners down. Perhaps, yeah, I could see that happening. But yeah, to control water in that way as well, it's yeah, kind of neat.
More about him, and this encourages Zami to be more of himself. On top of that, as the trident.
Yeah, you can see him. You can see it being him experiment with all sorts of abilities. To see how many how many abilities he can pull off. And not to mention, if he's almost like the most pathicist kind of character, almost despite his history, maybe he could have gone for the serpents and leave the Stonos more so alone in the canyon instead of actually going for them. Even if Farewell says, "Oh, please go for them," I feel like Pod would be at least a little bit more fair. But yeah, regardless, he's exploring his abilities, and us, the audience, can see what else he can do. So yeah, it just makes things more exciting.
Has shown signs of the power mixing fire, ice and water. The Tengus provide some quick tips, while the power is now out. The Tengus
Yeah. I think it's so it's the Serbs taken after the Atone, chasing after the Atone, and with Pod actively fighting them face to face. I think that's what that's referring to, and not to mention oh yeah, from the number of serpents that was left, yeah, I can see how that there were 9 left, yeah, with a couple more taken down by the turret and Pod sorting out the rest. So yeah. Not to mention big moments like that sometimes could have like a callback, maybe, what if they're on their scenarios again, they could have had Pod or someone else jumping out to the Atone as they do various bits and bobs. Because I guess there are like a couple of callback moments in book 5 or book 4, etc. But yeah, nothing on that scale. Because yeah, I think that's what the Avengers Endgame, yeah, like Captain America with the lift, it's like a similar grand scenario, coming back into play and seeing how it can vary. Yeah, there's not really much of that in that book, but even then, I still like those kind of payoffs, when they come handy again in the finale.
Explain that the trident will help direct the energy, as the energy will somewhat connect with his mind.
So if it opens the back of the vehicle, and oh yeah, so yeah, it looks like Sammy has access to the doors, and yeah, he's on.
After some concentration, Pod starts to see some progress, able to control small parts of water with.
Oh wow, he's not resting, is he? So yeah, I guess it made it easier because during the first book it must have been like quite frustrating, but now he has the power that's a lot easier and he uses it wise enough. And yeah, if to get more practice, yeah, makes him more prepared. A better part of him is like preparing himself so that he could really take down Mechajaw. Yeah, I can see that being the case.
In the cove, but the Tengus say that if he wants to produce more power, it requires more concentration.
Yeah, if it's like a very powerful element, yeah, like that's like a good advantage. Yeah, one element user versus the other. I think I'll just explain. No good does get explored later on in the final battle, but yeah, we'll just see how that goes.
Concentration and practice. Pod will perform some while on their way to Ozona in.
Yes, it's just showing that the tension's maintained, and yeah, because Pod and Nicole were kind of separate, so yeah, I think it would have been a bit awkward to be like, "Hey, good job, one another." But yeah, looks like they're just, but knowing that Ozona's nearby, I think Pod and Nicole would have, because even if they're not getting on, they know how to work as a team. So yeah, despite a couple of hinders, like during the President situation earlier. So yeah, it's just focusing on the task at hand. Yeah, because that's what I find interesting sometimes because a lot of my favourite detective shows do have characters argue with one another, but when the situation call for it, they do work together rather sensibly during their police work, etc. And asking questions to others. So yeah, so I think it's that kind of dynamic.
Inside the awesome Atone. The Legion is then guided by Hailwolf to go through the canyon, and Hailwolf remains as a good.
Even I'm nervous too. So yeah, he's going to be another powerful entity. Yeah, we'll see what this encounter is like. It all leads to this, and yeah, so far I think this is my favourite chapter.
Guide when the trip gets harder, staying in the low and hidden ground to which they think Ozona.
Filth Legion coming by the incoming breeze. Oh, okay, there's too many repetitive words somewhere, but regardless, it's his sense which is established, wasn't it? I think that's the problem recording in between days.
I won't see them coming. However, after a good few quick moments with the Tangus, Pod goes on a rant about how the
were the Legion visible or not? I feel like, yeah, I think it should have been written whether, the Legion either seen Ozona only to be dragged or getting dragged before seeing Ozona, making it almost like scary at first until, you're properly face to face with them, which, I can imagine be just as scary.
Tangus are probably better to settle with compared to humans. Nicole strongly disagrees with this, stating that Pod can have an.
Yeah, so yeah, Ozona, is really controlling the situation, yeah, quite effectively with the telekinesis in that, yeah, because a Paternoster is just one alien you can just mess about with, but this is a whole craft of their beings, then yeah, definitely must get make everything go towards his favor, and yeah, and I think with gravity, bringing characters down and also like pulling ships, yeah, it is establishing what kind of power he has and power which he does continue to use, but he wears himself thin in the battle. So I think that's one reason why he would have less leverage against Legion on top of many other factors.
Another chance with humans, they just need to be
And
convinced.
else I thought about is that I wondered about, would it be worth making another chapter, going from the canyon and then Ozona? But not to mention the following chapter is probably the longest chapter. Actually, no. Probably the second longest because it's accounted for many multiple scenes. But it's just, yeah, I think I really struggled to like section the story that way, and I think I treated these chapters as if you're going back to characters. Because if you remember, we've had separate chapters, with Dion being in between and Mike and Retron being in between. So yeah, I've used chapters that way, which yeah, I still like how each chapter is sectioned. Is just maybe I could have done it more, to section the story more easily, and probably makes it because everyone likes chapters, as like an next stepping point. But when you just have like one endless chapter, you're just like, when was it going to end? So yeah, there's like a risk of making a chapter too lengthy.
In the right way. But Pod wonders how she can provide advice.
Well, I can imagine that being kind of damaging. I'm surprised it works, but maybe that does come back, like a struggle to get it up and going, but we'll get back to it. But if it's not accounted for, then we can just assume that the tone is just extra hardened, to which it could be with the paint and the nitro on top of it somewhere, but that hasn't been written either.
If Nicole is so secretive, what does she understand about convincing?
Oh yeah, like yeah, someone like literally, grabbed you without your ability to move at all. But yeah, I can imagine that being really scary. Just being held against your will.
Anyone of anything. But this exchange is also cut short as the Legion looks behind them and sees that the.
Yeah, I think maybe Zami seemed to be like the most timid, hence why his owner, went for him, as the case to be like, oh, I'll spare his life if you give him the details. So yeah, although I know what happens to Zami later on. I think would be, oh, actually no, he gets more worn out because he's been taking more of the effect, but also a transformation to his abilities too.
Stonos have arrived on their Roxy serpents, managing to find the Legion as Ozona updates them that Ozona sensed the craft exiting via one of the secret coves that leads to the underground. Despite the trouble among some of the Legion members, they start to focus on the task at hand while also...
Okay, so maybe Nicole could have spotted that side of Ozona, unless she was just lucky enough to be like, oh, so there is like a facade on top of it. And maybe Nicole then saw, this restriction of this overreacting to which is labelled here. So it's not exactly written, but I think that's something we can somewhat infer. But like this, being a part of, the first meeting, just seeing Ozona trying to, maintain a facade of some sort. So yeah.
Keeping in mind how hectic the canyon is. Zami pilots, Arvin has the top turret, Nicole has the right turret.
Not to mention he's quite a hooded character, with a hood to nearly hide his face, which you can see in the storybook version. So, yeah, it's so yeah, there's like a visual element to his character design which matches with his personality.
And Hailwolf has the left turret. Nicole was about to order Pod to act as the outside vehicle protector, to which Pod...
It looks like Ozona probably not hid his alter ego well enough. Like it could have had like a snippet of some kind, but I think that was already the case when Nicole taunts him and runs him through. So yeah, I think this is like the moment in Zami's arc where he's like, oh, I'm definitely going to reject my initial belief that this is the case, to which it's not like the best example, but at least I can see how this is one of the more grander steps, because it's finally encountering the villain and seeing how his flaws mess him up. But oh well, that's the thing, it's just because Zami, I guess he was like the villainous in that, but well, nearly good, because with how trying to threaten the bully earlier with his power. But I feel like it should have been explored more of a consequence. Like imagine if Samu became so obsessed with his power at a point where he was getting isolated by others, and how Ozona is pretty much on his own as well. That sounds similar to Ozona, didn't it? Maybe could be an Easter egg. Ozona sounds like on his own ish somewhere. Nearly rhymes. Anyway, but yeah, it could have had it as so that for instance, Einvor or Orphean, etc., could have like been leaving Ozona alone, thinking that Ozona has all sorts of socializing with all of the planets, but except gets rejected all the time, and that's adds to the Stonos not being around him either. Just constantly being used as goons. Because Ozona doesn't exactly chat with anyone, so elements like that could have really added extra layers, but I think it's just almost like an attempt to hit that part of the arc without any more extra details, because what I described there could be really like scary in that. I think the other thing is that Zami will never be a like an overruling creature. That was never his intention. Even Pod probably could see that, even because Mechajaw is like an overruling figure, and whilst also being power obsessed, but yeah, Zami's just power obsessed, and well, he used to be from time to time, in small quantities. So that kind of element in comparison is missing, because normally when you have a character who's trying to be the opposite of the villain, I think it's meant to hit all of the parallels, to really make the just make it more execute as well.
Exits the vehicle before Nicole finishes the order, showing how distant Pod and Nicole have been. And so thanks to the Tengus advice, Pod attempts to have a go with the trident while primarily using his physical skills like swimming through...
Yeah, so Zami's doing well. So not only is he almost, oh yeah, it is regretting what he did to the bully. Yeah, I can see that being a bit hard sometimes, where you might regret an action once you learn more wisdom. And overlapping personalities don't have to. Yeah, so Zona knows how to use his facade quite effectively then. Yeah.
Through the river and bouncing on any of the rocky structures throughout the canyon. 12 stonos.
Yeah. Yeah, so your own goose can be scared of you. Yeah, I can see that being the case.
Are chasing them. And only 3 have been shot down by the turrets. Nicole and Arvin are good shots thanks to their experience, but Hailwolf is struggling.
Oh, okay. So yeah, there wasn't like much of explanation for why Ozone went for Zami in the first place. It's almost like trying to go for him despite being part of that crowd. But now Zami's singling him out, to which the singling out should have been better explained then. But yeah, Hailwolf is already like, only please don't hurt Zami, to which yeah, not really much between Zami and Hailwolf. I guess I could have kept the same outcome as Zami. Maybe Nicole could have been the one getting zapped, and maybe it could have been Nicole being like, why did you admit the location? You didn't have to save me. Like even if Hailwolf, even if Nicole wants a legacy, I felt like she probably thought she could have been in her legacy that way. Not to mention the Orpheum battle was already like quite an achievement. She played a big role in, leading a whole legion, well, 3 aliens, and yeah, I think that could have been probably a stronger alternative. If they already had that dynamic going on. But there wasn't much between Howelf and Zami other than maybe like the awesome tone scene much earlier. Not the last one, the one before. But I think it's also go back to how Howelf just wants to save lives and doesn't want to be responsible. But I guess that could have been explored, and Zami and Howelf could have had a moment of looking back on that together. Yeah, I think that would have improved it more too.
Up until there is one Stono who tries to bump into the awesome Atone from the
Oh, I
side.
just so it's about to be read what I just explained. It's so weird because I sometimes get like phase out when I explain things and just be like, oh, it's right there.
But Hailwolf then fires her turret with decent aiming and manages to shoot both the Stono and the
How
rocks.
does she manage to whisper something enough detail like this? Maybe something like want to save him. I wanted to save him. I'm sorry. Just so very quick and quiet. But now Earth's in danger, and yeah, I think there could have been like, of course, I would be happy that Zami's better, but not to mention all of it gets that later on because Azona doesn't have any need for the Legion and they needed to get rid of him. Yeah, Ozona wanted to get rid of the Legion, so yeah, that makes sense. Oh yeah, I think all of them nearly going is what makes Howolf more angry towards. But if Sammy then went, then Ozona probably would have gone from one by one and found Earth in the end anyway. So Howolf pretty much just only facilitated it, but potentially at the cost of the entire Legion. But as I said earlier, one of them could have like quickly flinched to stop the zapping. But luckily, Dion comes at the right time, which is a bit convenient. But at least it was set up. So yeah, and also Azona was like, "Oh, I'll just spare him," but instead he's like, "No, I'm gonna get you all." So yeah, because it's not normally a good idea for villains to be like, "Oh, I lied," which is can get quite repetitive. But there's enough context for both, with Azona being like, "Oh, we're going to prize this important detail out of you, but at the same time, it's going to trick you, so I can get all of you afterwards because there's absolutely no need for you to be around from my perspective." So yeah. And oh my god, so adding debris, so oh my god, that would have like quickened it because I remember thinking it was the lightning alone just enough, but yeah, most likely. But to do that as well, like, oh my gosh. And yeah, if Dale comes about, yeah, I think that debris would have been dropped. Not to mention, with how much debris gets thrown about, like I can see the building, like the land being like completely have like bits and chunks missing, something like that, because there was debris used a bit in the Basnos fight, wasn't there? Like a little bit, and the stoners probably would have to keep, I don't know, like gluing the rocks or the floor multiple times. Who knows? So yeah.
Serpent, making Hailwolf pleased with herself, and even Nicole compliments her. Meanwhile, Zami flies from one rocky area to the next, skidding the water.
Pressure, oh my gosh, air pressure, that would have been extremely nasty. Oh my gosh, so he was going to use almost his full power pretty much. What's next? Also adding the force field to, I don't know, squish him or yeah, gosh, who knows.
Turning upside down and performing occasional speed boosts to avoid any falling.
Yeah, sorry for the overlap in the text every now and again, but at least it is in and out rather quickly.
Structures which the Stonos cause using her projectiles. This makes Zami pleased with himself, considering this.
Diane's power? It should be just Diane, because his power is not like the most forefronting thing. Yeah, because the power is mostly within him. Sorry, yeah, it's a bit odd. But yeah, the leader must have recovered quick enough. Like I can maybe, like Pod did, it's like a tank, so I could see him, managing to keep going. But they would have to really motivate the lot. And I mean, we all know that we later find out that Sammy's a bit down because his power is getting updated because he's up by an element which is a first and never happens again, and has a couple of explanations, but I feel like that should have been expanded upon because it was quite interesting, and it does have a lot more interesting payoff later on in this specific book. So yeah, not to mention, I just feel like this because when it gets zapped by whether it's lightning or electricity, it would be extremely strong stuff. I'm surprised that the coal's still standing. You could say, oh, it could be her suit, but her suit hasn't really been established to absorb that. Well, her head and hands would have been exposed. So yeah, I just don't see how you could walk that off. So I feel like should have explained more of how everyone got going. How often Armin could have been more resilient. I could see that happening too. So yeah, let's just get going. But not to mention, I really like this battle between Dion and Ozona, because yeah, Dion really tries to go full force, but Ozona ends up overthrowing him, and when Dion turns himself off, like a robot with a switch, yeah, that has like a payoff in between book 3 and 4, which I quite like. So yeah, this is like a good example of a significant thing coming back later, but in a different context.
This is some of the trickiest piloting he ever had to perform, and this gives Zami time to reflect on who he is. He is.
Yeah, because it could be quite far, yeah, especially if it's somersaulted like how many times. I think it's a bit of distance, but not to mention, so the Stonos were preoccupied by Dion's, which yeah, is like a more active force, and the leader could have been down. But I think the Stonos later put focus more towards the Legion because of how they're trying to escape and that, and the Zona's trying to get to them. So yeah, I think the Stoners trying to help out, especially if the Zona and Dion could have been like just only focusing on each other.
Already good, and one good about him is that he is a good pilot, and everyone trusts Zami's piloting, making him even happier. Even Zami at one point makes the awesome.
Yeah, I reckon if Dion had thought of these Stonos as, like if they're too aggressive, then get rid of them. But at the same time, I think it's, doesn't want to be affected by whatever energy the Stonos affect him with, and he also needs to protect the Legion from them too. And he also needs to 100% focus on Ozona. And yeah, because trying to move them about is not going to be easy with the force field telekinesis. So yeah, but not to mention, with Dion losing to Orphean at once and then Ozona at once, yeah, because I think I might have talked about it before, where there's a type of trope where sometimes the most powerful character is the one getting battered to really show that the bad guy is like the big deal. But I think that kind of trap is kind of falling with Dion, unfortunately, because loses one round with all the main villains except Mechajaw. Yeah, that too could have been explored really interestingly. Once again another what if scenario, but yeah, like I said, although there's a bit more reason, like with Dion, being there when he's around and able to make it because he's very quick in that. So at least there's some reason behind it, but yeah. Yeah, I guess I could have written it so he like wins a round, only for the villain to like get away or recover quickly. Yeah, who knows?
Tone go sideways so that Nicole and Arvin can shoot multiple Stonos at once. Finally, Pod manages to use the trident. He produces fire to one.
So that's repeated ish. So sorry about that. But yeah, Bean's at the most. Yeah, so I can see him being one at the most. But once again, if well, Nicole's just a normal human.
Nearby Stono and Roxy Serpent. And he uses water.
Yeah, so I can see how moving into her second form probably helps her out. Could have expanded on that, but yeah, at least that's how Zami's able to be transported. He must be proper down if he's had to be carried in this manner.
To give himself a speed boost upwards to catch up with the awesome Atone. He even throws an ice block towards one other stone.
Hang on. However, trying to attack or take it down by a Legion member. It's okay, so even the Legion trying to help Dion too by taking down some of the Stonos through close or long range attacks. So they must be going, like running across some flatter land to get them that way, whilst trying to get to the Atone. I feel like they would have been like shot at if it's like a crowded area. So yeah, bit unsure about the full visual.
And Roxy Serpent, and then Pod freezes the final Stono and Roxy Serpent using the power of Ice 2. They have all made it. The canyon dogfight starts to calm down, and the fighting also ends.
Yeah, I think it's just exploring what it's like with all of Dion's abilities. To explore his full power against the foes, and because most of the time we would use long range because it's quicker, but maybe in some cases, once he was like close to the ground, maybe might have been easier to knock down a couple of them up close along the way. But even if it's for exploration, I just felt like he would have been like long range all the time because he doesn't have any weapon limitation or any need to reload. So yeah, maybe there's a couple of cases like throwing multiple Stonos like all across the land. Yeah, I can see that being helpful. So yeah, it's just it's kind of weird because sometimes in the film when you like have a character being like, oh, or when the writer's like, oh, this character primarily uses a gun, but let's have him beat him up some bad guys too. But on the other hand, he even uses long range weapon all the time because that's the most effective tool at his disposal. So yeah, you have to prioritize like that when writing sensibly.
And Zami opens the back of the vehicle so that Pod jumps back on.
Oh, okay. I wonder if I know Ozona might be too distracted, and maybe the Legion too. So we'll come back to that. But say I can see why they probably weren't seen as well. But also not to mention, some flooding and the land is like cracking everywhere, so you could just assume they've gone missing amongst those two. So yeah, so it's just like it's a variation to this army. Some not wanting to join in because it's because it's a proper fatal fight happening here.
He and the others seem to like these new abilities. Pod is excited to learn.
Oh, okay. Could have been a bit more context, but at least that's a reason.
About them, even practicing with the power again once he sits.
Not to mention, was it just like a gush of air that the Stonos have, unless it's like enchanted, slightly at a point where it can affect him? Is that the case? Yeah, I should expand on that too.
Down, wondering how to fight Ozona later, but due to the argument earlier, everyone
affected. If some had to take down some Stonos through long, like short range attacks, how do they not, get like gushed away by the gushed air from the Stonos weaponry? I'm not sure.
Stays quiet despite sharing how they are all pleased now they have.
Yeah, we already knew about the long range, but at least how the long range can be useful.
Made it. The fight is over, and Ozona is nearly at their.
Oh yes, some were willing to like jump in front to like try and slow them down, to which I could see how that would be tricky. And whacked out the way. Yeah, I think that's where the close up attacks come handy. Because maybe it's like too short of a time to, whip out your long range attacks. So yeah, I can see that happening. That's where short range attacks becomes handy.
Doorstep, making everyone worn out and nervous. And so Ozona feels the Legion coming via the incoming breezes of the air going through his hands, and so he uses his telekinesis to
Yeah, I think Cole would be pushing over like 1 or 2 because she's just a human with human body strength. Maybe she's done some good work in health, and not to mention the right shield is a bit tech heavy too, so that might add to some advantage too. So so it would be a lighter push than we expect.
drag the awesome Atone quickly to him and yanks out the Legion.
Yeah, good to keep a counter for Zami.
Too. Afterwards, he controls gravity to keep.
Oh, that's good. And also does the Nitro bits and mobs is already there, Melted Nitro, yeah. So yeah, sustained the what Ozona tried to do towards it. Yeah, imagine if they did have no vehicle, they would have to stay and fight. But probably overtaken Ozona at this point, but just minus Sammy. With all of them being worn out from the zapping too, so that would have been an interesting what-if scenario. If Zami didn't apply Nitro to his vehicle,
Tilda chapter 28,
anyway.
Mike and the Mystery. Back at the base,
so
Mike and his servicemen start to see some progress with who released the footage, and Mike considers going through a spare laptop in the base near the medical room. It is Retron's, and it turns out he hired some editors alongside his vision to craft his propaganda. After finding this out, Mike goes to confront Retron. Retron has been looking more into the history of the Legion, which is part of Mike's private files. Retron does feel off when he sees that Mike does have Retron's laptop, and Mike also sees that Retron is to reveal even more about the Legion members, releasing their various and controversial history. Mike managed to get hold of Retron's laptop by going through his room's security. Mike tries to threaten Retron with what Retron is trying to do, reporting this to the president, but Retron tries to threaten Mike by stating that the Legion has been troubled at a point where the president would want to know. Mike can now get on to other aspects. Stop the serviceman's current footage releasing task, and go and find more backing so he can tell off Retron to the president in a way that overpowers Retron's excuse. Mike already knows why Retron would do something like this. Retron is eager for his glory days, struggling to accept that the Legion can counter more threats than anyone else. Mike tries to make Retron see that Retron's perspective is flawed, but Retron doesn't get hindered. He thinks he knows what is best for the Earth, and the Legion is not that. Especially if it's causing the public to be concerned against the ground. While Mike leaves Retron, Retron then has a look at the Legion building with their weapons sitting up for some time, as well as the making sure Mike is heading that way, and so he goes there for a neat surprise for the Legion.
And then a weird bracket and then a full stop. So yeah, I found that, but I think that's a bit weird.
Which somersaulted across the land. All are worried and scared, especially.
And but thanks to earlier, the previous book, we know that Dion's fine with their repainting. It helps. The Legion who are wise with their power. Imagine if Dion and the Legion were more antagonistic. Once again, just another what-if scenario. Could have led to like a fight of some sort. Gosh, that could have been weird, interesting rather.
Especially Hailwolf, and so now the Legion is in front of Ozona.
Advised with all sorts of items, a word which has spread throughout the public. Oh, what does it say?
Ozona threatens Zamis life for the location. As Ozona.
Okay. So there has been some objects painted with Nitro to use it that way. Oh yeah, because Retron did farm more stars in the 4th book too. I don't know how he did it. I forgot the technology. I think the spaceships that the servicemen are already, the servicemen already have space adaptive vehicles. So, but yeah, go fully explored. If you have this powerful metal that gets painted, then maybe it could be more military-like, but that should have really helped turn mankind in some way, and that's not been explored or accounted for, and it could have maybe. Some of these painted objects could have made some people be, use some painted tools as weapons to try and fight the Legion during that city scene earlier. That could have really added to the world building in that. So, but if it's just military purposes, then fair enough.
Ozona threatens the Legion. As said by Hailwolf earlier, Ozona
And yeah,
also
we can see why Ozona would be disappointed if his intention was to get rid of them.
has an alter ego that is often overlapped by another. When
Flooding. What happens to Pod hasn't been explained yet, unless did I describe it like later on, which is a bit anticlimactic. You have to have the action happening alongside, not oh, why did this thing happen? Oh, because of this other thing that happened later. It's misordering the events, and it's a bit undermining of tension. So you just don't know where this flooding comes from. Like, I know that the land was overbuilt, but other than maybe like Dion being strong against the ground sometimes, they're like, what's causing the flooding at this point? But for Ozona to focus on Dion too, he needs a lot of focus, doesn't he? So yeah.
Ozona presents himself as a godly being, Ozona deep down is scared to lose.
Yeah, and I think their long range attacks aren't that long either. I think that's what I described earlier. So yeah, that just keeps them all occupied in some way and too far from the duel.
His power, so Nicole taunts Ozona about how Ozona's reign will be cut short. Ozona tries not to overreact.
So yeah, Dion, tries a variety of attacks whilst using his primary ones, his most sensible options. Because yeah, they must be powerful lasers, which Ozona must be withstanding too. So yeah, it doesn't sound that easy for either of them.
Trying to stay calm, trying to hide his true self despite nearly everyone seeing through him, making the likes of Zami see how puzzling it can be to have an alter ego and how it can mess with anyone's image. This makes Zami realize he can no longer present himself as threatening to anyone, even making him regret confronting his bully.
Yeah, so that's Ozona like exploring his abilities, and because I think he had a bit of fun with Apastolos considering how easy it was, but Ozona knows that Dion's a big deal, and yeah, did have to go for lightning blast because it's what uses like the most power, I suppose. Yeah, I think that's what I've written. But yeah, so Ozona's like, oh no, shall I try this? Shall I try this? Shall I try this? So it's just going through, what could be like the best choice. But yeah, he gets it eventually.
Earlier, and Ozona's overlapping personality is still enough to send chills down the spines of all.
Oh, okay, yeah, because I thought there was like one instance where there's a telekinetic sword move which only like ding towards Dion, well, without breaking the sword. Yeah, I wonder what Ozona's sword is made out of. Like, I know, not every metal has to be highlighted, but I feel like in the story it should do because there's not many tools with powerful capabilities. So yeah, I think it should have been explained. Yeah, unless it was just, I don't know, you got to say iron because it's not turf. So who knows? What if it was a Nitro sword? Just Nitro without the technology. Yeah, I can see how Ozone. Oh, I know. That would have meant Ozone is against technology, which he isn't. So I don't know. I feel like if you're already telekinetically controlling a sword on top of other abilities, you're already very powerful. So there's no need to overcomplicate it by making a sword high tech too. Even if it does sound cool, sounds like a cool alternative Ozona thing in the multiverse. I don't know. I've thought about the multiverse a couple of times, but I can't really go beyond the service level because you can't just go, just the service level by being like, oh, what if I today evil Zami? You have to do a bit more than that. It requires a very good story. I guess I could consider it, but I feel like that variation's kind of been achieved by doing other characters as part of the same race while still sticking to that timeline, or that particular universe. So that's where I would do that anyway. So yeah, and yeah, not to mention, yeah, no time travel. I just don't want to get caught up with all of the time traveling rules. But if I did have to do it, then I would have had it so that doesn't affect the past nor the future. You probably would have to make yourself invisible and not interact. Yeah, I think that's how I would have done it. So there's just no effect, no butterfly effects, no duplicated timelines, no altering one timeline. I don't want to deal with that. It's always really tricky. I guess I could keep it in mind, just make it, time traveling extremely simple. I mean, like I said, just no effect in the original timeline with what happens or what will happen. So yeah, Dion, as in it wasn't So yeah, but yeah, I like how sensible Ozona is. He's using as many tricks, but he knows not to use his sword if it would be likely to break. So he is still being sensible despite going all in.
All of them, even scaring a few Stonos too, as he demands
Oh, so it is made of a certain material. Okay, just not very detailed, but okay.
Location of Earth. Sadly, Hailwolf ends up giving it away once Zami gets zapped by Ozona after Zami is dragged closer to Ozona via telekinesis. Hailwolf, after being a reluctant killer for some time,
Yeah, it was somewhat explained earlier, but more confirmed here, and I think this is okay as a small reminder. But yeah, with the weight alteration, which is talked about in the previous book, yeah, it just makes you wonder, what else could it be used for? And yeah, it looks like Hidon could just easily manipulate its weight to that degree. Yeah, it's probably not flying, but yeah, because imagine it being a really cool visual, he just walks normally, and rocks just being plundered at him in the meantime. So yeah, custom sandstone, yeah, and yeah, so that explains more of that material. And it just sounds like the land is not only easy to replace, but somewhat disposable. But if there's spare land too, so imagine if his owner's like, oh, so this is going to be my fortress going to be. This is where the chains are. And makes this some spare land. What is the need for this spare land? Or just in case I need to throw rocks at people, just like rip that ground up, and then you're gonna fill that hole, like what Kingpin says in Daredevil. No, you gotta get working, get all your tools, and fix that hole, whatever he says. That was a really bad impression too.
doesn't want any.
I just remembered the other jokes people have said. I remember that I seen a funny stream when they're like, "Oh, do you see this problem with my tooth? Now I'll fill this hole. Oh, I need to go to marriage counselling. I need the hole between my marriage. Yeah, fix that hole." Yeah, I just remember that. That. Yeah, that was stream. That was funny. Yeah. Anyway, let's move on.
One else to die in her hands, something which she whispers to the others, but they are not impressed. Happy with the location,
Yeah, and it is good to like when you why not use this trick in the first place? But there is a reason here which I like, and it's like a small cost to it. And I remember thinking, oh my gosh, Arizona doesn't come to the fight immediately. Like, how come? Was it? I guess you could say, it's just being, simply commanding. Although he normally comes with them, when invading planets, but he couldn't do it this time. But I guess what could have happened is that he could have like stayed on his planet, sending the troops, make sure everyone's out. Because if he knew that there was some in doubt, he could have tried to encourage them, and because he didn't know that his entire planet was going to fall apart afterwards. So yeah, he was like hold back for nothing at first, but just having like one at first, and then in action later on. Presumably a great amount of time actually, because we're talking about fighting an entire army in the city. So yeah.
Zona promises to spare them earlier, only to gaslight them by zapping them all, to kill them, even considering adding debris and pressure to finish them off.
It's slightly convoluted, but yeah, fair enough. It's an element after all. There's nearly no limits to what you can do with certain abilities. But yeah, that's like all directions. That is, yeah. Because yeah, I think if it's like nearly all directions, then yeah, I think I don't want to have a really hard time. It's not any additional lightning, but if it's all directions, you'll be like struggling to move away because lightning almost acts as like a magnetic thing where you can just like gather around the source it's being zapped around. Not that he's magnetic to electricity, but would still be heavily sourced around him.
But Diane comes quickly.
And not to mention the metallic structures. That means that Ozona likes to use environmental parts to add to the lightning. So yeah, it's like accounting for the environmental sorts instead of just the lightning from the sky.
Just in time. The Legion, despite being zapped, tries to escape from Ozona despite being in pain, and some of the Stonos preoccupied with Diane's power, especially with the spraying machine guns and missiles. The Legion.
Yeah, so it looks like Dion turned himself off before goes entirely, which is an interesting concept. So one element is enough to take him down, to which, yeah, I can see that being possible. It's the most powerful forms of energy after all. But by turning him off, it means that all the elements, no, all of the parts within him remain fine then. yeah, I suppose that's kind of lucky. Because imagine if Dion's like, well, maybe turn yourself off, but I got to make sure you were extra turned off by more additional lightning. But at the same time, you couldn't really analyze the robot. Can't exactly. I don't know. You only use some powerful electronical tools to make I don't know, like perform an operation and open his torso and to get all of the bits and bobs out. And he's like, yep, he's definitely not going to be awake. Remove this switch too. Yep, he's done for. He's just a metallic object now. Yeah, maybe that. I don't know. Yeah, I think something like that could have been accounted for, or but you never know. Maybe Dion shutting off to that degree really does a lot, or maybe he kind of did that to trick Ozona because um, yeah, and if Ozona's worn out, he would have been like really fed up. So yeah, and he will know what to do next time if Dion comes back as well. I can see that happening too. So yeah, it's a bold move, but if Dion 2 was running out of options, then yeah, fair enough. I guess not to mention, I know with the Tengas already having a star already thanks to Dion and Simeon, that makes it less convenient. And not to mention the setup earlier, when Dion does come back. And yeah, once again, in the what if scenario, what if Dion does go down then? I feel like that would make the battle far trickier later on, and not to mention other moments later on too. Yeah, nobody to slow down Torres, nobody to assist multiple planets from Ecuador, and Zion 4 would most likely want to. Yeah, something else I've thought about recently is that I'm not sure I've said this before, but I felt like Dion mainly won against Zion 4 in that final battle, despite the efforts from the Legion. Like it was more teamwork in the end, but more taught thanks to Dion too. And I know he's the most powerful, but I think there is like a writing danger of making the character so overpowered at a point where it's mainly him or her that saves the day. So Showdown's only I've seen most of his abilities gone. So yeah, I think that's yeah.
Runs and runs to where the awesome Atone is. Some of the other Stonos try and follow them whilst firing. Dion continued to fire his missiles and lasers around the area, firing at the surrounding.
Oh yeah, so there is a misorder of information. Yeah, I don't think because I remember writing the Life Force battle in Book 5 is almost like a flashback, as a moment to come back to because there are two events that happened simultaneously. So I'm not as keen on that, but at least there's like an intention with that, with the way that writing went. But in here, it just sounds like yeah, like some misinformation. All of that Legion stuff should have been like the priority, and then writing all of the Dion versus Owner stuff because it acts like a good wind down. But yeah, I'm not going to look forward to hearing this because it just sounds like it's another climatic thing that's happened. So I'm a bit worn out after a bit of suspense.
Stonos, and Ozona had to block the fire using his
I'll say something else I just thought about is that when I mentioned in the first book about how Dion is aware that he doesn't wreck the land, whether intentionally or not, because he knows that it's not his land. This, however, is fake land over, like, sorry, just came back up. It's fake land covering the true planet. He could have, because he breaks it up anyway alongside pods, so he could have, like, I don't know, like, caused the ground to crack and slow down a lot of the Stonos that way, and the pod could have created like a ice bridge or something. Yeah, that could have been something else for Dion to do. He could have tried to throw debris at Orpheum, at Ozona too. That could have been kind of cool to do. And what's next? But not to mention, so yeah, so if is the Stoner's projectile even more powerful? Because if it hits Pod's legs enough to hurt him to make him stay, then I don't know. Because I thought maybe the gush of air could have been shooting the debris, which then really hurts Pod that way, and could have had more of an effect by having him wrap ice around his leg to to keep his leg going for the time being. Yeah, that definitely could have been better. Yeah, because if he's just like hurt because of a gush of air, even if it's a powerful one, yeah, I don't buy that as much. But even then, I still like the moment of him, flooding the area, putting his power to good use. It enables him to escape too somewhat, and then to get Dion, which is kind of cool. Although if Pod did make it, then yeah, Dion would have not been maybe just go by the Tengas later on, but yeah, that would be totally different events. That would have been.
Force field ability. As Zami is zapped the most, he struggles to move the most.
Tries to help get Pod up. Oh yeah, I think that's okay as a sentence. But not to mention, I like how Nicole tries to help Pod. Even if Pod is like more than twice the size of Nicole, perhaps. Still tries to help him up because, because it sounds like the right thing to do. To keep out for him. Not to mess something else I thought about with the not. It's weird to say with the reboot because every human or large sized character are sized in consistent ways. But yeah, I remember thinking recently about the size between characters shouldn't be too severe because of the whole martial art bits and bobs. I tell you what, I was inspired by. In Cobra Kai, where nearly everyone that fights each other are relatively similar in size, but with Axel only being slightly larger makes him, trickier. But that human size element adds like the dynamic, but it's not really clear at the top. At point where Axel, is like a giant. He wasn't a giant. He was just extra taller than normal. And but yeah, that's just something I thought about recently. Maybe Seinfeld could be like 7 foot instead of 9, as he could have been. Because it's like him in Infinity War. Because he even it. I really like. I know the Battle on Titan has had flaws that have been picked up upon, but I still really like. It's like a um, you know, like a test of ability of all the characters. And some of the martial arts stuff was kind of cool, but I remember times where he's just like so massive he could just like overthrow a lot of the characters up close. So yeah, because I really like that idea, but like I said, they may be considered making some of my characters a bit more similar in size. So yeah, emphasize more of the martial art power kind of thing, a bit like Mortal Kombat really. Because if you think about it, that's like one of the best example of martial arts plus powers together. It's a really good mashup. And there's also Clear Instinct, and I guess we'll throw in Street Fighter, even though I'm not familiar as that one. I'm mainly a Mortal Kombat fan when it comes to um, in those kind of fighting games. Not to mention Injustice is a really cool running things too. Marvel vs. Capcom, I guess, is another we'll throw in as well. Um, anyway, let's continue.
So Hailwolf goes into her Haywan form and begins to carry Zami on
All
her.
drone mode, so it's kept up and running rather quickly. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, because Arthur could have just piloted, but I reckon that the drone move's like really efficient at that point where it just goes up and away, and um, so yeah, but it means that Alvin really could have helped carry Samuel, help Pod Nicole get on when she has the chance.
Back. The Legion continues to run, and Diane starts to fight Ozona. The Stonos, however, the one
He must have stated that really quickly, if there was like that short amount of time. Um, and yeah, because you never know, the land could have been cracking if that was the case. The flood, um, no, the flood doesn't happen till later. But if it started to get too overcrowded, not to mention if Ozona becomes too damaging, around the area, because Ozona and Dion are very like they're massive. Um, like that like each punch would send shockwaves around the area, so it's already like quite a dangerous area to settle around in anyway. And the flooding area, idea, it just helps them, the Legion get going whilst drowning out most of the Stone Ocean. They get them all out of the way, and so yeah, I can see this scene flown about with not too many problems.
Ones trying to attack are taken down by the Legion, whether up close or from a distance, or by Dian's long-range attacks. In some
Yeah, imagine if this was like the last time Bod was seen as well, like he goes as well. Oh gosh, not to set to events. Yeah, everyone will be sad. Ecuador will never encounter him again. It will just be Legion seeing him a lot later on. Some bots with the Sign 4 fight later on could have been a lot trickier. Even the Life Falls battle anyway, despite the inevitable loss. A lot harder against Torrid. Yeah, that was a real close call, that was. So yeah, just another what if. Also, yeah, Arvin, living at the end of book 3. I'll say that at a time. Yeah, Pod wouldn't have left. Neither would have passed Nos. Team would have been a bit more intact. Would have made a lot of the fights easier too. And yeah, I think that's what I can say for the time being.
cases, Dian knocks some Stonos via speed boosts alongside his body weight. The Stonos that are conflicted, however, leave the fight.
That's some good multitasking.
Aiming to hide, and due to how busy everyone else is,
No, that's repeated information. No. No. Damn it. Because a plot hole in the narrative is almost like a intellectual kind of problem, but this is like a physical writing problem. Repeating information in that manner. It's almost like if in a professional film script, if you accidentally misdone a punctuation or accidentally repeated a word, like that would be a physical error. Yeah, because these are never talked about, but you never know. That might have happened a couple of times. Imagine if I don't know, like on one blockbuster, the word "the" is like happens 2 times in a row, and the actor says, "Oh, and the star," and then they're like, "Hang on, what are you doing?" And then they're like, "Oh, it says the line next to each other." No, that's a duplication error. Just say the star. Yeah, I can see that happening, but it's never been talked about.
Don't see the bailing Stonos. Dian does get shot a couple.
Okay, so even if earlier was repeated, this is the information which makes you go, "Oh, okay." No explanation. That's not very handy. At least it gets explained later on.
Couple of times, getting to his systems, and the Legion is also getting fired at
I think
too.
it's meant to say no explanation at this point, even if it sounds too blatant. Maybe it should have been like, something strange starts happening to Sammy. That's enough of a mystery without some of the blatantness.
With Nicole, Arvin and Pod using their long-range attack.
Just start to lead the Grand Bloodfoot area, allowed him to escape and fend off the Stoners. Oh yeah, so yeah, the flood, is kept minor, so he only hinders them and not. So yeah, maybe Pod did. But if you whacked some with a trident, maybe they are like quite hard in a physical way. Take more powerful hits. Maybe the stone nose was stronger, but yeah, for flood to not be too fatal, because even in the flooding, well, we know when Pod and Dion wreck an entire planet's surface, while a fake one at that. They do try and save the stone nose then. So yeah, because in this particular situation, it's focusing in on the Legion to get away. So that's why, well, you can imagine Pod being a bit more aggressive with the flooding there. Not too aggressive because, it's only hindered the lot and not really harmed them. But you never know, water can do all sorts. And not to mention, but yeah, when that battle was like sadly ending, like yes, there was some down at the city, but with those not in action yet, and with not either of them getting targeted, yeah, I think that's where it's not taking advantage of the stone nose then at a point where they do try and save a couple because they know to get rid of their planet, because that's already like a pretty good knockout towards Ozona. Well, not physically, but Ozona had to like quickly get off the planet, and it hinders his plan almost. It slows him down and makes him almost solo, and to have his entire planet wrecked. That's just so. It sounds ridiculous, but it's actually like really cool because like it's a small planet, it's fake land, and a load of concrete covering water. Yeah, just imagine like Dion like breaking it through and flooding the area. That's something else I've thought about recently, is that that like Avatar: The Last Airbender, they don't generate water. They use the water and etc. around them because the water cycle exists. The same amount of water is there all the time. But I feel like adding water, in my universe, that could have added to some complications, because I've been trying to, write it as if you had to source it from it, but it just made it a bit like weirdly limited and inconsistent with other abilities that exist. But granted, it could have been too powerful at a point where it's kept like that, because somehow the Titrans are the only ones that require an environmental source rather than sourcing it from themselves. But that's what makes Scape special, because he forms vegetation just from his body. So yeah, I don't know why I strangely prefer it that way. And yeah, like I said, maybe in my universe the water cycle is far more complicated. The water goes around anyway. I don't know, just imagine a villain who just wants to, like, I don't know, generate an infinite amount of water, but yeah, it just sounds a bit too complicated. But at least it doesn't go that far. Yeah, not completely breaking the water cycle.
To fire back at the Stonos to give themselves more space. Even some continued to jump in front of the Legion.
And I also thought of this as like a foreshadowing of the rest of the planet going. If some of the land is broken and some of the water's been added there, yeah, it's almost like a good first step. It might have generated some idea between Pod and Dion then. But regardless, not to mention, where Pod, he's hurt and he's managed to hit and did everyone around them. Yeah, with Azona winning the battle. I don't sure how Pod knew that Dion won. No, Dion lost. But maybe he saw like Dion's body in the water and then thought, oh no, he's lost, so I better stay away. Because yeah, I think Potter would have been like around the surface still, and yeah, that's where Dion and Pod could be like, well, all of you go, especially if Ozona's not around. So yeah, but again, another what if scenario. What if Dion did win against Ozona then? And yeah.
Only to get whacked out of the way once their attacks were countered, such as Pod swinging his trident. Nicole
that must be a lot of telekinesis if Dion's weight is still heavily I don't know if he's still heavy, because that's a weird convenience in the end of book 3 where his body weight is somehow light, not enough to transport the characters. But Woody made himself a lot heavier so that it makes it harder for the villains to like push him around when he's shut down. But maybe he just thought by making him, lighter, it makes it easier for the good guys to turn him back on again. So yeah, I think I can see that being the thinking process. So yeah, but yeah, I just wonder how much telekinesis is needed for Ozona. I wouldn't be surprised if that alone would have worn him out to be being like, oh, I just had to carry this heavy thing.
Also uses her riot shield to push some Stonos aside, and even Hailwolf claws any Stonos nearby whilst keeping Zami on her back. In the end, the Legion does make it.
Oh, and then that's the end of that chapter. But yeah, consider how long this recording is. Well, the next chapter is extremely lengthy anyway, so yeah, the next part will just be the end of book 2. So yeah, hope you're all enjoying it, and yeah, I'll see you next time.